Welcome to the Open Mic Universe's WrestleMania Rewind. Today we're going to look back at night one of WrestleMania 2, and the night would get started with our China Memorial Battle Royal. 20 ladies from both WWE and WCW, as well as maybe a surprise or two along the way, would do battle in this one. Now there's no trophy on the line, no title, and really not even any guaranteed title opportunity for the winner. We would see here the debut of Naomi. She would make her debut in the Open Mic Universe. But while there's nothing necessarily on the line, you can't really measure what could potentially come out of a win here at WrestleMania. Obviously, you're getting an opportunity on the biggest show of the year. We saw last year at WrestleMania 1, Jade Cargill would get the win, and it would kind of change the course of where her career was going. Didn't really finish the year with a title reign of any kind, but she did have a few championship opportunities, and I think a lot of that really kind of stemmed from her performance here in the inaugural China Memorial Battle Royal. We got down to the final three. Charlotte would eliminate Liv, and then waiting in the wings, ready to capitalize, Shayna Baszler, as she would drop the Queen up and over the top rope and pick up the win. Shayna Baszler, the winner of the second annual China Memorial Battle Royal. Then we had a last man standing match for the WCW Television Championship. The challenger, Shinsuke Nakamura, taking on Dragon Lee. Dragon Lee has held the WCW television title for 11 months, winning it last year at Backlash from Grayson Waller. And in that 11 months, Dragon Lee has been a phenomenal champion. He has met and defeated each challenger that's been in front of him. But Shinsuke Nakamura, a little bit of a different animal, a little bit of a different challenger. And we saw that in the build-up to this, in the lead-up to this match. Nakamura showing that he would go to any lengths to try to get the upper hand, try to get the advantage, and try to put himself in a position to walk out of WrestleMania as the new WCW television champ. Dragon Lee wouldn't make it easy, though. There were a few close calls, but then there you go. You see Nakamura showing that he is willing to play in the gray areas. And because of that, he does find himself the winner. First title match of the night, first title change of the night. Shinsuke Nakamura is the new WCW television champion. Next, we had the WWE United States Championship on the line, as Ricochet kind of weaseled his way into this opportunity, taking on Bobby Lashley. As you remember, these two were not only friends, they were teammates. And Lashley really kind of went out of his way to help Ricochet. But in the end, I think just jealousy got the better of Ricochet. And we saw a couple weeks back when there was a little bit of maybe the two not being on the same page in a tag match. But then they kind of worked through it. The following week, they went into another tag match against Carmelo Hayes and Trick Williams. But midway through the match, Ricochet just bailed on Lashley, leaving Lashley to fend for himself in a handicap match. Didn't work out so well for Bobby that night. But the next couple of weeks, Bobby Lashley stalked and hunted Ricochet and really did a number on him, and that would continue here at WrestleMania. Not really much that Ricochet could do. Bobby Lashley retains. Kind of get the feeling that even with the win, Bobby Lashley is not going to be quick to forget what Ricochet did. Next, the WCW Tag Team Championships were on the line, as the Brawling Brutes, who earned this opportunity, winning a tournament to determine who would take on the champs, the New Day winning the Tag Team Championships at Elimination Chamber in their first title defense. And they would come here at WrestleMania 2. And kind of a little bit surprised that we didn't see a little bit more out of the Brutes. New Day winning their first titles back at Elimination Chamber in our universe. But they have been a team for a long time. And that experience, that history definitely showed up in this one. Even Sheamus here looking to try to get an advantage by putting his legs up on the middle ropes, but didn't work. Then we would see the New Day kind of do what they do best, and that is utilize the teamwork. Kofi would cover Ridge, get the 1, 2, 3, and the New Day would retain and remain WCW Tag Team Champions. Then we had our first of 2 special attraction matches, special challenge matches, I guess. This one, a submission match between Chad Gable and the Olympic gold medalist and Hall of Famer, Kurt Angle. This is a match that was brought on by Kurt. He's had his eye on Chad for a long time. And I think he sees that there's maybe more to Chad Gable than we've seen, maybe more that Chad Gable has shown himself. And he wanted to give Chad the opportunity to potentially earn a WrestleMania moment for himself. We've seen Chad Gable. He's had some ups. He's had some downs. Probably the biggest high of his time in the open mic universe was when he and Otis were WCW Tag Team Champions. That championship reign came to an end at the Royal Rumble, and since that time, we've kind of seen Chad stuck in a state of mediocrity. And I think Angle maybe sees that there's more to Chad Gable than we've seen, and maybe that Chad even knows that he has. And while going into a submission match with maybe one of the best amateur wrestlers to ever get into professional wrestling, the challenge was huge. But I think Chad showed that while in the end he wasn't able to defeat Kurt, he held his own, and I think not only earned the respect of Kurt Angle, but also maybe showed some flashes, a glimpse of the potential that Chad Gable might possess. It's going to be interesting to see where he goes from here, coming out of WrestleMania and this great opportunity against the Olympic gold medalist. Then we had the WWE European Championship on the line. The ring general, Gunther, challenging Kevin Owens. We've seen over the last month, Gunther has made Kevin Owens' life a living hell. And after weeks of beatdowns and sneak attacks, the final Raw heading into WrestleMania, Owens demanded Gunther meet him in the ring, which he did. And we got a little bit of surprise in that one as Sami Zayn made his return. We have not seen Sami since the Survivor Series. He and Kevin at the beginning of the universe, best of friends, teammates. Last year at WrestleMania, that friendship started to fracture and come apart. We saw these two in a bitter, nasty feud over about a 6 or 7 month period. Kevin actually injured Sami in their ambulance match at Survivor Series. We hadn't seen him since. He showed up on the final Raw. You could see the look on Kevin's face. He thought he was coming for some payback, some retribution. But in a interesting twist, Sami actually attacked Gunther with a chair. And his reasoning was, even though the two of them have been the best of friends at times and the worst of enemies, at the end of the day, Kevin is still his best friend, and he couldn't sit by and watch as Kevin was a victim week after week after week at the hands of Gunther. Kevin Owens retains, still our WWE European Champion. Next up, it was the WCW Women's Championship on the line. The Women's Royal Rumble winner, Asuka, taking on Rhea Ripley. Asuka, actually from the WWE roster, decided to challenge Rhea Ripley for the WCW Women's Championship, which is her right as the Royal Rumble winner. She can go to challenge the champion of either brand. But the thing with Asuka is we've yet to see her win a championship in the open mic universe. And I think in her mind, she thought, it hasn't worked out well for me on the WWE side. Let me go and see how I can stack up against the WCW champion. And Rhea, not an easy test by any stretch of the imagination. Asuka did put up a good fight. These two went back and forth. We saw a few opportunities that Asuka may have been able to take advantage of, but in the end, the WCW Women's Champion Rhea Ripley does retain and remain WCW Women's Champion. Asuka heads back to the WWE, and we'll see where she goes from here. Then we had our second special attraction match of the night. Seth freaking Rollins taking on the Hall of Famer, Mr. WrestleMania himself, Shawn Michaels. This was a match that was brought on by Seth Rollins himself. He issued the challenge to Mr. WrestleMania for a match. We saw with Rollins kind of had to get a little creative to get this moment here at WrestleMania. Wasn't defending a title, wasn't challenging for a title. And Rollins is somebody that I kind of see as a modern day Mr. WrestleMania. He's had some great moments. He's won some titles, defended some titles, had some huge moments on the grandest stage, and he issued this challenge to the Hall of Famer. But Michaels did accept, but his one condition, an Iron Man match as a throwback to WrestleMania 12, where Shawn would win his first WWE World Heavyweight Championship against Bret Hart. That one, though, would go to an overtime session. This one wouldn't need it. Like we said earlier, Shawn making his debut in our open mic universe, and even beyond that, it has been a long time since we've seen the Heartbreak Kid in the ring. And in all honesty, didn't really seem to have missed a step at all. Unfortunately, though, for him, time kind of played a factor. And we saw in the end, Seth Rollins would get 5 falls. The Heartbreak Kid would only get 2. But still, even in defeat, quite an impressive performance by Shawn Michaels here. Tried to get in a little bit more action before the clock would run out. But great performance from him in his return to the ring. And then another big WrestleMania moment for Seth freaking Rollins. Then it was main event time. And this one for the WWE World Heavyweight Championship. The challenger, the Royal Rumble winner, LA Knight, taking on the Tribal Chief, Roman Reigns. Roman winning the WWE World Heavyweight Championship for the 3rd time. At Royal Rumble, he defeated Cody Rhodes. LA Knight could have went either way. He was on the WWE brand. He could have maybe taken an easier path and chosen to go after the WCW World Heavyweight Champion. But he wanted his first potential World Heavyweight Championship to come against the big dog, and that was who he chose to challenge here in this main event spot at WrestleMania. And we're coming up on 2 years in this universe. And I've got to say, from my opinion, this was hands down the best match we've had in almost 2 years of TV shows and pay-per-views and special events. Both of these guys brought it. And in all honesty, when this match happened, we had people that were viewing it that were going for LA Knight, people that were going for Roman Reigns. And it was such a match that even if the guy you were pulling for didn't win, there was no way you were going to leave disappointed, because we saw some great false finishes. We saw some finishers get hit. We saw some near falls. It really, this match could have gone either way. Reigns, who after the challenge was issued by LA Knight, kind of made Knight's life a little bit of a living hell. He caused LA Knight to lose the WWE Intercontinental Championship to Solo Sikoa at Elimination Chamber. And all that did is fuel LA Knight even more. And in all honesty, this is the biggest opportunity that LA Knight has had in our universe. He's been a great Intercontinental Champion. Out of our, as we come up on 2 years of this universe, he was the Intercontinental Champion for all but maybe 4 months. There's a great comparison that I heard Conrad Thompson use once, describing the Intercontinental title. It's almost kind of like being the assistant manager. Well, LA Knight was tired of being the assistant manager. He was ready to be the manager, the man, the guy. And up to this point, he hasn't had that opportunity. And you never know when or even if you'll get another opportunity like this again. Sure, you could win another Rumble, you could win a Money in the Bank, but this is a guaranteed opportunity. And LA Knight, at the end of the night, would make the most of it and become our new WWE World Heavyweight Champion. Thank you so much for watching. If you are enjoying the content, please like and subscribe or leave a comment down below. We'll see you in our next WrestleMania Rewind as we look back at Night 2 of WrestleMania 2. Welcome to WrestleMania Rewind for Night 2 of WrestleMania 2. And like Night 1, we would kick things off with a Battle Royal. This one, the Andre the Giant Memorial Battle Royal. 20 male superstars competing in this one. We would have one competitor not representing WWE or WCW, and that would be Logan Paul. Logan making his return to the open mic universe for the first time since last year's WrestleMania, where he fell in defeat to LA Knight. That year-long hiatus paid off for Paul, as you can definitely tell that he had worked on his craft, learned some new holds. Also saw the in-ring return of Sami Zayn in this one. But Paul came into this one not looking to merely make an appearance at WrestleMania. He showed up here looking to win this Andre Memorial Battle Royal. He would make it down to the final two between himself and Karrion Kross. And Karrion Kross kind of in a position where he really needed this win. He needed something to kind of shock his career back on path. But unfortunately for him, he ran into somebody who was looking to make his first big WrestleMania moment, and he would, as Logan Paul, the winner of WrestleMania 2's Andre the Giant Battle Royal. Then it was time for the Intercontinental title. It would be the Viper, Randy Orton, challenging Solo Sikoa. Solo defending the Intercontinental title for the first time. If you'll remember, he won that title back at Elimination Chamber from LA Knight. Little side note, did have a little bit of help from not only Paul Heyman, but also the Tribal Chief, Roman Reigns. And Orton, no stranger to the bloodline. He has definitely had his fair share of run-ins with many members of the bloodline over the last, I'd say maybe 6 months or so. He zeroed in on Solo coming out of Elimination Chamber and definitely made it a point to be the first one to get a shot at Solo. And Solo, you know, we've seen here in our universe, he's had 2 runs as United States champion, first time as Intercontinental champion, but he is in there with somebody who has won every possible title there is to win on the WWE side. And what was the very first title that Randy Orton won? It was the Intercontinental title. But that's technically in an alternate universe. This is the open mic universe. He's not held the Intercontinental title in this one. But again, Randy Orton, one of those guys, kind of like Seth Rollins, always delivers big at WrestleMania. Someone who has made a career out of making WrestleMania moments. And here tonight on Night 2 of WrestleMania 2, he would make one more as he would defeat Solo Sikoa and become the new WWE Intercontinental Champion. It's going to be kind of interesting to see where the Viper goes and who he might strike next. Then we had an Extreme Rules match between Zelina Vega and Raquel Rodriguez. This feud has been ongoing and just brewing and brewing and brewing over the last handful of months. Really got started back before the Royal Rumble when Raquel would turn on her friend Zelina and in a sense kind of replace Zelina in the LWO. Zelina has tried to get revenge. She has tried to make Raquel pay. And when we see these moments, whether it's on a Nitro or a Thunder, Zelina kind of ends up with the upper hand in those situations. But then when the lights get bright and we've got a huge match on a pay-per-view, for whatever reason, she just can't get past Raquel Rodriguez. Even with this being an Extreme Rules match, Zelina still comes up short as Raquel Rodriguez would get the win. And once again, upstage, Zelina Vega on a big stage. Then it was time for the WCW United States Championship. The challenger, Big Bronson Reed, answering Drew McIntyre's challenge of anyone that thought that they were man enough to step up and try to take the title from the Scottish Psychopath. Big Bronson Reed answered that challenge, and probably the biggest threat that Drew McIntyre has faced to this point as WCW United States Champion. But the one thing we've kind of seen from Drew has had a lot of success in our universe. He's been a WCW television champion, WCW World Heavyweight Champion coming into last year's WrestleMania. But the one thing that Drew McIntyre does, maybe better than anyone, is he knows how to play the game outside of the lines, playing those mind games, getting that mental advantage before going into a big match or a big event. And he does it maybe better than anybody. And in this situation, Bronson, I'd say, seemed to be more prepared coming in, but in the end, Drew McIntyre would come out victorious and get the win, retaining the WCW United States Championship. And now the question is, Bronson Reed couldn't get the job done. Who might be next to step up to the Scottish Psychopath? Then we had a ladder match for the WCW Cruiserweight Championship between the long feuding Santos Escobar and Dirty Dom. No love lost between these two at all. Santos, a former WCW Cruiserweight champion, but that was way back within probably the first 4 or 5 months of the universe in year one. It's been a while since Santos has tasted championship glory. And we've seen too from Dom. Dom has had a lot of success in ladder matches. He actually unified the WWE and WCW Cruiserweight titles in a ladder match back at Halloween Havoc. Now, if you really evaluate everything that's gone on with the LWO, whether it be the original group or now the new group as we see it today, I don't know that anybody has been more directly affected by all of it than Santos Escobar. Sure, the other former members of the group, whether it be Cruz del Toro or Joaquin Wilde, yeah, they were affected. Zelina Vega definitely affected. You see how everything's kind of played out with Raquel Rodriguez and the ending of their friendship and all that other stuff. But if you remember, all of this started around Santos Escobar. They turned on him. That was the first domino to fall, and every other domino that fell after that was a result of what Dom and his despicable dad did to Santos. And so this has been building up and brewing for months and months and months. And finally, here on the biggest night of the year, Santos Escobar gets some retribution, gets some revenge, and gets to enjoy the sweet victory of winning the WCW Cruiserweight Championship here at WrestleMania 2. Then it was time for our WWE Women's Championship match. Former champion Becky Lynch taking on Bianca Belair. We saw back at Elimination Chamber, Becky earned this opportunity, having to make her way through 5 of the best that the WWE has to offer. And as a little added bonus, also an opportunity to take on the woman who took that WWE Women's Championship from her back at Starrcade. Becky Lynch has been a great champion in our universe, not only on the WWE side, but also the WCW side. She's a former 2-time WCW Women's Champion. She was the woman to end the 14-month reign of Lita as WWE Women's Champion. But the EST Bianca Belair was not about to just hand the title back. She was going to make Becky earn it. Bianca has clawed and scratched and fought just to try to win her first championship in our universe. It took nearly a year and a half before finally winning her first title back at Starrcade. She was even last year's Royal Rumble winner. Faced Lita here at WrestleMania 1, and she didn't get the job done. That's maybe a little harsh, but it's the truth. And so she was looking to do whatever she had to walk out with her WWE Women's Championship. Unfortunately for her, it was Becky's night, as Becky would get the 1-2-3 and come away with the victory. Hell of a match. These two definitely, I don't think we've seen the end of the Becky and Bianca story. Then it was time for our WWE Tag Team title match. It was a triple threat tornado tag match between the Bloodline, Tama Tonga and Tonga Loa, the Usos, and Imperium. This match originally supposed to be the Usos taking on Imperium, but Jimmy and Jay found themselves on the bad end of a beatdown by the debuting Tama Tonga and Tonga Loa. Found out that came at the direct order of the tribal chief, and his whole reasoning was that Jimmy and Jay didn't get his permission or his blessing to challenge Imperium. So he used his political power as the head of the table to get the newest members of the Bloodline in that match. Eventually, though, we would see the Usos make a return, and WWE officials would add them to the match, which is why this became a triple threat tag match. WrestleMania 2, not a great event for the Bloodline, as we saw Roman lose the WWE World Heavyweight title on night 1. Solo lose the WWE Intercontinental title here on night 2. But the newest members of the Bloodline find a way to walk out of WrestleMania as the new WWE Tag Team Champions. Then it was time for kind of a special grudge match, special attraction match. The Beast, Brock Lesnar, taking on Cody Rhodes. Brock, who was suspended back at SummerSlam. We saw there was a backstage altercation between Brock and WWE officials. That altercation got physical, and because of it, Brock was suspended indefinitely. He was also stripped of the Money in the Bank briefcase. And we didn't hear a thing out of Brock. We didn't hear any sort of update from the officials from the WWE. We had no idea how long this suspension was going to last, what the parameters were for Brock to come back. But all that changed in the weeks leading up to WrestleMania, as Brock would be an uninvited guest on multiple programs across the open mic universe. First showing up on Nitro, attacking Bobby Roode, and then he would show up on Raw. He showed up on Thunder. He showed up on SmackDown. And really no rhyme or reason as to who or why he was attacking who he was attacking. Eventually, he would attack Ilya Dragunov. Dragunov went to the WWE, begged for Brock to get reinstated just so he could get Brock in the ring. Valiant effort from Dragunov, but was unsuccessful in Brock's return match. And we kind of wondered, would anybody step up and try to put a stop to the Beast? And that question would eventually be answered, as it would be the returning Cody Rhodes. We hadn't seen Cody since he lost the WWE World Heavyweight title at the Royal Rumble, but he showed up to not only defend the WWE, but also defend the open mic universe as a whole. And he was victorious here, putting down the Beast. And now that he's back, you got to know he's got to have his eyes on LA Knight, the WWE World Heavyweight title, or possibly maybe the WCW title. The draft is coming up maybe Cody finds himself back on the WCW roster. And then we close things out with our main event for the WCW World Heavyweight Championship. The challenger, Despicable Rey Mysterio. He would take on the phenomenal AJ Styles. Rey, who, like we talked about earlier, if you guys haven't been keeping up, had a change of character over the last few months. Maybe his true character, some would say, as we have seen probably the most shocking heel turn since Bash at the Beach 1996, when Hulk Hogan turned his back on all of his Hulkamaniacs and joined the NWO. But since Rey has made that change in character, things have actually started going really well for Rey. He won the men's Elimination Chamber match to earn this opportunity in the main event of WrestleMania. And the same can be said for Raquel Rodriguez and Dirty Dom as well. Dom, as we saw earlier in the night, did fall to Santos and lose the Cruiserweight title. But Rey, who's been a great Cruiserweight champion in our universe, but he just has not been able to win the big one. And we came into this one wondering, would tonight be the night? Could he finally find a way to climb that championship mountain and become World Heavyweight Champion? So many near falls in this one. Both guys doing a great job of showcasing WCW here in what I consider the marquee match of the entire two-night WrestleMania, the opportunity to close out night 2. Dom would distract AJ just long enough to give his dad an opportunity to try and capitalize. Rey would hit a frog splash off the top rope. Wouldn't be enough to get the 3 count, but he would go back and hit one more, hook the leg, and come away with a huge victory here in our main event of night 2. Rey Mysterio, Despicable Rey, is your new WCW World Heavyweight Champion. Thank you guys so much for watching. Please like, subscribe, and comment down below, and let me know which night do you think was the better night. Was it night 1, night 2? Both nights ended with new World Heavyweight Champions. Since you guys made it to the end of the video, let's have a little bit of fun. If you liked the video, share it with a friend. If you didn't like the video, share it with 2 people you don't like. Thank you guys so much again for watching. We'll see you next time. Welcome back to the Open Mic Network. Today we look back at Backlash, our final pay-per-view of the Universe calendar. And we will kick things off with a match for the WCW World Heavyweight title. AJ Styles, the former champion, taking on the man that defeated him for that championship just last month at WrestleMania. AJ, who has been the pillar, the cornerstone of WCW as we enter our 3rd year, looking to regain the belt that he's held for a good chunk of that time. Rey Mysterio finally at WrestleMania, getting over the hump, winning his first world championship in the Open Mic universe. And to get there, he had to win at Elimination Chamber. Big opportunity, and he carried that momentum into the main event of WrestleMania and was able to take that belt off of AJ. AJ, with the draft coming up, this could be his last opportunity to challenge for that WCW World Heavyweight title. And in this one, definitely looked a lot better than he did back at WrestleMania. Brought the house to Rey Mysterio. We saw here kind of a little bit disappointed maybe in the way Rey was kind of conducting himself in this one, and had a few words for him. Here we see AJ hit a Styles Clash, roll Rey over, and really gets about a 6 or an 8 count here. The referee distracted by Raquel Rodriguez on the outside and does not come in and make the count. AJ would continue on, but Rey would get out of the ring and get himself counted out. But you know how it happens in championship matches. That is the champion's advantage. Ray retains, although AJ does pick up the win. Then we had a match for the WWE United States Championship. Ricochet once again taking on Bobby Lashley. This feud has definitely been very one-sided. And again, all instigated by Ricochet. Ricochet and Lashley were friends. They were partners in some tag matches. And I think just a little bit of frustration from Ricochet, not seeing the success translate into a lot of the good matches that he was having, as well as what we saw back at the Royal Rumble. Had a great Royal Rumble, just couldn't get it done, couldn't win it. And turned on Lashley. We've seen Bobby every week just take it to Ricochet, attacking him at every turn. This one, a no-holds-barred match. Ricochet would look to try to take advantage with the bat. Thought here maybe he would get the 1-2-3, but Lashley able to kick out. Ricochet can't believe it. And this would be where Lashley would close things out, driving Ricochet into the mat. And once again, Bobby Lashley victorious against Ricochet. And that gamble that Ricochet had did not pay off, turning on his one-time friend and one-time partner, Bobby Lashley. Lashley again with a successful defense of the WWE United States Championship. Then another rivalry that we've seen kind of carry over the last few months. Zelina Vega and Raquel Rodriguez. Raquel now a current member of the new LWO. Zelina, the old guard, the old LWO. And kind of the similar thing that we saw with Ricochet. We saw Raquel turn on Zelina, and Zelina has tried to get the upper hand, whether it's attacking Raquel before matches, after matches, during matches. But then for some reason, when we get to a pay-per-view, we get to the big stage, Raquel just is too much for Zelina. And this one was going to be a casket match. Maybe this would be the match that would finally bury this feud once and for all. And you got to know Zelina came in thinking maybe after the build-up towards Backlash that maybe she'd have a little bit of momentum coming in. But again, Raquel just... It's very similar to what we're seeing between Lashley and Ricochet. And Raquel just proves time after time after time on the biggest stages that she's just too much for Zelina. She would slam the casket door closed, get the victory, and the LWO on the night 2-0, as not only Ray comes out with the win, but so does Raquel. Then the WCW Tag Team Championships would be on the line. The challengers, the Creed brothers, the newest recruits to the new team angle. They would get the biggest shot, the biggest opportunity that they've had in the open mic universe, as they would challenge the champions, the New Day. And like we said, huge opportunity for the Creeds. This is the biggest opportunity that they've had in our universe. And they would, now that they've got the backing and support of the Olympic gold medalist Kurt Angle, they would look to try to capitalize on that and come away with the WCW tag team titles. But again, the New Day, just so much history with these two. So many tag team matches, so many tag team championships, and just a very well-oiled machine between Kofi and Xavier. But again, the Creeds with sometimes you get a new team that kind of moves up with an opportunity like this. Sometimes the moment gets a little too much for them. I did not feel that was the case here with Brutus and Julius. They definitely worked the double teams throughout the match. Both teams did throughout this one. But again, you're going up against a veteran team, a seasoned team like the New Day, and they would retain here at Backlash. Then we would see Gunther in action as he would take on Sami Zayn. This one, a little bit of a runoff, a little fallout from WrestleMania, as we saw Sami Zayn make his return in the lead up to WrestleMania, where Gunther would challenge Kevin Owens for the WWE European Championship. That night didn't go so well for the ring general. And part of him kind of blamed Sammy for that loss. When Sammy came out, a lot of people thought that, Kevin included, that he was coming out to attack Kevin. Ended up attacking Gunther. And even though Sammy didn't get involved in the match at WrestleMania, Gunther in his mind believes that that chair attack on the go-home Raw heading into WrestleMania is a pretty big reason why he was not able to walk out of WrestleMania as the new WWE European Champion. And so he would take out that anger and frustration on Sammy here at Backlash. Near fall there, but a little bit more work from Gunther, and he would get the successful pinfall. He gets the 3 count. Gunther with the win, as he gets a little bit of payback on Sammy. Then it was time for the WCW Cruiserweight Championship match. The challenger, Dirty Dom, the former Cruiserweight Champion, taking on the man who took that title from him back at WrestleMania. Also former LWO member Santos Escobar. Big night for the LWO. We already saw earlier in the night Ray with, even though he did it in kind of a despicable manner, got himself purposely counted out, got the win. Raquel with the win in the casket match. Could Dom give the LWO a clean sweep here at Backlash? And a guy that he's been in a pretty heated feud, Santos Escobar. Santos, who in a very big manner in the ladder match at WrestleMania, able to retrieve the title to become a Cruiserweight champion for the second time. But more importantly than that, it was an opportunity to get a little bit of payback, a little bit of retribution against the LWO for what they put him through over the last few months. Dom here, though, would hit the frog splash, hook the leg, and regain his WCW Cruiserweight Championship. Big night for the LWO. They get the clean sweep in all 3 matches. Dirty Dom, a champion once again, as he regains the WCW Cruiserweight title. Then we would see Otis taking on the first recruit, the 5-star recruit for Kurt Angle's Team Angle, Chad Gable. And not only did Gable join up with Kurt, which I'm sure, we haven't really heard from Otis. I'm sure he would probably be fine with that. It's the fact that not only did he join up with Team Angle, but then he kind of turned his back on the person that for so long he referred to as his number 1 guy. And Otis, such a big, strong, powerful guy, he is kind of a softie. He's got a good heart, and he was just utterly devastated at what Chad Gable did to him, and to finally get him in the ring here at Backlash and get a little bit of payback. And he does, as he gets the victory. Bad night for the new Team Angle as they go 0 for 2 here at Backlash. Next up, we would see the WWE Tag Team Championships on the line as the challengers, the Usos, taking on their cousins, Tama Tonga and Tonga Loa, representing the Bloodline. And this one would take place in a steel cage. The only way to win is when both teammates escape the cage. And this family feud, this family war between these 4 individuals has really amped up since the Tongans made their debut leading up to WrestleMania. We saw both these teams in action at WrestleMania in a tornado tag match with Imperium at that time, the WWE Tag Team Champions. Big night for the Bloodline as they would walk out of WrestleMania as the new Tag Team Champions. But here at Backlash, it was strictly a family affair. First one to escape the cage would be Jimmy Uso, and that would leave both Tongans in the ring with Jay. And here Tama would then be the next one to escape, and that would leave main event Jey Uso and Tonga Loa as the final two competitors in the cage. Again, this one, no countouts, no submissions, no disqualifications. The only way to win is when one of these two guys would escape the cage. Jey would incapacitate Tonga just long enough for him to get up and over the top. And as he works and struggles to try to get that left leg over the top of the cage, Tonga Loa would get back to his feet, but that would prove to be too little too late as main event Jey Uso makes his way down, and right as his feet hit the ground, the Usos become the new WWE Tag Team Champions. Big night for Jimmy and Jay. I kind of get the feeling that we've not seen the last of this family war, this civil war going on between the Usos and not only Tama Tonga and Tonga Loa, but the bloodline as a whole. But here at Backlash, the night belongs to the Usos, the new WWE Tag Team Champions. Then it was the WWE Women's Championship on the line. The challenger, Shayna Baszler, taking on the man, Becky Lynch. Shayna, who we saw back at WrestleMania, the winner of the China Memorial Battle Royal. She didn't waste any time coming out of WrestleMania, as she would immediately challenge Becky for a shot at her WWE Women's Championship. This one kind of got a little nasty over the last couple weeks, and this one would be decided in a tables match. The submission attempts by both ladies, kind of futile. No submissions, no pinfalls, disqualifications, countouts, anything of the sort. The only way you can win is by putting your opponent through a table. And here we see Shayna trying to get Becky to tap on the table. Not the same thing. But both ladies using the table to their advantage. It looked like here Shayna would be the first one to go through, but able to fight her way out. And in the end, she would set Becky up with a suplex through the table, and we would have a new WWE Women's Champion. Shayna Baszler taking that momentum from the China Memorial Battle Royal, and now she is a champion here in the Open Mic universe. And then our main event, it was for the WWE World Heavyweight Championship in a rematch from WrestleMania 2. This time, though, the roles are reversed. In that one, it was the champion Roman Reigns defending against the Royal Rumble winner LA Knight. LA Knight victorious at WrestleMania. So here in our rematch, it's LA Knight coming in as champion, Roman coming in as the challenger. And this could be the last meeting between these two. This could be Roman Reigns' final opportunity, final shot at the WWE World Heavyweight Championship. As we come out of Backlash, it'll be time for the draft. And you know, if you're the tribal chief, you don't want to risk potentially getting maybe drafted over to WCW, and then you have no opportunity to get a shot to regain your WWE World Heavyweight Championship. These two had probably, I would say, my favorite match over both nights of WrestleMania. They headlined night one. It was the main event. I thought it was a great back and forth match. And this rivalry that we've kind of seen develop coming out of the Royal Rumble really has not disappointed. It didn't here. Roman always looking for an opportunity to talk a little trash. He did so there to the champ. LA Knight would hit the BFT, and it looked like this one might be over. He would only get a count of two. Roman then would be back on the attack. We would then see Paul Heyman get involved as he would throw in a bat that would hit LA Knight. The referee doesn't see it. Roman Reigns able to capitalize on that assist from the wise man. Once again, Roman Reigns, WWE World Heavyweight Champion. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you haven't done so already, hit the like and subscribe button. Leave a comment down below. Let me know what you think. If you guys want to see the action live, join us over on Twitch, twitch.tv/OpenMicNetwork. Thanks again for watching. We'll see you guys next time. What's up, guys? Welcome to the Bash at the Beach recap show. 10 big matches, 7 championships defended here, and one huge debut a little bit later in the night. We would kick things off with a match for the WCW television title. Champion Shinsuke Nakamura taking on Ricochet. Now, Ricochet, fairly new to the WCW brand. He was drafted over in the draft earlier this month, and he earned this opportunity by winning a gauntlet match. He ended his time on the WWE roster in a pretty bad spot. He was in a feud with Bobby Lashley for the WWE United States Championship after he turned his back on Bobby. And here he is within his first month in WCW, and he has earned an opportunity here at Bash at the Beach. Unfortunately for him, it didn't go his way on this night, but still a great start to Ricochet's WCW career here in the Open Mic universe. But let's also give credit to the champ. Shinsuke Nakamura did a hell of a job defending his title against Ricochet. Then in match number 2, it was tag team action. The Leftovers, a new team in our universe, versus the Street Profits. Now, coincidentally, both of these teams are new to the WCW tag division. Street Profits got drafted over from the WWE at our last draft. The Leftovers, a team that were brought together by their tag partners getting drafted over to WWE and them getting left behind. The tag division in WCW is stacked, and both of these teams were definitely looking to try to work their way up the ranks with a good showing and a victory here. And while JD and Ridge did put on a hell of a show, the Street Profits, who are multi-time WWE Tag Team Champions in our universe, were just a little bit better, and they would come away with the win in this one. Then we had the WWE Women's Championship on the line. Challenger Bayley taking on Shayna Baszler. Shayna, who won the WWE Women's Championship just last month at Backlash, defeating Becky Lynch. This would be her first title defense. Bayley, who earned this opportunity in a battle royal to determine the number 1 contender, comes in as a former WWE Women's Champion. Now, that was way back at the beginning of our universe, and it has been a long time. We are starting year 3 here, guys, since Bayley has had any championship success. I'm talking like first 3 months of the universe. It has been a long time. She's had opportunities, just has not been able to get back on that championship mountain. And she was looking to try to get that here in this one. Unfortunately for her, the action went to the outside, and she did a lot of damage to Shayna on the outside. And unfortunately, Shayna was unable to get back into the ring. Bayley does get the win, but because it was a countout victory, champion's advantage, championship does not change hands. Then we had a grudge match between Karrion Kross and Seth freaking Rollins. Kross coming over to the WWE, actually back to the WWE in this past year's draft, taking on Seth Rollins, who I would say over the last year has been a pretty solid piece on the WWE roster. And Kross looking to make a statement in his return to the WWE, win after, probably outside of the champion, the next best guy to try to make a statement against. But as good as Kross has been, Seth Rollins has been probably, if we gave out an MVP award for last year, Rollins has to be in the discussion. Unfortunately for Cross, he would end up on the wrong side of a Seth Rollins curb stomp, and Rollins would come away with the victory. Not the first impression Karrion Kross was looking to make, but you got to think that the WWE roster better keep their eye out for Karrion Kross. Then we had the WWE European Championship on the line. Chad Gable taking on the champion Kevin Owens. But this was not just any old regular match. This would be a European street fight. Now, you might be asking yourself, what is a European street fight? Well, it's a match that can't be won by pinfall, submission, countout, disqualification, submission. The only way that you can win a European street fight is by knocking out your opponent. And Gable and Owens did everything they could to try to knock each other out. We saw chairs, we saw ladders, and here Owens, after all the damage with all the toys that he did to Chad Gable, would eventually knock Chad Gable out. Kevin Owens remains and retains his WWE European Championship. Then it was time for the WWE Intercontinental Championship. Damian Priest taking on Randy Orton. And Orton, who won the belt back at WrestleMania 2, defeating Solo Sikoa. Kind of in the latter stages of his career here, going back to a title that he held very early on in an alternate universe, we'll say. But Priest has had a good run in our universe. He is a former WWE United States champion. He's a former WWE World Heavyweight champion. Right now, he's trying to get his hands on every title he can, and the next one up is that Intercontinental title. But he's in there with the Viper. And even though his buddy, Finn Balor, who he's been separated from the last couple of years, Balor has been in WCW, finally in this past year's draft, getting drafted over to WWE, wouldn't be able to help his buddy Priest out, as Randy would hit an RKO and get the victory and successfully retain his WWE Intercontinental Championship. Next up, we had the WCW United States Championship on the line. Cody Rhodes taking on the champion, the Scottish psychopath, Drew McIntyre. Now, Cody, who has come back to WCW. Year one, he was on the WCW roster. Year two, he was on the WWE roster. Year three, he was actually the number one pick in the draft. And he comes in with a great resume. His time in WCW, former two-time WCW television champion. On the WWE side, a former two-time WWE World Heavyweight champion. Now that he's back in WCW, he's looking to add to his championship pedigree. But this one was kind of a different scenario. Normally, when you're the champion, you're the hunted, and it's the challengers who are the hunters. That's not exactly how Drew McIntyre operates. Even as the champion, he still tends to be the hunter. And he didn't wait for Cody or LA Knight or any of these new guys that got drafted over to WCW to come and challenge him. He is going after them. And that's exactly what he did for Cody. He would come up a little bit short here. But this is Drew McIntyre, and he has been on a roll over the past year. Then we would see the WCW Women's Championship defended. The challenger, Raquel Rodriguez, taking on Rhea Ripley. Now, Raquel, in this one, getting her first shot at a championship in our universe. But if you just go back the last couple months, this is a different Raquel Rodriguez. She's not the fan favorite. She's not high-fiving fans and, playing to the crowd. She is with the new LWO, and if there's one thing that we've seen pretty much since the start of the year, since January, while the fans may not like what this new LWO, how they carry themselves and what they do, the one thing you can't argue with is the success that they have had. Despicable Rey Mysterio, former WCW World Heavyweight Champion, with an opportunity to get that belt back later in the night. Dirty Dom, multiple-time WCW Cruiserweight Champion. And now Raquel, looking to win her first championship against somebody who has been as rock solid of a champion, male or female, that we've had on either brand, Rhea Ripley. Now Raquel, who the last few months had her hands full with Zelina Vega, buried that feud back at Backlash and would turn her attention towards Rhea Ripley. And as you see, that would pay off, as Raquel Rodriguez is your new WCW Women's Champion. And once again, the LWO collecting another championship here at Bash at the Beach. Then we would have a tag team grudge match. The Usos, the WWE Tag Team Champions, taking on Roman Reigns and a mystery partner. And that mystery partner would be none other than the debuting Jacob Fatu. And how we got here, if you guys have not been here over the last few months, the Usos were in the Bloodline. They challenged Imperium for the WWE Tag Team titles at WrestleMania. The Tribal Chief was not too happy about that. All because they didn't get his permission to challenge for those titles. So they were kicked out of the Bloodline. We saw the team of Tama Tonga and Tonga Loa show up and join the Bloodline. They would win those tag team titles at WrestleMania. Jimmy and Jay would then take those titles from them at Backlash. And then after Backlash, they set their sights on Roman Reigns and they would attack him on a weekly basis. And then in our final SmackDown, heading into Bash at the Beach, Roman would attack Jimmy and Jay's father, Rikishi, backstage and issue a challenge for this match. Obviously not letting the Usos know who his tag team partner was. We would find out it was Jacob Fatu. And that, you got to know, that is going to make the Bloodline even more lethal and more deadly. But Roman Reigns has made a deal with the devil. We'll see if that ends up coming back and biting him in the ass. Then in our main event, it would be a 2 out of 3 falls match for the WCW World Heavyweight Championship. Challenger and former champion Despicable Rey taking on the phenomenal AJ Styles. These two, this feud has been going on for months. It has been as nasty as it goes in any feud that we've seen. AJ, who was WCW World Heavyweight Champion heading into WrestleMania. Rey, who earned an opportunity and a shot at AJ by winning the men's Elimination Chamber match. He would go on to WrestleMania 2, defeat AJ, become the new champion. They would have a rematch at Backlash, which saw Despicable Rey take a play out of the playbook of his old pal Eddie Guerrero and lie and cheat and steal and purposely get himself counted out in that match. Now, the officials from WCW would not let that stand, so we had a rematch on the following Raw. Yes, the WCW World Heavyweight Championship was decided on Raw right before we had our first pick in the draft. It took place in a Hell in a Cell. They were going to have a winner, and we did. AJ Styles regained the WCW World Heavyweight title in that one, and Rey wanted another shot. He got it here. He would pick up the first fall against AJ, and then very quickly pick up the second fall and become WCW World Heavyweight Champion once again. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you don't want to miss what happens next, be sure to hit that subscribe button, hit that thumbs up button, and leave a comment down below. We'll see you guys next time. Welcome to the Money in the Bank Recap Show. And the night kicked off with a match for the WCW Cruiserweight Championship. Ilya Dragunov taking on Dirty Dom. And let's be honest, since the start of the year, the LWO has been red hot. All three members currently champions in the WCW. And Dom has been a great Cruiserweight champion. May have been off a little bit more than he can chew, though, when he kind of instigated this whole thing by attacking Dragunov a few weeks back. And Dragunov, who's new to the WCW brand, came over just a few months ago in the draft, still looking for his first championship in the open mic universe. And he was not going to let this opportunity go to waste. Okay, got a little close here, unable to get the 3 count. But then he would tee up for his patented H-bomb. Connect. Go for the cover. And get the 1, 2, 3. Ilya Dragunov finally can call himself a champion in our universe. And he is your new WCW Cruiserweight Champion. Then in match number 2, it would be tag team action. The Trick Mellow Gang taking on Imperium. Now, in the weeks leading up to Money in the Bank, we did see these teams meet in singles action. Carmelo Hayes took on Ludwig Kaiser. Trick Williams met Giovanni Vinci. And in those matches, Carmelo Hayes and Trick Williams came out on the winning end. And with Imperium, we know their history in the universe. Former WWE Tag Team Champions, former WCW Tag Team Champions. And now with the tag divisions kind of shaken up coming out of the draft, Mello and Trick definitely looking to try to kind of set the tone for what year 3 is going to be. Great opportunity could be down the road for these two guys. And to kind of jumpstart that, they would use tonight at Money in the Bank to make that happen. They get the victory over Imperium, and we'll see what's next for the Trick Mellow Gang. Then we had a steel cage match for the WWE Intercontinental Championship. Finn Balor taking on the Viper, Randy Orton. We saw last month at Bash at the Beach, Orton was successful in his defense against Damian Priest. Here at Money in the Bank, he would have to contend with Finn Balor. And what we've seen over the last couple weeks is Finn Balor kind of getting the better of the Viper. And that's not normal. Normally, Randy Orton is very calculated in what he does, and he always seems to be just a few steps ahead of whoever he's feuding with. And for whatever reason, that hasn't been the case. Balor has either been a step ahead or a step to the side and been able to counter whatever it is that Orton has thrown at him. And that's not something that we've kind of grown accustomed to see from Randy Orton. Now, Balor, who is here in the WWE, based on the draft, he spent the first 2 years in the universe over in WCW, did have a brief run as Cruiserweight Champion, also had a run as Tag Team Champion with JD McDonough. But now that he's over here in the WWE, he's kind of reestablished his connection with Damian Priest. He's really looking to get this third year off on the right foot. And here at Money in the Bank, we should have maybe saw it coming based on what we saw in the weeks leading up to this. And here Balor would get over the top of the cage, and make his way down to the floor, becoming the new WWE Intercontinental Champion. It's a new year, and that new year is starting off right for Finn Balor, as he is now Intercontinental Champion. Then we had a grudge match between Big Bronson Reed and LA Knight. Knight, a former Royal Rumble winner, as well as WWE World Heavyweight Champion, and also a very long tenured WWE Intercontinental Champion. But he's in WCW now. And we saw in the couple weeks leading up to Money in the Bank, he kind of picked this fight with Bronson Reed. Look, he took the win at Royal Rumble a few months ago, parlayed that into a main event at WrestleMania. He defeated Roman Reigns, became World Heavyweight Champion. But that reign only lasted about a month. He ended up losing that belt with a little bit of help from Paul Heyman. And then right after that, he gets drafted over to WCW. He is looking to make a statement. He picked a fight with one of the bigger guys in the yard, and he was victorious here at Money in the Bank. Then it was time for our first Money in the Bank ladder match of the night. This one for the ladies. 3 women representing WWE and 3 women representing WCW would be competing in this one. Now, in years past, in our first 2 years, the Money in the Bank cash-ins and how we handled those briefcase holders is going to be a little bit different here in year 3. Now, in the past, whoever won the briefcase, whatever brand they were on, that briefcase was kind of landlocked to that particular brand. They could only cash in on whatever brand they were on. The only exception to that would be if the winner didn't cash in before the draft, and if they got drafted over to the other side, then that briefcase would follow them to the opposite brand. We're going to do it a little bit different this year. If, let's say, the briefcase holder is on the WWE roster and they decide to cash in on a champion in the WCW, if they were successful in that cash-in attempt, the loser, the former champion, would then revert to the opposite brand. This has the opportunity to potentially shake up the rosters in a way in the middle of a year like we have not seen up to this point. It does add a little bit more to the cash-in process. And like I said, it could really kind of fundamentally change up a particular division in the middle of the year. Here tonight, though, it was Bianca Belair representing WCW who would retrieve that briefcase and become the new Miss Money in the Bank. Then we had a match for the WWE Women's Championship in a rematch from Bash at the Beach. Challenger Bayley taking on Shayna Baszler. Now, the match at Bash at the Beach kind of had a very anticlimactic ending. Shayna was kind of incapacitated outside the ring. Bayley got the win via countout. Of course, in that situation, the title can't change hands via countout or disqualification. So while Bayley was victorious at Bash at the Beach, the title did not change hands. Our officials from WWE wanted to see it one more time, and so that's what got us here to Money in the Bank. Bayley would get the victory here, becoming now a 2-time WWE Women's Champion. And while Shayna had a nice run, she came up short here at Money in the Bank. Then we had the WCW Tag Team Championships on the line. The Street Profits, former multi-time WWE Tag Team Champions, taking on the New Day. And a lot on the line here. Obviously, not just the championships, but the Street Profits, who, after spending the first 2 years in our universe on the WWE side, now here in WCW, and they would be looking to become only the second tag team to hold championships in both WWE and WCW, the other being Imperium. And really, in those first 2 years, I'd probably say that the Street Profits, probably the most decorated tag team in that time. They were our inaugural WWE Tag Team Champions, had multiple runs. And here at Money in the Bank, they would win the WCW Tag Team Championships. Since the draft, the tag team divisions on both brands shaken up. Street Profits now your champs in the WCW. Then it was time for our main event, the men's Money in the Bank ladder match. Same as the women, 3 men representing WWE, 3 men representing WCW. And the Money in the Bank briefcase in our universe has not really been a very fruitful thing to win. Year 1, out of our 2 Money in the Bank briefcase holders, Gunther on the men's side, Sonya Deville on the women's. Sonya was successful. She cashed in right before Survivor Series, successfully cashing in, becoming WCW Women's Champion. Gunther held his briefcase all the way to WrestleMania 1, where he would cash in mid-match in the match for the WCW World Heavyweight title between champion Drew McIntyre and AJ Styles. He was unsuccessful in his cash-in attempt. Fast forward to year 2, our women's Money in the Bank briefcase winner, Cora Jade on the WWE side. The men's Money in the Bank briefcase winner, Brock Lesnar, also from the WWE. What ended up kind of happening, though, about a month after Money in the Bank last year at SummerSlam, Brock Lesnar was involved in a physical altercation backstage with officials from the WWE. He was suspended indefinitely and stripped of his Money in the Bank briefcase. So he never got to even attempt to cash it in. We ended up at Bash in Berlin having a Money in the Bank rewind match. And in that one, Bobby Roode from WCW came away with the briefcase. He unsuccessfully cashed in on AJ. Cora held on to her briefcase until a few weeks before WrestleMania 2. She was unsuccessful in her cash in on Bianca Belair. So it's not been a very advantageous thing to win the Money in the Bank. In all honesty, in our universe, if you win the Elimination Chamber, that's almost kind of been a guarantee that you're going to go on and successfully become a champion out of that. But here it is in year 3. We've already seen Bianca Belair earn herself a huge opportunity, especially now that she's in WCW. Does she cash it in there? Does she try to go back to the WWE? And then here on the men's side, none of these men that are in this match have been a world champion. Whether it's Sami Zayn, Logan Paul, Ricochet, Brock Lesnar, Braun Breaker, or Austin Theory. So this is a huge opportunity for all 6 of these men. And there's a little bit more at stake for Brock Lesnar. He's still not happy about how everything played out last year. We saw when he made his return in the weeks leading up to WrestleMania. He had a target on everyone, especially Bobby Roode, the guy who ended up getting the briefcase after Brock had to relinquish it. And so you know he was looking to try to become a Money in the Bank briefcase winner again. But unfortunately, that would not be the case, as Ricochet would be the one to secure that briefcase and become the new Mr. Money in the Bank. Thank you for watching our Money in the Bank recap show. If you don't want to miss what happens when these two new Money in the Bank briefcase holders go to cash in, be sure to like and subscribe. We'll see you guys next time. Welcome to SummerSlam. We are coming to you live from Cleveland. We're going to kick things off with our first of 7, maybe 8. We'll explain the maybe here in a little bit. Championship matches on the night. This one's going to be a big one for the WCW World Heavyweight Championship. Former champion, Despicable Rey Mysterio, taking on the man who took that title from him, the American Nightmare, Cody Rhodes. Cody, our first superstar in our universe to hold a world championship in both WWE and WCW. He defeated Rey on the final night of the Great American Bash Tour from Greensboro. Rey getting his rematch here at SummerSlam. And while since the start of the year, Rey not really doing a whole lot with the approval of the fans, you could say. He's turned his back on them. Restarted the LWO, reimagined the LWO with his son, his dirtbag son, Dirty Dom, and Raquel Rodriguez. While the fans may not like how they do things and the things that they've done, can't argue with the results. Cody with the cover. Ref not paying attention as he is repairing that turnbuckle pad. But we've seen where Rey has done what's best for Rey, what's best for the Mysterio family, and what's best for the LWO. Like I said, you can't really argue. We've seen Rey as a multiple-time WCW World Champion. Cody with a Cody cutter. Connects, goes for the cover. And he gets a 2 count there. Dom as Cruiserweight Champion. Raquel, now a 2-time WCW Women's Champion. So while this new LWO not really getting much approval from the fans, it's definitely working out in the best interest of the Mysterios and Raquel Rodriguez. Cody with a pedigree goes over and covers Mysterio again. And that is going to do it. Cody, in his first defense of the WCW World Championship, will remain your WCW World Heavyweight Champion. Up next, we have got something special for you guys. It is level 1 of the Tribal Gauntlet. Now, if it's your first time here checking out the Open Mic Universe, or maybe it's been a while since you've been here, let's break down what the Tribal Gauntlet is. For weeks, Jimmy has caused a lot of hell for the Bloodline, costing them matches, attacking them. And Roman had had enough. So Roman offered Jimmy an opportunity, because Jimmy ultimately wants to get his hands on Roman. And so to do that, to get a shot at Roman, to get a shot at the WWE World Heavyweight Championship, Jimmy would have to pass a gauntlet, not just any gauntlet, a tribal gauntlet. The first level, a handicap match against Tama Tonga and Tonga Loa. If Jimmy is successful here, later in the night he'll move on to step 2, level 2. He will meet his younger brother, Solo Sikoa, in a fight pit. If he can get past Solo in the fight pit, he will meet Jacob Fatu in a last man standing match. If he can get past Jacob in a last man standing match, then at the end of the night, he will get Roman Reigns in an Iron Man match in Hell in a Cell for the WWE World Heavyweight Championship. Jimmy getting in the nick of time, and he passes level 1. Up next, later in the night, he will be in the fight pit against his younger brother, Solo Sikoa. But here we've got the WCW tag team titles on the line. It's going to be the New Day taking on the Motor City Machine Guns. This one, a rematch from the Great American Bash Tour. These two teams met. And the result was a double countout. The officials from WCW decided we're going to run this one back. And this time we will have a winner. Kofi and Chris Sabin starting things out. The Machine Guns, who made their debut at the Great American Bash Detroit. They were a mystery opponent for the Street Profits, and in their very first night in the universe, they would capture the WCW tag team titles. The New Day, former one-time WCW tag team champions, looking to win those belts for the second time here in Cleveland. Kofi breaking up the count there. And now Woods off that second rope. Chris Sabin in some trouble here. Woods with the cover. And the New Day are your new WCW Tag Team Champions for the second time. A lot of respect between these two teams leading up to this one. And I get the feeling this is probably not the last time we're going to see these two teams battle it out. Next, it's the WWE Intercontinental Championship. Seth freaking Rollins taking on Braun Breaker. Breaker, who became Intercontinental Champion at the Great American Bash Atlanta. He defeated the Viper, Randy Orton. Rollins, a former one-time WWE European Champion, looking to add another championship to his resume. He's definitely going to have his hands full as he takes on the Badass. Charles Robinson displaying that beautiful Intercontinental title. And this one is underway. Rollins. We are here in year 3 of our universe, and I would say that on the WWE side, we don't give out awards, but for year 2, let's say Seth Rollins would have to be the WWE's MVP of year 2. Had a great year in our universe. And looking to hopefully add on to that here in year 3. We know he's got goals bigger than some of these mid-card titles. He's got world championship aspirations. Frog splash off the top, hooks the leg. We've got a new Intercontinental Champion. Seth freaking Rollins is now your new WWE Intercontinental Champion. Stage 2 of the Tribal Gauntlet. This one going to take place in a fight pit, as Jimmy Uso will meet his younger brother, Solo Sikoa. Now, if you are unfamiliar with the rules of the fight pit, it's kind of a modern take on the steel cage match. Or another way to look at it, it's MMA rules. There is no escaping the cage. The only way you can win in the fight pit is by either knocking out your opponent or making him tap out. Now, the reason that this gauntlet isn't just match after match after match is because each match really has some pretty intricate stipulations. Obviously, we've got a fight pit structure in the ring. It is going to be spread out throughout the night. So while the odds of Jimmy completing the gauntlet are not looking very good. I mean, obviously he is one match in, but if he is able to clear a level, he will get a little bit of a break in between matchups. And he has just knocked out Solo Sikoa. And stage 2 of the Tribal Gauntlet in the books. Jimmy Uso halfway to Roman Reigns. Next up, it's the WCW Cruiserweight Championship. Santos Escobar wearing a Legado del Fantasma shirt. What is that all about? As he takes on Ilya Dragunov. And there has been a lot of controversy leading up to this one. We had a number 1 contenders match for this very shot here at SummerSlam. And that was between Santos and Dirty Dom. In the middle of that match, we would get an appearance, the debut of Carlito, as he would come out and essentially help Santos get the win, but there was no communication between the two. So we didn't really know what was going on there. The following week, Carlito would come out and try to steal the Cruiserweight title. That obviously did not sit well with the Mad Dragon. He and Carlito would meet one-on-one, and Santos would come out and assist Carlito and giving him a chair to use while the referee was knocked out. Maybe that's why Santos came out here with the Legado del Fantasma shirt. Maybe this is all about reforming that group. And once again, Carlito playing more mind games with Dragunov. And there he is in the ring, slap to the face, and spits an apple at Ilya Dragunov. And that has just opened the door for Santos to take advantage. And this does not look good for Ilya Dragunov. Santos hooking the legs. And we have got a new WCW Cruiserweight champion. You might not like how he got it done, but Santos Escobar, your new Cruiserweight champion. Up next, it's the finals of the WWE Tag Team Tournament, where the winner will walk out with the vacant WWE Tag Team Championship. Carmelo Hayes and Trick Williams taking on the team of Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn. Now, the reason the titles were vacated on the final Great American Bash show from Greensboro, the champions Tama Tonga and Tonga Loa took on the Usos, and it would be the last time the Usos would be competing as a team, as Jay would be on his way to WCW. On that last night, though, the Usos were victorious and went out as champs. So because Jay now in WCW, Jimmy obviously here in WWE, those titles were vacated, and we had a tournament to crown new champions. Round one, Trick and Mello actually got a count-out victory against the Tongans with a little help from Jimmy Uso. Round two, they met Gallus. Imperium jumped Gallus on the way to the ring. Again, Trick and Mello able to get a count-out victory. KO and Sammy would defeat the Judgment Day in round one, and then the Creeds in round two. Sammy with a little reversal there. Stunner from KO to Mello. Trick comes in to stop it. Now a stunner to Trick Williams. And Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn are your new WWE Tag Team Champions. And if you've been here with the universe since the beginning, you know that this has been 3 years coming for these two, as they are finally Tag Team Champions in the open mic universe. Stage 3 of the Tribal Gauntlet. This one is going to be a last man standing match. Jimmy in there with really the wild card of the bloodline. When Roman brought Jacob Fatu in, the best way to describe it, as we did at the time, was Roman had made a deal with the devil himself. And while that move has really kind of worked out in Roman's favor, you never know what you're going to get when you're dealing with the Samoan Werewolf. Now, Jimmy found a way to get past Tama Tonga and Tonga Loa in a handicap match. He found a way to get past his younger brother in the fight pit by knocking out Solo. But Jacob Fatu is kind of like a movie monster, or a villain in a horror movie. There's no stopping him. And to try to get him down for a count of 10, He's just going to keep getting up time after time after time. If Jimmy is able to get past this stage, what's going to even be left of him when he meets Roman Reigns? It's an Iron Man match in Hell in a Cell. And to go through the battles that he's gone through tonight to get there. But with a little help of a kendo stick, Jimmy passes level 3, and here comes the Tribal Chief to mockingly clap for his main event opponent. We're going to take you back to SmackDown. And we were supposed to have a 12th match on the card. It was going to be a 6-man tag between Imperium and Gallus. But Gunther attacking the left knee of Joe Coffey. He is out of action indefinitely. Be sure to keep posted on Raw and SmackDown in the next couple weeks on the health of Joe Coffey. They say in wrestling, card subject to change. In this case, it did. Now it's time for the WCW United States Championship. And this one is going to be a triple threat match. LA Knight, AJ Styles, and the champ, the Scottish psychopath, Drew McIntyre. Where Rollins was, I would guess, the WWE MVP of year 2. Here in WCW, that MVP would probably have to go to McIntyre. He had a hell of a year. And as we are getting closer to the halfway point of year 3, that momentum is just moving forward with him. Now, how we got here on the first Nitro coming out of the Great American Bash Tour, AJ had a one-on-one match with McIntyre. LA Knight would come out to the ring to get a front row view of the action. And in the middle of the match, he would come in and attack McIntyre, which actually cost AJ, as the interference went almost like he was helping AJ out. That basically, that bad blood carried over between those two. And then, of course, McIntyre never shy to try to dish out some pain to some people. Really targeted both guys. And so that's how we got to a triple threat match here. Now, BFT there. One thing we've seen so far, though, LA Knight and AJ spending a little bit too much time focusing on each other and maybe not keeping the focus on trying to win the match. Now, it is a triple threat match, so McIntyre does not have to be involved in the fall to lose the championship. Drew with the cover. And he will walk out of SummerSlam with his United States Championship still with him. As maybe AJ and LA Knight should have maybe focused a little more on the championship and a little less on their hatred for each other. Next, we have got a special WCW Women's Championship match. Miss Money in the Bank, Bianca Belair, announcing ahead of time that she would be cashing in her briefcase here at SummerSlam against Raquel Rodriguez. Now, there's been a lot of debate. Was that the smart move for Bianca? Bianca obviously feeling confident that she can walk out of Cleveland the WCW Women's Champion. But one of the great perks of having that briefcase is the element of surprise. The women's division here in WCW is loaded. Rhea Ripley, Charlotte Flair, Jade Cargill, just to name some of the talent. Why not let Raquel get into a battle with one of those ladies and then come cash in? Again, I get it. Bianca feeling confident, feeling that she doesn't need to use the element of surprise. But that's kind of the perk of having that briefcase. Raquel with the cover, hooking the leg. And that is going to do it. Raquel Rodriguez will remain your WCW Women's Champion. Bianca going to have to live with the fact that maybe giving the champ an opportunity to prepare for the matchup was not the wisest choice to make. It's time for the main event. And let's be honest. I know for me, I will speak honestly here that we are at the end of the show. I did not think that Jimmy Uso was going to pass every test to get to this point. Handicap match against multiple-time former tag team champions, Tama Tonga and Tonga Loa. A fight pit against Solo Sikoa. And then a last man standing match against the Samoan werewolf, Jacob Fatu. I mean, I think I summed up Fatu perfectly earlier in the night. He's like a movie monster. There is no keeping him down, no killing him. He is going to keep coming back and coming back and coming back. And the fact that Jimmy was able to not only survive, but defeat each level of this tribal gauntlet. Regardless of what happens here in the main event, that is a huge accomplishment for Jimmy Uso. He is a one-man army at this point. He is all alone, taking on the entire bloodline. Jimmy goes for a cover here. Only gets a 1 count. Now Roman with a reversal goes for a quick cover. Only a 2. Roman can't believe it. You would think after all that Jimmy's been through that it might not take a whole lot to start racking up some pinfalls on him as he sends Roman through the cage. Now Roman sending Jimmy into the barricade, and now Roman climbing to the top of Hell in a Cell, and Jimmy following suit. Now these two battling on top of Hell in a Cell. Nothing good ever comes from getting on the top of that structure. Gotta love the heart in Jimmy Uso as he is putting it on display here. And Roman going through the top of the cage. Come on, Jimmy, get up, buddy. Get down there and try to capitalize on this. He jumps down, hooks the leg. Only a 2 count. I can't believe it. Some super kicks to Roman. He's going to cover the Tribal Chief again. And again, only a 2 count. What the hell does Jimmy have to do to keep the head of the table down for a count of 3? No disqualifications in this one. I don't, do whatever you got to do, Jimmy. He goes up top. Uso splash, hooks the leg again. And again, only a 2 count. Jimmy going back up top. Another Uso splash. And we are over 19 minutes into this match, and we finally have our first fall in this Iron Man match. Roman with a Superman punch. And then a spear. Why he's not going for the cover, I don't understand. Just trying to dish out more punishment. He's teeing up for another Superman punch, but I don't know that there's going to be enough time. And there is not. Jimmy Uso is your new WWE World Heavyweight Champion. And credit the cockiness and maybe overconfidence of Roman Reigns as he makes a huge error at the end of this one. He can't believe it as the lights have gone out. Oh my God, it's The Rock. What the hell is The Rock doing here? As he lays out the Tribal Chief. Welcome to Fall Brawl. We're going to kick things off with a War Games match. It's going to be between Gallus and Imperium. Now, the War Games match is something that plays a big part in the open mic universe. But that centers around the Survivor Series pay-per-view. But the animosity and hatred that has developed over the last few months between these two groups. WWE official Nick Aldis made what I feel is the right decision by making this match a War Games match and having it take place here at Fall Brawl, which really is the birthplace of the War Games match. Now, this one, unlike our usual that is a 4-on-4, this will be 3-on-3. We had an advantage match this past week on SmackDown. Wolfgang taking on Giovanni Vinci. Wolfgang was victorious in that one-on-one match. So Gallus will have the advantage until all 6 men are in the structure. And then once that happens, the match will officially begin, and pinfall or submission will get you the victory. Now, this whole feud started months back. We had a tournament to crown new WWE Tag Team Champions. The titles had been vacated. And in round 1 of that tournament, Giovanni Vinci and Ludwig Kaiser took on Wolfgang and Mark Coffey. The team from Gallus was victorious, and they moved on to round number 2. That didn't sit too well with the guys from Imperium. The following week, Kaiser and Vinci would jump Wolfgang and Mark Coffey as they made their way to the ring for their second round match. That attack would eventually be a big reason why Gallus would lose their second round match. Then we kind of saw a little back and forth between these two teams, attacking one another. Then Joe Coffey would attack Gunther backstage as Gunther was on his way to the ring for a match. Then again, we had basically an all-out war between all 6 men. We were supposed to have a 6-man tag match at SummerSlam. And then in the lead up to that, we would see Gunther injure the knee of Joe Coffey, taking him out of action. So that match did not happen at SummerSlam. And then it was a couple weeks back, Joe Coffey would make his return. He would come through the crowd and attack Gunther after a match. And that's when Nick Aldis would come out and basically lay out what this match was going to be and where it was going to take place. Kaiser with a cover. And Imperium will be victorious here inside of War Games. I don't know if this is going to put an end to this bitter rivalry, but you got to think that both teams probably ready to pivot and go in a different direction. Next up, we've got Jade Cargill. She's going to be going one-on-one with the Queen, Charlotte Flair. Our road to this one, we saw Jade and Charlotte one-on-one in the ring. And Charlotte would get the win. But then after the match, she would get in a little extra work and attack Jade. We've yet to actually hear from Charlotte, but look, the landscape of the women's division in WCW over the last few months has gotten really crazy. The competition, strong as ever. We've got a lot of new ladies that have come over to WCW from the draft. We've got some new recent signings, like Lyra Valkyria, who had an awesome performance in a non-title match against our WCW Women's Champion Raquel Rodriguez. Did come up on the losing end, but very impressive in that match. But you've got a lot more competition, and I don't know if maybe it's just frustration of the situation of how things are right now, but Charlotte kind of took that out on Jade. Jade is fairly new to the WCW roster. She was drafted over back in the spring. And so Jade would return the favor the following week when Charlotte was to have a one-on-one match against Natalya. That match would not take place as Jade would attack Charlotte. And then they would just kind of go back and forth over the next couple of weeks. And look, whether you like what Charlotte did or don't like what Charlotte did, she's trying to solidify her position. Again, a lot of new competition here. She doesn't want to get lost in the shuffle, but the same could also be said for Jade. She's trying to establish herself here in WCW. And sometimes you've got to go eye for an eye in these situations. Here at Fall Brawl, though, it's going to be the Queen who is victorious as she picks up the win against Jade Cargill. Next, we've got a last man standing match between Carlito and Ilya Dragunov. Now, this is another one that's kind of been going for a couple of months. We saw in our lead up to SummerSlam, there was a number one contenders match to see who would go to SummerSlam to to challenge Ilya Dragunov for the WCW Cruiserweight title. That number one contenders match would be between two former Cruiserweight champions, Dirty Dom and Santos Escobar. Escobar would get the victory. That victory would come with a little help from Carlito. Carlito would make his debut here in the universe. And nobody really knew why he was coming out to assist Santos. Then the following week, we would see Carlito try to steal the Cruiserweight title. So that set up a match between Dragunov and Carlito. And in that one, Santos would come out and be a distraction for Dragunov and help out Carlito. Then at SummerSlam, Carlito would come out in the middle of the match and help Santos Escobar capture the WCW Cruiserweight title. That's also where we learned that that was the reforming of Legado del Fantasma. Now, why Dragunov there interrupted the count? That wasn't very smart. Oh, and a low blow from Carlito. The rage and hatred backstabber. We've all heard the term blind rage, and I think that's exactly what happened with Ilya Dragunov in this one, is that rage has resulted in Carlito walking away with the victory in this last man standing match. Up next, we've got our first championship match of the night. And it is going to be for the WWE United States Championship. Braun Strowman, the challenger. He's looking for his first singles title in the Open Mic universe. And he will be taking on the champ, Bobby Lashley. Strowman, a former one-time WWE Tag Team Champion, earned this opportunity by winning a triple threat number one contenders match against two future Hall of Famers in Sheamus and Randy Orton. And Strowman with the huge opportunity here. Lashley, who has been United States champion, been a very good United States champion for a while, did have a slight slip up during our Great American Bash tour. At our Atlanta stop, it was Kurt Angle Appreciation Night. Appreciation Night that was not put on by the Universe or WWE or WCW. It was Team Angle that put it on. Lashley wanting to give Angle an opportunity there in Atlanta. Angle would walk out of Atlanta with the WWE United States Championship. But Lashley would get it back just a few stops later down on the tour. And Braun Strowman, after a power slam, gets the 1-2-3, and he is your new WWE United States Champion. And that is one big SOB of a U.S. champ. Next, it's going to be Logan Paul taking on CM Punk, the newest addition to the WWE roster. Now, this one came about with Paul doing a lot of complaining that he wasn't getting championship opportunities. He wasn't getting higher profile feuds. since making his return to the universe back at WrestleMania 2 and the Andre the Giant Memorial Battle Royal. So Punk decided to give Logan Paul an opportunity. He had just officially signed with the WWE, and we would see Logan Paul cost CM Punk in a match against Ricochet. Punk would return the favor, and Logan Paul would answer Seth Rollins' open challenge for the Intercontinental title. Then on this past week's SmackDown, it would be CM Punk that would answer the open challenge, and Logan Paul, in kind, would return the favor and cost Punk in that opportunity. CM Punk driving Logan Paul, kind of a pedigree off the top rope. And that is going to do it. CM Punk, your winner as he defeats Logan Paul here at Fall Brawl. We've got our second championship match of the night up next. This one is going to be for the WCW Tag Team titles. And it's going to be a TLC tag match. Former champions, the Motor City Machine Guns, taking on the New Day. This one, kind of a rubber match between these two teams. We saw in the first matchup during the Great American Bash Tour, it ended up being a double countout, which champions advantage. The champions, the Motor City Machine Guns, we'll give them credit for a win in that one. They would meet again at SummerSlam, where the New Day would walk out as two-time WCW Tag Team Champions. After that, Kofi and Woods decided to try to run it back one more time and offered this championship match here at Fall Brawl in maybe the most famous tag team stipulation match we've seen, if nothing else, over the last 25 years, the TLC tag match, made famous by the Hardys, Edge and Christian, the Dudleys. We got Alex Shelley and Woods duking it out there on the top of the ladder. But while this feud has really kind of been, it's been very civil, a lot of respect between these two teams. But just like what we've got in the women's division in WCW, the tag division right now as strong as it's ever been. Shelley ends up on the wrong end of that one, but Sabin able to pull Woods off the ladder. And now Shelley making the climb, but Kofi gets him to jump down. Whoever walks out of here with these tag titles, there is a locker room full of worthy tag teams ready to step up. And Kofi does it. He gets both of those titles down. The New Day will retain and remain your WCW Tag Team Champions. Hell of a match. Look who it is, Bubba and Devon. I guess feeling that the New Day infringed on their gimmick a little bit. Next, it's going to be LA Knight taking on the phenomenal AJ Styles. in a Falls Count Anywhere match. This feud, another one that has just gotten nasty over the last couple of months. You see LA Knight target the WCW United States champion, Drew McIntyre. And in doing so, he did cost AJ a match. It was a non-title match, but that did not sit too well with the Phenomenal One. And so these two would kind of go back and forth. And then McIntyre would also kind of involve himself in it. We would have a triple threat match at SummerSlam where McIntyre would walk out still United States champion. And here comes Carl Anderson. LA Knight distracted, putting his attention in AJ. Able to capitalize on the distraction provided by one of his good brothers, Carl Anderson. This feud had gotten so ugly that both of these men were actually barred this past week from both Nitro and Thunder. After weeks of repeated fights backstage, back in the parking garage of the various arenas we've been in. LA Knight with a elbow drop off the top rope sends AJ into the ropes. Big clothesline. And now Luke Gallows coming out here. Gallows stops the count. The OC definitely making their presence known. AJ with a clothesline takes LA Knight off his feet. This is not the kind of behavior that we have really come to expect from AJ Styles. He has been the foundation of WCW since the start of our universe. Maybe much like what we saw with Charlotte, we got a new crop of talent here. The competition definitely raised. Maybe that pressure just caused AJ to snap, but he gets the victory here thanks to the help from Gallows and Anderson, but very disappointing in what we saw out of AJ Styles here tonight. Next, we've got the WWE Women's Championship on the line. Ivy Nile representing Team Angle. She will have Coach Kurt in her corner, taking on the champ, Liv Morgan. Liv, not only the current WWE Women's Champion, she is also a former one-time WCW Women's Champion. Ivy still looking for her first championship in our universe. And Team Angle also looking for their first championship. Now, they are a fairly new group here in the universe, but Ivy looking to bring some gold back to Team Angle. Great opportunity here against Liv. Ivy, though, kind of called her shot. She attacked the champion, got her attention. Now Angle distracting the ref and Liv. That definitely looked like a 3 count to me, but the ref not paying attention to the action in the ring thanks to the distraction from Kurt Angle on the outside. Ivy dragging Liv over. This is not looking good for the champion. Angle looks on. And Liv, no choice but to tap. We have got a new WWE Women's Champion. And it is Ivy Nile. Congratulations, Ivy.
The following contest is scheduled for one fall. Making his way to the ring, Wrestlemania.
Next, we're going to see Rey Mysterio, Despicable Ray.
Weighing in at 175 pounds, Rey.
Raquel and Dirty Dom in his corner. The LWO. Taking on main event Jey Uso with our WCW World Champion Cody Rhodes in his corner. Jey has had his hands full the last couple of weeks in dealing with the LWO. And it kind of came to a head when Rey would try to use a steel chair to attack Jey after Jey defeated Dom in a one-on-one match. But our world champ Cody would actually come out and save Jey. Jey's fairly new to WCW. He's only been here a couple of months. Doesn't really have many friends, doesn't really have any kind of alliances. But Cody coming out to assist Jey in that one. And then also offered his services to watch his back and be in his corner in this one. Jey is undefeated since joining WCW. And you know that dirtbag Despicable Ray would like nothing more than to give him his first loss. A lot of history between Ray and Cody as well. Frog splash off the top, hooks the leg. Only a 2 count, 2 3/4. Really close call there. Ray can't believe it. Dom trying to distract Jey. Now some heavy shots. Jey hooks the leg. Only a 2 count. This is on the axe handle. Cross body. Another 2 count. Spear from Jey Uso. Now Uso with another cover of his own. And it is 2 count city here at Fall Brawl. Jey makes the climb. Uso splash. Hooks the leg. That might be it. And it is main event. Jey Uso will remain undefeated here in WCW. It's main event time, and in hindsight, maybe we should have got the folks from Family Feud to sponsor this one. Roman Reigns and Jacob Fatu taking on our WWE World Heavyweight Champion, Jimmy Uso, and the People's Champ, The Rock. Now, how we got here, back at SummerSlam, we saw Jimmy overcome unbelievable odds, making his way through the Tribal Gauntlet, reaching the end, which was a world title match against Roman Reigns. It was an Iron Man match inside Hell in a Cell. Jimmy was victorious. And as shocking as a result of that was, not that he beat Roman, but that he was able to defeat the Tribal Gauntlet and then become champion at the end of the night. But just as the show was going off the air, we would see The Rock make his return, and he would choke slam his cousin Roman Reigns. And this is actually the first time we've seen Roman since SummerSlam. The Rock would come out and explain why he attacked his cousin. That from afar, he has not liked the way that Roman has been running things with the bloodline. And he issued a challenge here at Fall Brawl. Tag team match, Roman and any other member of the bloodline against Rock and Jimmy. We would get no response from Roman for weeks. But in the meantime, in the silence, we would see members of the bloodline kind of get picked off. First, it was Tonga Loa. He was attacked back in the parking garage. Then, Tama Tonga left laid out backstage. Then Solo Sikoa. Roman would send the wise man out this past week on SmackDown and accept the challenge and say that it would be Jacob that would be teaming with him. Then we saw Jacob actually attack Jimmy backstage later on in the night. Jacob really, he's been the only one in there. He's kind of been in the driver's seat. Now it looks like Roman wants in. And Jacob just laid out Roman Reigns. What the hell is that all about? Wow. I don't know. Like, is that because maybe he feels he's done all the heavy lifting up to this point and now Roman wants in the match? I'm guessing maybe he doesn't realize that Roman did break up the sharpshooter. Or is it because Roman went radio silent after SummerSlam and Jacob and the rest of the bloodline were kind of left to kind of handle tribal business without a tribal chief? This has turned into a handicap match. I still cannot wrap my head around what we just saw. What the hell does this mean for the bloodline? What does this mean for Roman Reigns? Jimmy with the cover. And Rock and Jimmy will be victorious here in our main event. And Rock sending the tribal chief out of the ring. Unbelievable, guys. Wow. Thank you so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed Fall Brawl. Happy Halloween. Welcome to Halloween Havoc. Here at the Open Mic Network, we're the house that's giving out the full-size candy bars tonight. We'll have some tricks. We'll have some treats. 8 matches, 7 championships on the line. Hope everybody is dressed up in their favorite Halloween costume for this one. We're starting off the night with a first in the Open Mic universe. An underground match. No ropes or turnbuckles. Pinfalls don't mean a thing. The only way that you can win is by knockout, submission, or referee stoppage. And there are some very lucky fans that will surround the ring for this one. And it's going to be the WWE Intercontinental Championship on the line. Champion Seth freaking Rollins, who has been the epitome of fighting champion since SummerSlam when he won the belt from Braun Breaker. Pretty much on a weekly basis, he has held an Intercontinental Open Challenge and successfully defended the belt each and every time. That is until Damian Priest decided that he wanted to take advantage of the Open Challenge. He jumped Seth before the match, trying to get the leg up on Rollins. Didn't work. Seth was able to come away with the victory. But Priest couldn't just let it go. He would then make sure that nobody else was able to take advantage of the Open Challenge. And after weeks of basically preventing that match from taking place, that opened up another opportunity for him here at Halloween Havoc. These fans that are surrounding the ring, wise to move out of the way of the action. And how cool is it? They showed up tonight for Halloween Havoc, and they were randomly selected to get an up-close view of this match, closer than anyone else has ever gotten here in the open mic universe. And if this was an alternate WWE universe, they would probably be charging for this experience. Not here at the Open Mic Network, not here in the Open Mic universe. We believe in rewarding those that are supporting our product. And so these fans around the ring were not charged anything extra to be able to experience this. While at the end of the night, I may not be up here talking about breaking any kind of financial records, we know that these people are going home with a story of a lifetime. And we hope that they are enjoying this action right here. Seth gets Damian in a pedigree. And a curb stomp. And that is going to be the knockout blow. Seth freaking Rollins, your winner. And he is still your WWE Intercontinental Champion. Up next, we've got a match for the WCW Women's Championship. Lyra Valkyria taking on Raquel Rodriguez of the LWO. Lyra, the newest member of the WCW Women's Division. She would make her first appearances back in July during the Great American Bash Tour. And then she would officially join WCW back in August. And in a short amount of time, she has put together a pretty impressive resume. She's picked up some big wins. She actually had a non-title match against Raquel about a month ago and came very close to defeating the champ. And a few weeks back, Raquel came out to the ring kind of boasting that they ought to just go ahead and put her in the Hall of Fame. She has defeated everyone that's been in her way. There's really nothing more for her to accomplish. And Lyra would come out and remind her that she only escaped their previous match, really by the skin of her teeth. 2 count there. Nice drop kick off the middle turnbuckle. Unfortunately for Lyra, she's got nobody in her corner and Dirty Dom in Raquel's corner. We know how the LWO operate. They love the numbers advantage. They love the numbers game. Raquel gets Lyra up. Tejana bomb. And that will be enough for Raquel to get the victory. The WCW Women's Championship stays with the LWO as Raquel Rodriguez is your winner. Next, we got tag team action. The WWE tag team titles up for grabs here. The Creed brothers representing Team Angle. They will have Kurt Angle in their corner. They will be taking on the WWE tag team champions, Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn. Owens and Zayn have been the champs since SummerSlam. They won a tournament to crown new champions after the titles were vacated. It's been kind of a rough week for Kevin Owens, though. Up until Monday night, up until Raw, he was also the WWE European champion. He was mandated to defend the title. So he had a championship match this past week on Raw against another member of Team Angle, Chad Gable. Which is really bad timing. You've got this big tag team title match. All your attention, all your focus has been kind of focused on the Creeds, getting ready for this match. Owens came into that WWE European title defense truthfully not 100% locked in. And credit to Chad Gable, he was able to take advantage of it. And Team Angle has been locking up gold here as of late. Ivy Nile is the WWE Women's Champion. Now Chad Gable, the WWE European Champion. And here tonight, the Creeds looking to bring some more gold back to the fold. Zayn able to get that shoulder up just in the nick of time. You see the Olympic gold medalist very intently watching on. Julius in some trouble here. And Sammy turning his back, but turns around right into a haluva kick. Julius able to come in and stop the count. Blue Thunder bomb from Sami Zayn. And that's going to do it. Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn, your winners. A successful defense for these two as they remain WWE Tag Team Champions. Up next, we've got a hardcore match between Nia Jax and Becky Lynch. This is our one non-title match, one non-championship match that we have on tonight's card. Becky, one of the most decorated women in the open mic universe, multiple-time WWE Women's Champion, multiple-time WCW Women's Champion. Nia Jax still looking for her first championship in the open mic universe. The road leading to this one, we saw these two meet a few weeks back on SmackDown. It was actually a really good match. Becky was victorious in that one. And Nia, after the match, not too happy with the result. Nia's unhappiness with that result would carry over to the following week's show. Becky on her way to the ring for another match. Nia would attack her from behind. And then they would actually brawl some more after that particular match. This past week, Nia and Becky were in the role of manager. Nia in the corner of her cousin Tamina, Becky in the corner of Bayley. And then in the middle of that match, these two just couldn't stay away from each other. Becky sent over the top rope and on top of the ladder. That is a bad place to be. But those two couldn't stay away from each other. They would both enter the ring. Surprisingly, neither one laid a hand on the other, but the referee still removed them from ringside and sent them to the back. Now Becky climbing up to the top rope. Goes through Nia through the ladder. That ladder has been obliterated. Nia trying to fight out here. But she doesn't tap. Reversal. Becky sent into the corner. Headbutt from Nia Jax. And this is not good if you're Becky Lynch. Oh man, all that weight crushing down on Becky. And somehow Becky Lynch able to kick out, moves out of the way. Sends Nia into the corner. From the second turnbuckle, manhandle slam, hooks the leg. And Becky Lynch is your winner. Wow. What a performance from Becky Lynch. She gets the last laugh here at Halloween Havoc as she defeats Nia Jax. Up next, it's going to be the WCW United States Championship on the line. Jey Uso with the biggest opportunity that he's had since coming over to WCW. He'll be taking on the man that has held that United States Championship for 10 months. He won it back at last year's Starrcade. And he has been on a run of destruction. The Scottish psychopath, Drew McIntyre. Jay, though, coming into this one undefeated since joining WCW, since coming over to WCW. Jay was on the WWE brand. And during the Great American Bash Tour, he would become WWE World Heavyweight Champion, defeating his cousin Roman Reigns. Jay, though, would find himself cashed in on by the Money in the Bank briefcase holder, Ricochet. Ricochet, a member of the WCW roster, was successful with his cash-in, defeated Jay, became the WWE World Champion. And because the cash-in happened across brands, because Jay lost, a new stipulation that got put into place this year, if a member of the opposite brand cashed in and the champion loses, the champion would then be sent to the other brand to replace that winner on their previous roster. And so Jay's been very impressive since coming over to WCW. McIntyre cut a pretty scathing promo on Jay, kind of making fun of Jay, that everybody keeps asking when Uso would be getting a shot at the United States Championship. Drew saying he's not been impressed one bit since Jay has come over from the WWE. They would end up having an impromptu match, and Jay would get the victory. And then from that time, Drew McIntyre has made Jay Uso's life a living hell. Earlier this week, attacking Jay backstage and leaving him unconscious in the back. Which, if you're Jay, if you're the challenger, that's not a predicament or a situation you want to find yourself in. DDT to McIntyre. Now Jay going to the corner. Super kick. Uso with the cover. Only a 1 there. Now Uso going up top. Uso splash. Goes for the cover again. Only a 2 this time. Jay going back to work on the Scottish psychopath. Good block from Jay. Super kick again. Jay goes back to the top rope. Another Uso splash. Hooks the leg. And Jay Uso has done it. Jay Uso is your new WCW United States Champion, and the crowd is yeeting with the new champ.
The following contest is a tag team.
Next, we're going to see the WCW tag team titles on the line.
WCW World Tag
The New Day defending against the Dudley Boys. The legends, the Hall of Famers, the Dudleys, not a member of the WCW brand or the WWE brand. But they would show up last month at Fall Brawl after the New Day successfully defended the tag team titles against the Motor City Machine Guns in a TLC tag match. And the Dudleys kind of took exception with the New Day using the match that they kind of helped put on the map. We had a singles match earlier this week between Xavier Woods and Devon Dudley. And the winner of that one got to pick the stipulation for this match. Devon was the one who was victorious, and he and Bubba chose a tables match. Which, as much as they're really credited with the history of the TLC tag match, the match that the Dudleys are most known for is the tables match. So you got to think in this one, even though the Dudleys are not active members of the universe, you got to think advantage Dudleys. Devon sent to the outside. Kofi probably should turn his attention towards Bubba and help Woods, but decides to focus on Devon. Bubba moves out of the way. You got to think, if you're the New Day, you got to try to work together. Now Bubba getting a table set up in the ring. Devon takes out Woods on the outside. And Kofi in a really bad spot here as Kofi goes through the table. And the Dudleys, your new WCW Tag Team Champions. I guess this means Bubba and Devon will be spending some more time outside of retirement now that they are the new WCW Tag Team Champions. Next, we've got our first of two world title matches. This one is going to be for the WCW World Heavyweight title. We are going to have a special guest referee in charge of this one, LA Knight. The challenger, AJ Styles. You know AJ not happy that LA Knight picked to be the special guest referee tonight. He'll be taking on the champion, the American Nightmare, Cody Rhodes. AJ, a former multiple-time WCW World Champion. He has been the foundation of WCW since the very beginning of our universe. Then we saw back at Fall Brawl last month, really even before Fall Brawl, we started kind of seeing a little bit of change in attitude out of AJ. Some of that was brought on by LA Knight. LA Knight coming over to WCW in this past year's draft. Knight trying to make an opportunity for himself by targeting Drew McIntyre. He kind of did it at the expense of AJ Styles. That didn't really sit too well with AJ. AJ and Knight would be involved in a triple threat match for the WCW United States Championship against Drew McIntyre at SummerSlam. Drew would retain that night, but the bad blood between Knight and Styles would continue. They would have a Falls Count Anywhere match at Fall Brawl, and during that match we would see both Carl Anderson and Luke Gallows come out and interfere in the match. In the end, AJ would get the victory. LA Knight and Cody having words, and AJ taking advantage of it. Goes Cody over for a calf crusher, but Knight right there to call for the rope break. And then AJ, we found out that night, that was actually the final night that Luke Gallows and Carl Anderson were under contract. AJ not too happy, feeling that his buddies were not offered a proper contract renewal. AJ said he was done doing what was best for WCW. He was going to start doing what was best for AJ Styles. And that meant getting back his WCW World Heavyweight title. Cody would tell him anytime, any place, and that's how we got here to this one at Halloween Havoc. Cody, with a crossroads, hooks the leg. 2. That was a little bit of a quick count from LA Knight. I thought Knight called it pretty much down the middle, but that was that count from 2 to 3 was a little bit quick. But Cody Rhodes retains, and he remains your WCW World Heavyweight Champion. Now it's time for the main event. The Rock, the High Chief of the Bloodline, since Rock made his return back at SummerSlam, he has turned the WWE upside down and sideways. He showed up at the end of SummerSlam and chokeslammed his cousin Roman Reigns. It looked like Rock was siding with the WWE World Champion Jimmy Uso. He and Jimmy would team up to take on Roman Reigns and Jacob Fatu at Fall Brawl. In the middle of that match, we would see Jacob basically bail on Roman. It didn't really make sense at the time.
Introducing the challenger from Miami, Florida.
Then in the Raw following Fall Brawl, Jacob would come back out and challenge Jimmy for a match. And The Rock in that match would show up and turn on Jimmy. He basically gave an edict, an ultimatum to our world champion Jimmy Uso that he show up, hand over the WWE World Heavyweight title, and acknowledge him as the High Chief of the Bloodline. Jimmy said, hell no. And then it started getting really bad for Jimmy. Jimmy would get attacked out in the parking lot by Tama Tonga and Tonga Loa. And as you can see, they are a part of this new bloodline, along with Jacob Fatu. But if there's one thing we could say about Jimmy, yes, looking at the surface, looking at this, the odds not looking good for him. But let's look back at SummerSlam. Remember, it's only been 2 months, but look back to SummerSlam. He's all alone. His brother shipped to WCW. And he's forced to deal with the bloodline all by himself. And so he starts to take the fight to the bloodline one by one, attacking them in the back, interfering in their matches. Roman finally had enough. He said, clearly, you want to get your hands on me. So if you want to do that, you've got one opportunity, the Tribal Gauntlet, which meant in one night for Jimmy to reach Roman Reigns, he would have to defeat Tama Tonga and Tonga Loa in a handicap match. Then he would have to defeat Solo Sikoa, his younger brother, in a fight pit. Then he would have to defeat Jacob Fatu in a last man standing match. He did all three of those. And he earned an opportunity, earned a shot at Roman Reigns in an Iron Man match inside Hell in a Cell at the end of the night at SummerSlam. He would go on to defeat Roman and become the new world champion. So we've seen Jimmy Uso completely destroy the odds in the past. Can he do it here? Uso splash misses as Rock gets out of the way. Spine buster. You can tell by the crowd, they are not behind the People's Champion. They were at first when it looked like he was coming in to kind of help Jimmy deal with the bloodline. But The Rock just proving how selfish he is. The Rock doesn't care about the WWE, doesn't care about the WWE universe, doesn't even care about his own family. Jimmy distracted by the bloodline. And that allows Rock to hit a rock bottom. And that is going to do it. Damn. The Rock, your new WWE World Heavyweight Champion. And there is no telling what this means for the future of the WWE. But it can't be good. The High Chief of the Bloodline, now the World Champion. I can tell you now, you're not going to want to miss Raw. Things are about to get interesting, and I don't think it's going to be in a good way. Thanks for watching Halloween Havoc. We'll see you next time. Welcome to Survivor Series, and this is the third installment of Survivor Series in the history of the open mic universe. So many big moments that have happened at Survivor Series over the years. Originally a Thanksgiving Day or Thanksgiving Eve event for WWE. It's where The Undertaker made his debut. It's also where the Montreal Screwjob took place. But here, in the open mic universe, it's WWE versus WCW, and there's a lot on the line here tonight. These first three matches are a best 2 out of 3. The winning brand in that 2 out of 3 earns the advantage in the main event men's War Games match, and the winner of that one earns the final 4 spots in the men's and women's Royal Rumble, gets to main event night 2 of WrestleMania, and earns the first pick in the next draft. So much on the line here tonight in regards to our universe. And it really shapes up not only what's to come in the next 2 to 3 months, 6 months, but also the next year plus. And a lot of careers could change because of the outcome of tonight's events. Our opening match is going to be a women's War Games match. And out first representing the WWE. It's Shayna Baszler. She's going to match up against Rhea Ripley from WCW. And I can't think of two better women to kick off the night as well as kick off the Women's War Games match. We've seen kind of a unique way that the captains of both of these teams selected their teammates. On the WWE side, Ivy Nile choosing Shayna Baszler and Asuka. And then her final teammate, Becky Lynch, was decided in a battle royal earlier this week on Raw. On the WCW side, Captain Raquel Rodriguez selecting Charlotte Flair and Rhea Ripley. And then she was down to Jade Cargill and Bianca Belair. And the two of them had to battle it out in a steel cage this week on Nitro to earn the final spot. It went both ways. It went back and forth. Looked like Jade was going to pull it off, but Bianca able to escape the cage and earn her spot here on Team WCW. These two now going at it in that in-between ring area here. Now, this opening War Games match, the advantage was decided at random. And as you see, Asuka getting some toys to add to the ring. It was WWE who got that advantage here in this Women's War Games match. Now, Rhea, for the next little bit, having to contend with both Asuka and Shayna Baszler. Now Rhea with some help on the way. And it is Bianca Belair. Bianca coming out, and we'll kind of even up the odds a little bit here. She hits Asuka with a drop kick and then a bulldog to Shayna. Now Asuka suplexing Bianca through a table. Asuka goes up to the second rope there, wanting Bianca to her feet. Missile drop kick. And now using a chair on the EST. Becky Lynch on her way out. Before she enters the ring, she's going to add some weapons of her own. Kendo stick and table. As the first table that was added in, Bianca Belair went through. Becky not done there. She's looking to add some more. Grabs a chair this time. Now, if you're not familiar with how War Games works, every 2 minutes a new competitor comes out until all 8 competitors are in the ring. And when that happens, War Games officially begins. And then from that moment forward, pinfall or submission wins the match. Shayna using that table on Rhea. Here comes the Queen to even things out for WCW. Becky and Charlotte, a lot of history between those two ladies. Asuka with a hip attack to Charlotte. Shayna power bombs Rhea Ripley. Tries to hit her with a stop sign, but Rhea able to block the attack. Ivy Nile now in the ring as all the women, all the members of Team WWE are now in War Games as she is cracking that kendo stick over Bianca Belair. That countdown means that Raquel Rodriguez is on her way. Of course, not without stopping to add a trash can to the mix. Now War Games officially underway. And from this moment forward, a successful pinfall or submission earns your team a victory. And for your particular brand, whether it's WWE or WCW, it gives you that first win that you need to try to help your brand earn the man advantage in tonight's main event. Bianca almost getting a count there, but Ivy breaking it up. Bianca going for the cover here. Only gets a 2. Now both Asuka and Raquel Rodriguez looking for a 3 count. Becky able to kick out. And so does Charlotte. Now Bianca using the table as a weapon. Becky with the save for Team WWE. Shayna Baszler under the table as Charlotte connects. Hooks the leg. And that's going to do it. Team WCW victorious here in this women's War Games match. And that's a huge win for WCW, as all they need to do is win one more of the following 2 matches to earn the advantage for their team in the men's War Games match tonight in our main event. Next, we've got the first of 2 of our traditional Survivor Series elimination tag matches. We've got Ilya Dragunov, Big Bronson Reed, Santos Escobar, and Omos representing WCW. And on the WWE side, we've got Braun Breaker, Karrion Kross, Damian Priest, and Gunther. Breaker and Dragunov exchanging blows back and forth. Now, the way that these elimination tag matches work is essentially you're trying to eliminate everybody from the opposing team. So, pinfalls, submissions, countouts, or disqualifications will get you closer to winning this match. Now, originally, at the beginning of when Survivor Series started, this was what Survivor Series was. It was team-based elimination survival matches, essentially. Then over time, they kind of got away from this style of match. And in some years, it was all just a regular style pay-per-view where you had singles and tag matches just like any other pay-per-view on the calendar. I'm a big fan of this style, especially the way that we do it here in the Open Mic universe, because it is brand versus brand, and I think it works just really well, along with the War Games matches that have kind of taken over Survivor Series in modern times. Another first with Survivor Series, back in the day, it was the location of the original Elimination Chamber match, as Karrion Kross not able to make it back into the ring. We've got our first elimination as WWE down to Gunther, Braun Breaker, and Damian Priest. Reed able to make the tag, and in is Big Omos. This is quite a unique team when you look at WCW. You've got 2 monsters, 2 giants in Big Bronson Reed and Omos, and then you've got maybe 2 of the best that the Cruiserweight division has to offer in WCW, in Ilya Dragunov and the current Cruiserweight champion Santos Escobar. Reed gets Breaker up and drops him down on his knee. Now Santos Escobar in for the first time. As he eats an elbow from Breaker. Now the badass ready to get down to business as he lowers the straps. Hits a spear. Goes for the cover, but Omos in to make the save. Breaker going back to his football days. Escobar able to make the tag, and in comes Dragunov. Just because Ilya Dragunov is a cruiserweight, he's one of the toughest guys on the WCW roster. Goes for the cover. Breaker in to stop the count. Uh-oh. Damian Priest. He didn't move Omos, he just angered him there. Big splash to Damian Priest. Not very often Damian Priest is not one of the bigger guys in the ring, but when you're in there with Omos, everybody looks tiny. Bronson Reed really missing the mark there as Priest is able to make the tag. Frankensteiner from Braun Breaker. Now a suplex. Tags in the ring general, who decides to turn his back and allow Bronson Reed to make the tag. And I think had he got to Bronson, he may have got a 3 count on big Bronson Reed. That really took a lot out of him. Escobar eats a boot from Priest. Back in comes Damian Priest. He and Gunther working together. And now Priest lowering the straps. Gets Escobar up in a razor's edge. Drives him down into the mat. Hooks the leg. Here comes Dragunov now. Hey, there's no love lost between Ilya Dragunov and Santos Escobar. But Dragunov knows what's on the line here as he goes to bail, and his teammate, Escobar, able to get Damian Priest up there with kind of a surprise roll-up. And now WWE down to 2 with Gunther and Braun Breaker, and now Omos. That took a lot out of him as well as Gunther. Now he makes the tag, and in comes the Mad Dragon. Reversal there, knee to the face from Gunther. Breaker with the cover. And the first member of WCW is eliminated, and Breaker hits a spear on the referee. The ref is down. Tags in Gunther. Reed in some trouble here. Escobar with the save. Now Bronson Reed fighting his way out, and he does. Reed. Gunther unable to get out of the way. And now Reed and Escobar working together. In comes Omos, sends Gunther to the outside. Now Gunther fighting his way off the shoulders of Omos. Gets Omos back into the ring. Gets the big man up, folding power bomb, but Santos again able to come in and make the save. And Braun Breaker now able to reap the benefits, reap the rewards of Gunther's hard work. Omos eliminated. Now we are tied 2-2 here. Breakker looking for a spear, but Bronson Reed able to get out of the way. Bronson Reed with the cover. Breakker able to get that shoulder up. Makes the tag. In comes Santos Escobar. Breakker with the tag to Gunther. Escobar not wasting any time. And Gunther has been eliminated. It is now down to Braun Breakker as the final member of the WWE team. Spear to Santos Escobar. Hooks the leg. Santos Escobar eliminated. It's down to Big Bronson Reed and Braun Breakker. There is history between these two in our universe. Year 2 in WCW. The WCW United States Championship was brought back. And in the tournament to crown the new champion, these two would meet in the finals, and Bronson Reed would walk out as the new champion. Breakker going to the corner. Hits a spear on Big Bronson Reed. Hooks the leg. And Braun Breakker able to survive. And he picks up the win for his team. So now we are tied 1-1. And it all comes down to this traditional Survivor Series elimination tag match. The winner of this one, the winning brand in this match, will earn for their brand, for their company, the advantage, the man advantage, which could be key for their brand in the Men's War Games match in our main event. Representing the WWE, it's Randy Orton, Sheamus, WWE United States Champion Braun Strowman, and WWE Intercontinental Champion Seth freaking Rollins. On the WCW side, representing the LWO, Dirty Dom and Despicable Rey Mysterio, Shinsuke Nakamura, and Drew McIntyre. And on that WCW side, there's a lot of former champions representing WCW. Rey, former multiple-time WCW Cruiserweight Champion, multiple-time WCW World Champion. Dirty Dom, a former WWE Intercontinental Champion, former WCW Cruiserweight Champion. Shinsuke Nakamura, a former WWE United States Champion, former WCW Television Champion, as well as former WCW Tag Champion. And Drew McIntyre, he has held the WCW Television title, WCW World Heavyweight title, and also the WCW United States Championship. So a lot of championship pedigree on that WCW side. Nakamura able to make the tag to Dom. And Orton doing a little celebrating, kind of turned his back on Dirty Dom. You cannot trust Dom or Rey. 619 connects to the Viper. Goes for the cover. Rollins in to make the save. Moonsault. Hooks the leg. But Orton able to get his shoulder up. Now in the Scottish Psychopath. Hits a Claymore. And now turning his back on Braun Strowman. That probably wasn't wise. Orton not the legal man there. Big power slam from Strowman. Dom in to make the save. McIntyre moving out of the way there. And now Sheamus able to tag in. Hits a brogue kick on Drew McIntyre. McIntyre slides out the back, takes out the knee of Sheamus. And now McIntyre, Claymore connects. We've got our first elimination in this one as Drew McIntyre eliminates Sheamus. Team WWE now down to 3. Running slam there from Braun Strowman. Ray in to make the save. Now in is Seth freaking Rollins. Buckle bomb to McIntyre. Goes for a quick cover. Now Drew McIntyre eliminated. It is now evened up at 3 apiece. Look at Dirty Dom. Turning the tide there. Sends Rollins into his corner. Makes the tag to his dirtbag dad. Rollins somehow able to reverse out as he makes the tag. In comes Braun Strowman with a boot to the face. Gets Ray up, running power slam. Rey Mysterio has been eliminated. And now it's down to 3 from the WWE. Braun Strowman, Randy Orton, and Seth freaking Rollins. And 2 on the WCW side, Shinsuke Nakamura and Dirty Dom. Orton with the cover. Only gets a 2. Nakamura able to slide out and take out the Viper's knee. Kinshasa. But Strowman able to break up the count again. Takes out the Viper. And that is enough. Randy Orton eliminated. Now we are down to 2 apiece. Reversal as Shinsuke Nakamura hits an RKO on Rollins. Strowman with the save. Now back in comes Nakamura. Rollins gets out. Now lifts Nakamura up and drives him back down into the mat. Strowman trying to fight his way out here. Oh man, Strowman. Rollins in for the save. Dirty Dom with a frog splash off the top rope. Hooks the leg. Braun Strowman eliminated. It is down to Seth freaking Rollins. For the WWEs, he's got to fight off Dom and Nakamura. Pedigree. Dom somehow able to get his shoulder up. Curb stomp. Again with another cover. And Dirty Dom eliminated. It is down to Seth freaking Rollins and Shinsuke Nakamura. Rollins gets out of the way. And now stretching Nakamura back. Just wrenching back on his head and his neck. But somehow, Nakamura able to escape. Knee to Rollins in the corner. Suplex off the top rope. Nakamura on that second turnbuckle. Kinshasa. He can hit it from anywhere. And that will do it. Shinsuke Nakamura picking up the win for his team, representing WCW. Drew McIntyre, Dirty Dom, and Despicable Rey Mysterio. And that means that in this match, our main event, WCW has earned the man advantage here in our men's War Games match. We talked about debuts, big moments that have happened in the history of Survivor Series. Survivor Series is also where The Rock made his debut back in 1996 at Madison Square Garden. He was known as Rocky Maivia back then. He was a long way from The Rock. But this is where he made his WWE debut. Team WCW, captained by WCW World Champion Cody Rhodes. He's joined by AJ Styles and R-Truth. And the man that will kick things off for Team WCW here in War Games, the WCW United States Champion, main event, Jey Uso. And to get things started for Team WWE, it's Tama Tonga, who's one half of the WWE Tag Team Champions. And on the Raw after Halloween Havoc, when The Rock came out and announced that it would be the Bloodline, his Bloodline, that would be representing WWE in this War Games match, Jay went to Cody and he begged and he pleaded and made his case as to why he needed to be on Team WCW and why he needed to be in this match. Because if there's anyone in our universe that knows firsthand the damage that The Rock has done since he made his return back at SummerSlam, it's Jey Uso. It's not about Roman or Solo. It hits more close to home for Jey. It's about his twin brother Jimmy. Somebody who trusted The Rock. Somebody who teamed with Rock to help put an end to Roman and the Bloodline. Only to see Rock turn on Jimmy and eventually take the WWE World Heavyweight Championship from him. And so Jey wanted in on this match. He wants to get his hands on Rock. He wants to get his hands on the Bloodline. And while there's not a lot of people in WWE that are willing to speak up right now against The Rock, we saw Seth freaking Rollins do it a few weeks ago. But people know the kind of power that Rock wields. We heard Rock on SmackDown just a few days ago, when he came out and said that back in the Attitude Era, he put WCW out of business, and he's going to do it all over again. And you got somebody like Cody Rhodes who takes issue with that statement. And it's not because he's the world champion or that he represents WCW. Think back, his dad worked for WCW when they went out of business. He knows what that did to his family and a lot of other families that lost the ability to keep a roof over their head or food on their table. And so if that means that he needs to fight off The Rock in this bloodline, so be it. R-Truth now joining the action. And look, all this is done is really, we're seeing the real Rock, the real Dwayne Johnson. He's not the guy that for a long time people thought and believed was the people's champ, was the people's champion. The Rock doesn't care about the people. The Rock cares about himself. His career in Hollywood has started to go down. People don't really believe in him anymore like they used to. And so that's why he's back. He's back in the business that for years he took and took and took from. And now he's back to take even more, to try to take it all. He wants to rule all of wrestling. And this War Games match, it's not just about what's on the line in our universe. It's about the future of wrestling. Rock now in the ring. War Games officially underway. Cody hitting a crossroads. The first team that can get a pinfall or a submission will win War Games. Which team will be able to get it done as AJ tosses Tama Tonga into the other ring, but The Rock right on him. Suplex to the American Nightmare. The Rock dropping R-Truth down on that top rope. Tonga Loa. Spear there from Jey Uso. This is mayhem here. AJ makes the save. Jacob Fatu covering Cody. If there's any question as to whether or not AJ can be trusted, he knows what's on the line here. Only a 2 count there. Now Jay getting his, had his hands on The Rock before Jacob clobbered him with the stop sign. Tonga Loa with the cover to AJ Styles, and that will do it. The Bloodline representing WWE wins War Games What does this mean for the open mic universe? If we thought The Rock was bad coming into Survivor Series, imagine how emboldened he's going to feel after this victory. Good night from Survivor Series. For the third time in the open mic universe, the Open Mic Network presents Starrcade. We're going to kick things off tonight with tag team action. We've got R-Truth teaming up with the WCW United States Champion. Main event Jey Uso. They will be taking on the team from the LWO, Despicable Rey Mysterio, and a spoiled brat of a son, Dirty Dominic. Now, if you are here for the first time, let's run through why this match is taking place, the catalyst that got this feud started. And it all goes back to Survivor Series. Our universe, the brand split is WWE and WCW. And Survivor Series is the one time a year that it is brand versus brand. And there's a lot at stake in that matchup. The winning brand secures in both the men's and women's Royal Rumble matches the final four entrants. They also get the main event spot of night 2 of WrestleMania. And they get the first pick in the next upcoming draft. Now, WCW, over the course of Survivor Series, had a very good night. They were able to earn the man advantage in the main event, which was the men's War Games match. And then in that men's War Games match is where everything is on the line. Representing Team WWE, it was the Bloodline, the new Bloodline. Captained by the High Chief, the Final Boss, and the WWE World Champion, The Rock. He was joined by Jacob Fatu, Tama Tonga, and Tonga Loa. On the WCW side, Captain Cody Rhodes led his team, consisting of Jey Uso, R-Truth, and the phenomenal AJ Styles. And while Team WCW did have a great showing in that match, in the end, it was the Bloodline and the team from WWE who would walk out of War Games, walk out of Survivor Series the winners. And coming out of Survivor Series, Dom, being the jerk that he is, being the spoiled brat that he is, decided to go on social media and try to pin all the blame on WCW's loss on R-Truth. Even though it was AJ Styles who took the pinfall in that loss. Truth would challenge either Tom or Nick Mysterio. He didn't care which one. It was actually Dom that accepted the challenge. And those two would have a one-on-one match. And after the match, Ray, along with Dom, would try to use a chair against Truth. Jey Uso would come out and make the save. And then over the last couple of weeks, it would kind of build between these four. And that's what got us here to Starrcade. Truth with the cover. And 3. And kicking off Starrcade, R-Truth. And main event Jey Uso pick up the win against Despicable Ray and Dirty Dom. Next, we've got the WWE Women's Championship on the line. Nia Jax, accompanied by her cousin, The Rock, will be taking on the champion, Ivy Nile. Now, coming out of Survivor Series, a night that was a big night for the WWE, a big night for the Bloodline, a big night for the world champ, The Rock. There were two people he said let him down at Survivor Series. One being the captain of the women's War Games team, the champion Ivy Nile. The other, the Intercontinental Champion, Seth freaking Rollins. And he said he would deal with both of them accordingly. And his way of dealing with them was to basically sick the bloodline on them. Nia Jax targeting Nile, and Jacob Fatu setting his sights on Seth freaking Rollins. Those two will meet later in the night. This is the biggest opportunity Nia Jax has had in our universe. She's only been in the universe really less than a year. But now that The Rock is in power in WWE, now that he has brought Nia Jax into the fold, the Bloodline already has the WWE World Championship. They already have the tag team titles, which are carried by Tama Tonga and Tonga Loa. And here at Starrcade, they're looking to lock up the WWE Women's Championship, as well as the Intercontinental Championship later in the night. Jax driving Nile into the mat, all that weight crushing down on Ivy Nile. Nile, a member of Team Angle, which is why Kurt Angle is in her corner. Jax trying to get Nile up, and she does. Drives her into the mat from the second turnbuckle. Hooks the leg. And Nia Jax defeats Ivy Nile, and she is your new WWE Women's Champion. The Bloodline just secured even more championship gold. Next, we're going to see Karrion Kross and Braun Strowman as they do battle here tonight for Strowman's WWE United States Championship. It's been a good couple of months for Karrion Kross. We saw coming out of the draft, he really tried to make his presence known. He was previously in WCW. Set his sights on Seth Rollins, who to me was the MVP last year on the WWE side. Didn't really work out so well for him. But Kross did find himself on one of the teams at Survivor Series, the traditional elimination tag matches. His team, one of the teams that was victorious for WWE. Strowman, on the other hand, a part of another team representing WWE, the Rollins team, that was not victorious at Survivor Series. So I think you've seen Kross kind of develop a little bit of an added edge, not that he needed it. But he's been on a pretty good run, and we'll see a little bit later in the night. AOP, that was originally with Kross in Final Testament. That group getting basically disbanded from the draft. Kross comes over to WWE. Paul Ellering and AOP stay in WCW. And while not together, both Cross and AOP have an opportunity to walk out of Starrcade as champions. Cross rolls Strowman over. Only gets a 2 as Strowman able to get that shoulder up. Cross again with a cover, hooking the leg. And Karrion Kross, the winner and new WWE United States Champion. Next, it's the TLC tag match for the WCW Tag Team titles. We talked about it a little bit earlier. Karrion Kross able to win the WWE United States Championship. Can his former Final Testament teammates do the same here with the WCW Tag Team titles? They will be taking on the Motor City Machine Guns and the champions. And one of the teams that put the TLC tag match on the map, the Dudley Boys. The Dudleys, who won the tag titles back at Halloween Havoc. They defeated the New Day in a tables match. The Machine Guns, who are former WCW Tag Team Champions themselves. They actually won the titles in their debut match during the Great American Bash Tour. And AOP has not held championship gold in our universe. So this is a huge opportunity for them. To get to this match, both the Machine Guns and AOP had to win a few tournament matches. We had the first round matchups were all tables matches. AOP defeated the War Raiders. The Motor City Machine Guns, with a little assist from R-Truth and Jey Uso, defeated Despicable Ray and Dirty Dom. Then in round 2 matchups, those matches were ladder matches. AOP defeated the New Day, a team that really figured they were going to be in this match. But it was AOP who were able to retrieve the briefcase. And then the Motor City Machine Guns defeated the Street Profits. And so that is what got us here. Chris Sabin coming in to try to derail Razor, and he does. We've got action all over the place in the ring, on the outside. Of course, you can't forget the other co-stars in this matchup. The tables, the ladders, and the chairs. As those WCW Tag Team titles hang above the ring. Right now, we've got Chris Sabin pretty much running the ring as he is taking everybody out. Both members of the Dudleys, both members of AOP. And looking at it, you kind of think maybe the Machine Guns might be the underdogs in this one. They're the smallest guys. But when it comes to getting up the ladder, speed could be an advantage. But obviously you've got the Dudleys, who so much history when it comes to TLC tag matches. And AOP, one of the nastiest, meanest tag teams on either roster. But so far, I like what I'm seeing from the Machine Guns. Bubba sent up and over down to the floor. And Devon joining him. The Machine Guns clearing the ring. Chris Sabin going up top. Crossbody down onto the floor. Now Alex Shelley making the climb. He has got his hands on the titles, but Razor takes the ladder out from under him. But Alex Shelley able to come down with those titles as he comes crashing down onto the mat. And for the second time, the Motor City Machine Guns are your WCW Tag Team Champions. Next, we got a match for the WCW Women's Championship. Raquel Rodriguez puts her title on the line against the EST Bianca Belair. These two were actually teammates at Survivor Series. They were a part of the winning team, the winning Women's War Games team. There is a lot of history between these two. They last met back at SummerSlam, as Bianca, the Miss Money in the Bank briefcase holder at the time, would cash in unsuccessfully against Raquel. We'll see if she has some more luck here at Starrcade. These two ready to lock up, and here comes Jade Cargill. Bianca's friend, I guess she wants to come down here and make sure that nothing screwy happens, that Raquel doesn't try to weasel her way out and retain here. She's going to sit ringside. And this one underway, Bianca with some heavy shots to Raquel. Again, Raquel, a member of the LWO. When it comes to the LWO, they will always take advantage of an opportunity to lie, cheat, or steal. Bianca heads up top. Big splash off the top rope. Bianca still looking for her first WCW Women's Championship. She is a former WWE Women's Champion in our universe. Bianca with the heavy shots. And now Jade hitting the ring. Clotheslines Bianca Belair. What the hell is going on here? Referee calling for the bell. And Raquel, she's cool with it. She's going to retain. Title does not change hands via disqualification. But what in the hell is Jade Cargill thinking? Apparently she was not out here to watch Bianca's back. Out here maybe out of jealousy at the opportunity that Bianca Belair had here tonight. It's gone now. We've talked about it in the past. Jade, as talented as she is, has just not been able to get over the hump and have success in some big moments here. And I guess she thinks that instead of maybe trying to work a little harder or try again, she's just going to let jealousy take over, as she not only cost Bianca an opportunity at the WCW Women's Championship here tonight, but she has clearly thrown her friendship with Bianca out the window. Bianca just, I mean, you could tell, just stunned, probably not even fully conscious at this point. Cargill with the jaded to Bianca Belair. Unbelievable. Next, we are headed to the fight pit. We're going to see the ring general Gunther taking on CM Punk. If you are not familiar with the fight pit, the only way to win is either knockout or submission. No pinfalls, no countouts, no disqualifications. You are locked inside the structure. And the only way out is to get your opponent to tap or knock him out. Going based on these MMA rules, we've highlighted it. CM Punk, not the best track record. He's 0-2 in his UFC career. And we saw just the other day on SmackDown, Gunther, who had a submission match warm-up to get ready for this one. He took on Pete Dunne and was able to get Dunne to tap with a rear naked choke. You got to think it was a little bit of a message to CM Punk, as Punk was defeated in his first UFC match against Mickey Gall via a rear naked choke. We'll see. So far, Punk has been in control here. Obviously, no Imperium out here. Ludwig Kaiser and Giovanni Vinci of no use, no help to Gunther in this one. Now Gunther fighting his way back, delivering some chops and punches to Punk. Trying to roll Punk over for a Boston Crab, and he gets it in. Now Punk trying to fight his way out. And he does. Now these two going back and forth. Those chops from Gunther. Can't feel good. Punk delivering a kick to the head. Now Gunther slowly gets back to his feet. GTS! Now Punk gets Gunther in a sharpshooter. Punk again with a second GTS. And that is the knockout blow. CM Punk able to knock out Gunther and get the victory. Next, we're going to see Jacob Fatu taking on the WWE Intercontinental Champion Seth freaking Rollins. And just like Nia Jax earlier in the night, the Samoan Werewolf, accompanied by the High Chief of the Bloodline and the WWE World Champion, The Rock. Rock, not much of a fan favorite these days, still calls himself the People's Champ, still occasionally will come out with that People's Championship belt. Doesn't have it with him here tonight. Not only did The Rock zero in on Seth Rollins after Survivor Series, but Rollins was the first person to come out and speak out against The Rock and what The Rock was doing since he's made his return to the WWE. And so not only what happened at Survivor Series. And look, Rollins was on the losing team. It wasn't his fault. And the fact that he was so vocal against The Rock and the Bloodline, you had to think it was only a matter of time before the Bloodline put their attention towards him as he sends Fatu into the corner. The referee dragged into it. And with the referee down, The Rock sending a chair into the ring, and Jacob Fatu cracking it over the back of Seth Rollins. And now the Samoan Werewolf, with the referee unconscious, able to do some damage to the champion here. And you know The Rock on the outside, you know he's loving it. He's enjoying every minute of this. Spear. Kick to the head. And now Jacob Fatu delivering those headbutts to Seth freaking Rollins. Clothesline sends Rollins down to the floor. Fatu looking like he's going to go through the ropes, but Rollins able to hit Fatu with a punch. Now Rollins gearing up for a curb stomp, connects, but the referee more worried about the turnbuckle pad. And that was probably about a count of 7. As Jacob Fatu gets his shoulder up. Now Rollins getting Fatu on that top turnbuckle. The Rock looking on intently here. You got to think this is not what he had planned for his enforcer. Rollins only gets a 2 as Jacob Fatu able to kick out. Fatu moves out of the way. Super kick to the head. Now Fatu going up to the second turnbuckle. Double axe handle. Covers Rollins and uses that second rope for a little bit of extra leverage. And that is going to do it. Jacob Fatu is your winner. And he is the new WWE Intercontinental Champion, as this is another huge win for the Bloodline. Next, it's time for our main event. And it's going to be for the WCW World Heavyweight Championship. The phenomenal AJ Styles, a former 4-time WCW World Champ, and the guy that was the face of WCW, the foundation of WCW through nearly our first 3 years of this universe. He will be taking on the American Nightmare, Cody Rhodes. And this one is a no disqualification match. Now, over the last couple of months, we've kind of seen a shift in attitude when it comes to AJ Styles. Some of it with some of the new talent that has come over via the draft. But the biggest tipping point was when his buddies, Luke Gallows and Carl Anderson, in AJ's opinion, were not offered a fair contract renewal. And so they departed. The contract, they couldn't come to an agreement. And AJ felt that for everything that he did for WCW, that WCW management should have taken care of Gallows and Anderson, who have had multiple runs as WCW Tag Team Champions. And so that was really the tipping point. We saw his dealings with LA Knight. And using some less than respectable measures in dealing with LA Knight. We saw back at Halloween Havoc when these two met for the WCW title last time. LA Knight, the special guest referee, was a little quick in the final count, as Cody was able to retain. And look, Cody being the stand-up guy that he is, he came out on Nitro right after Halloween Havoc and he said, hey, I went back, I looked at the tape, I didn't like what I saw. I want to make this right. And he tried reaching out to AJ Styles. And AJ was unresponsive. He wanted AJ to be a part of Team WCW at Survivor Series. It took AJ an entire month before he finally gave him an answer. And he did agree to join the team, but he wanted a rematch. And he wanted it to be a no disqualification match. And Cody agreed to it. And then last week at Tribute for the Troops, Cody in a match against The Miz was victorious. And then after the match, AJ would hit the ring, lay out Miz, lay out Cody. And that really angered Cody Rhodes. That really angered the American Nightmare. And now it's no more Mr. Nice Guy. And that's probably the right approach to take. AJ Styles is a veteran. AJ Styles has been through it all. He has seen it all. And now it's not about WCW, it's about AJ Styles. And sometimes when it comes to your career, that's the way you got to look at it. And maybe that's a lesson that Cody Rhodes is going to learn here tonight. If you try to be the people pleaser, if you try to make everyone happy, more than likely the first person that's not going to be happy is yourself. And again, since AJ's had this new lease on life, new lease on his career, things have been going pretty well for the Phenomenal One. And he knows, he's looking at the landscape. There is more career behind him than there is in front of him. And who knows how many more opportunities AJ's going to get. Who knows how many more title runs AJ's going to have. Cody with some chops to the chest of AJ Styles. Rolls him over. Only gets a 2. Now Cody with some ground and pound. And now Cody going to the kendo stick. It is no disqualification. It's there. Might as well utilize it. Your opponent sure has. Cody setting up for a crossroads. And it's the Monster Abyss. Cody doesn't even see him in the ring. Abyss breaking up the pinfall. And now slams Cody Rhodes' head into the mat. Black hole slam. You got to think with AJ and Abyss's connection from TNA, that's why he's here. And AJ Styles with the roll-up is once again WCW World Champion. And there's Luke Gallows and Carl Anderson out here to celebrate with the new champ. And now it looks like we've got Abyss in the open mic universe. I don't know what this all means, but it can't be good for WCW. Thanks for watching Starrcade. We'll see you next time. Welcome to the Royal Rumble. This will be the third Royal Rumble here in the open mic universe. We've got 2 Royal Rumble matches, the men's and the women's. They will bookend tonight's show. We'll kick it off with the women's Royal Rumble. Then we've got 4 title matches. Then we'll close things out with the men's Royal Rumble in our main event. We're about to find out who's going to join Bianca Belair and Asuka as Royal Rumble winners here in our universe. Let's see who's out first. Speaking of Asuka, she is entrant number 1. Ooh, Bayley, entrant number 2. If you missed SmackDown earlier this week, Bayley and Asuka actually met one-on-one on SmackDown. Bayley picking up the win. But after the match, the loss not sitting too well with Asuka as she tried to attack Bayley. Bayley, though, saw it coming and was able to stop Asuka in her tracks and toss her out of the ring. So kind of interesting that they are the first 2 out here for the women. Bayley with a kick to the face. Bayley sending Asuka over the ropes, and Asuka, our first elimination of the night. Sonya Deville on her way to the ring. Sonya representing WCW. She is a former one-time Miss Money in the Bank. And she turned that Money in the Bank opportunity into a WCW Women's Championship run. That's way back in year 1 in our universe. Comes entrant number 3, about to head out to the ring. And we've got our first debut of the Rumble, Sol Ruca. Now, unfortunately for the ladies, winning the Royal Rumble has not translated into WrestleMania success. Both Bianca and Asuka came up short in their respective WrestleMania title opportunities. Sol taking out Sonya Deville. The Queen, Charlotte Flair, entrant number 5. This is probably not a good spot for Sol Ruca to be in there. She is in there right now with 3 former women's champions. Bayley, a 2-time WWE Women's Champion. Sonya Deville, 1-time WCW Women's Champion. And Charlotte Flair, a 3-time WCW Women's Champion. Shayna Baszler, on her way out, also a former Women's Champion. It was actually Bayley who defeated Shayna Baszler last spring to win her 2nd Women's Championship. Kairi Sane, entrant number 7, on her way down to the ring. We've got our 2nd debut on the night. Obviously, we will see competitors from WWE, competitors from WCW. We're also going to see some ladies making their debuts tonight, like Kairi Sane and Sol Ruca. And who knows? You never know who may make a return as Bayley sent up and over the top rope by Shayna Baszler. Dakota Kai, entrant number 8, now in the ring. But you never know who might make a return. Now Shayna saving Sonya Deville. In our universe, there is no association between the two, but as Natalya makes her way down to the ring. But when it comes to the Rumble, if somebody's going to eliminate somebody, that's one less person that you have to try to eliminate. Or on the flip side, that's one less person that has the opportunity to eliminate you. Ring starting to fill up. Asuka and Bayley, the first 2 women out tonight, both already eliminated. Jacy Jayne coming out at number 10. Right away, she targets the Queen. Shayna Baszler was eliminated. I did not see who tossed her out. Jacy unable to eliminate Charlotte there. Natalya taking Kairi Sane down. Now Jacy turning her attention to Dakota Kai. Sonya Deville down. Kairi Sane down. Sol Ruka, who was entrant number 3, she is down. Out next, Naomi. Naomi was headed towards Sonya Deville, but Sonya able to strike first. Sol unable to eliminate Kairi Sane. She's able to hold on. And now Naomi was headed towards Kairi Sane, but Kairi sends Naomi into the corner there with Natalya. Kairi Sane trying to get Sonya Deville up and over. Dakota Kai over to help out. They get her down on the apron, but the job's not done. Deville able to fight her way back into the ring. Dakota Kai working on Natalya. Natalya fights her way back in. Naomi down for the count right now. Kairi Sane making her way back up. Sonya Deville has been eliminated. Finally, we're seeing some offense from Naomi. Just as I say that, Natalya turning the tide, turning the tables on her. Kairi Sane up top, drops down onto Natalya. No, actually, it was Sol Ruka. Natalya just eliminated Dakota Kai and follows it up with another elimination as she eliminates Kairi Sane. And gets taken out by Naomi. Piper Niven on her way out as entrant number 12. These ladies are smart. They will work together to try to eliminate Piper. Piper, former one-time WWE Women's Champion. She gets taken out by Charlotte Flair. Now Charlotte running the gauntlet here. She taking out multiple women. She is on the verge of eliminating Natty. Kiana James. Sol Ruka tossed over by Piper Niven. Kiana James making her Open Mic Universe debut here. And Charlotte in some trouble. Charlotte Flair eliminated by Natalya and Naomi. Michin from WCW on her way out as number 14. We are almost halfway. JC Jane eliminated by Natalya. Natalya now kind of leading the pack with eliminations. Now finds herself in trouble as Kiana James trying to eliminate Natty. And Natalya eliminated by Kiana James. Ivy Nile out at number 15. She is the most recent former WWE Women's Champion. She was defeated last month at Starrcade by Nia Jax. For those of you that are new to the Open Mic Universe, the Bloodline on the WWE side essentially holding almost all the gold right now. Lola Vice out at 16, another debut. We saw Piper Niven eliminate Naomi, and then Michin quickly eliminate Piper Niven. You know, Ivy would love to get a shot at Nia Jax and try to get her WWE Women's Championship back. Alexa Bliss. And Michin right away targeting the newest entrant here. Lola Vice working on Kiana James in the corner, but Kiana able to get out of the predicament there. Lola tosses Alexa Bliss, and Alexa saved by Ivy Nile, I think kind of inadvertently there. Roxanne Perez representing the WWE out next. Right away, going after Michin. Lola Vice fighting her way back in. Felt like we got the numbers down, and now the ring's starting to fill up again. That's what happens in these matches. Lyra Valkyria, entrant number 19, hitting the ring. Lyra's still fairly new to the universe, fairly new to WCW. But even in the short time that she has been here, she has made a huge impact so far. Almost winning the WCW Women's Championship on 2 occasions. Roxanne Perez eliminating Kiana James and Alexa Bliss. Eliminating Lola Vice. Julia. We got a lot of debuts here tonight. Julia making her first appearance here in the Open Mic universe. Lyra targeting her. Ivy Nile trying to eliminate Michin, and now Alexa working on Roxanne Perez in the other corner. Both ladies able to get off that top turnbuckle though. Julia now trying to eliminate Lyra Valkyria. Zelina Vega out at number 21. Lyra eliminated. Ivy Nile eliminating Michin. Now we're just seconds away from the next entrant. Jade Cargill from the WCW out at number 22. Jade, who cost her best friend Bianca Belair the WCW Women's Championship back at Starrcade. Bianca was on her way to defeating Raquel Rodriguez in the WCW Women's Championship before her best friend Jade would hit the ring and attack the EST. It's Tiffy time here at the Rumble. Tiffany Stratton coming in as Ivy Nile eliminates Zelina Vega. Tiffy sending Jade into the corner. Uh-oh. Jade better watch out because the EST. Bianca Belair in now at number 24. For some reason, there's Jade. Maybe Bianca should have targeted Jade. Jade choke slams Bianca. A lot of jealousy from Jade Cargill from a lot of the success that Bianca has had. Stephanie Vaquer in at number 25. Another debut here. Tiffany trying to eliminate Jade. Not able to do so. Alexa Bliss eliminates Roxanne Perez. Now Julia trying to eliminate Alexa. Alexa able to land on the apron, and now Julia sends Alexa to the floor. Jade really having her way with Bianca here, not what the EST had in mind. And Jade Cargill eliminates Bianca Belair. And again, becomes a huge roadblock for Bianca Belair. And Bianca eliminating Stephanie Vaquer. We had another elimination on the other side of the ring. I believe it was Ivy Nile. Rhea Ripley in at number 26. Right away, Jade targeting Rhea. Now, because Julia eliminated there by Tiffany Stratton, because the WWE was the winning brand back at Survivor Series, one of the things that was at stake is the final 4 entrants in both Rumbles, as the man Becky Lynch out at number 27. So 27, 28, 29, and 30 will all be people, ladies coming from the WWE roster. That was one of the 3 things that were up for grabs for the winning brand at Survivor Series, was securing the final 4 spots in both the men's and women's Royal Rumble matches. Io Sky in at number 28. As Jade eliminates Tiffany Stratton. Tiffy time up here at the Rumble. The WWE, who was the winning brand at War Games, they get the final 4 spots in each Rumble match. They get the main event headlining spot of night 2 of WrestleMania. They also get the first pick in next year's draft. Liv Morgan in at number 29. Jade Cargill down. Rhea and Io battling it out. Liv taking out Becky as Rhea eliminates Io Sky. Jade now back to her feet. Rhea trying to get to her feet, but Jade able to get to her first. And entrant number 30 from the WWE, it's Chelsea Green. Rhea Ripley eliminating Jade Cargill, and we are down to these 4 ladies as Chelsea, now with some help from Becky, trying to toss Rhea Ripley. Oh, but Rhea able to hold on. In the ring right now, we've got Liv Morgan, a former WWE and WCW Women's Champion. Becky Lynch, a former multiple time as Chelsea Green, eliminated by Rhea Ripley. Becky Lynch, a former multiple-time WWE Women's Champion, also a former multiple-time WCW Women's Champion. Rhea Ripley, a former multiple-time WCW Women's Champion. So right now, we've got 3 former champions as our final 3 here. Rhea there wisely just kind of waiting and wait. She takes out Becky. Frog splash, but Lynch able to move out of the way. Becky just getting right up in the middle of everything here. You get down to this spot, it's almost, if it's an odd number like this, stay back. Let the other 2 kind of fight it out. Try to build back up some energy here for the final stretch. Let's Liv down in the corner. Becky with a manhandle slam. And doesn't try to eliminate Rhea. Turns her attention to Liv. And if Becky Lynch doesn't win this thing, that could be the moment that she looks back on. Maybe wishes she could get back. Now Liv going up to the second turnbuckle. But Rhea knocking her down. Now Becky in the driver's seat. Rhea Ripley down. Liv Morgan down. Becky sending Rhea into the corner. Then gets taken out by Liv. Now Liv looking to try to eliminate Rhea Ripley. She's got to get her up and lift her up on that top turnbuckle. But eats an elbow to the head from Ripley. Rhea tosses Liv Morgan up and over the top rope. We are down to 2. Becky with the disarmer. Obviously, you can't win the match by submission, but if you can take out your opponent's arm, that greatly increases your chances of being able to toss them over the top rope. But one of these two ladies going to WrestleMania, is it going to be Becky Lynch? Is it going to be Rhea Ripley? Becky trying to toss Rhea over, and she does. Becky Lynch, the last woman standing, and she punches her ticket to WrestleMania. Now the question is, which championship does she go for? Next, it's the first of 4 back-to-back championship matches. This one for the WCW Cruiserweight Championship. Ilya Dragunov taking on the champion Santos Escobar. Escobar, who defeated the Mad Dragon back at SummerSlam to become Cruiserweight Champion. He did have a little bit of help, though, from his buddy Carlito. And for over 6 months, Ilya Dragunov has tried time and time again to try to regain his Cruiserweight Championship. And every time, Carlito has helped spoil that for him. Dragunov looking for a quick cover here. And Carlito grabbing the referee and pulling him out of the ring. Again, this is what we've come to expect from Carlito. He has been the biggest component to Santos Escobar retaining and remaining Cruiserweight Champion, and now grabbing the leg of Dragunov. But one thing I can say here, in past situations, things like that have kind of taken Dragunov off his game. And so here he definitely looks a lot more focused and a lot more locked in. Again, Dragunov with the cover. Dragunov, who earned this opportunity defeating Javon Evans and Wesley in a triple threat match earlier this week. Oh, almost a count of 3. But again, Dragunov staying focused, keeping his eye on the prize. Again, hooking the leg. And he has done it. Ilya Dragunov, your winner, and once again, he is the WCW Cruiserweight Champion. And Charlie Dempsey hitting the ring, taking out the Mad Dragon. Dempsey, who made his debut earlier this week on Nitro, taking out Ilya Dragunov with the Cruiserweight Championship. And the newcomer letting it be known he's not waiting in line as he takes out the new champ. Next, it's the WWE Tag Team titles. On the line, Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens. They will be taking on Tama Tonga and Tonga Loa of the Bloodline. Tama Tonga and Tonga Loa, who defeated Kevin and Sami a couple of months back with some help from Jacob Fatu to become WWE Tag Team Champions. Then we didn't see KO and Sami for a while. When they did make their return, they attacked the Bloodline. We saw them get a rematch a couple weeks back. Just when it looked like Kevin and Sami would regain their tag team titles, Tama Tonga would grab a chair, hit Kevin Owens, getting his team disqualified, which, because titles cannot change hands via disqualification, the Bloodline able to hold on to those titles. So here at the Royal Rumble, Kevin and Sami hoping they get a fair shot. One thing that was added to this match, nobody was allowed to be out at ringside with either team. Everybody barred from ringside. So no chance of Jacob Fatu getting involved. No chance of The Rock getting involved. No chance of even Nia Jax getting involved. KO stomping a mud hole. Now Sami back in. This is kind of what we've come to expect from the Bloodline. They use that pack mentality, the numbers game, to their advantage. That's exactly why they've been collecting championships as of late. Tama Tonga able to stop the count. Tonga Loa now swinging the momentum back towards the Bloodline. Sami in some trouble here. Now Tonga Loa, what the hell's he doing? Distracting the referee. Tama Tonga with some sort of object that he pulled out of his tights. Not again. The referee didn't see it as Tonga Loa was blocking her view. Damn. And again, Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn get screwed over by the Bloodline as Tama Tonga and Tonga Loa will remain your WWE Tag Team Champions. Up next, we've got a ladder match for the WCW television title / titles. So LA Knight, who became WCW television champion after defeating The Miz in the lead up to Survivor Series. And then the night that he defeated The Miz, later on in the show, later on that night, LA Knight would be attacked out in the parking garage by AJ Styles. That attack would put LA Knight on the shelf for a number of months. And while LA Knight was out, The Miz showed up with a replica WCW television title, claiming to be the real TV champ. Obviously not recognized by anyone. Just kind of out there cosplaying as champion. Then when LA Knight made his return earlier this month, he had some pretty explosive announcements to make. One of them being that he was not going to be in this year's Royal Rumble. That was because he would be in this ladder match, and we were going to take it back to WrestleMania 10. The classic ladder match between the real Intercontinental Champion, Razor Ramon, and the man walking around saying he was the Intercontinental Champion, the Heartbreak Kid, Shawn Michaels. So what they did is they put both of those titles up above the ring. And in the end, it was Razor Ramon who retrieved both of those titles to become the rightful Intercontinental Champion. And that's what we have here. Both the official WCW TV title and then the Miz's Fanatics replica, Toys R Us replica, both hanging above the ring. The other big announcement that LA Knight made was that obviously here at the Royal Rumble he was going to deal with The Miz. But then next month at Elimination Chamber, he would be taking on the new WCW World Champion, the phenomenal AJ Styles. The man who put LA Knight on the shelf for months. And so it's a new year here in the open mic universe. And so far, it could be a great start to the year for LA Knight. As he pulls Miz off the ladder. Now Knight with a chair. Blasts the Miz with the steel chair. BFT. Now Knight back at the top of the ladder. Can't get those titles down. As Miz pulls him from the ladder. And the Miz eats a boot from LA Knight. Miz pushing the ladder over LA Knight. Not able to hold on. As the Miz blasting LA Knight with that kendo stick. Again, you can't put anything past Miz. He is truly the ultimate opportunist. As now he tries to pull down the television championships. LA Knight back to his feet. Knight dropping Miz down on that top turnbuckle. Working on that left leg. Hey, you break that leg, Miz will not be able to climb the ladder. LA Knight back in with a chair. This one across the head of Miz. Knight misses with the elbow drop. Knight slow to get back to his feet. Now Miz looking to capitalize as he drives Knight's head down with that DDT. Why Miz isn't climbing the ladder as he goes back out to bring another chair into the ring. Knight able to roll out of the way. Now LA Knight with the chair, and Miz moves out of the way. Miz now climbing the ladder, not looking good for LA Knight. And again, LA Knight able to stop the Miz in his tracks as Miz crashes to the mat. LA Knight readjusting the ladder. And now he makes the climb. Miz slowly getting back to his feet. Tries to push the ladder, but the ladder doesn't go anywhere. LA Knight able to retrieve the television titles as he is now the rightful and true WCW television champion. Next up for the megastar AJ Styles next month at Elimination Chamber for the WCW World title. Next, it's our final championship match of the night. And it's going to be Seth freaking Rollins taking on The Rock, the final boss, the High Chief of the Bloodline, for the WWE World Heavyweight Championship. The Rock, who was instrumental in costing Seth Rollins his WWE Intercontinental Championship last month at Starrcade. He helped Jacob Fatu defeat Rollins to become the new champion. Then on our first SmackDown of the year, SmackDown New Year's Revolution, Rollins would have a rematch against the Samoan Werewolf for the Intercontinental Championship. And again, The Rock would make his presence known in that one, eventually costing Rollins once again. And then Rollins snapped. He showed up earlier this week on Raw, demanding a match against The Rock. He didn't care when, he didn't care where, and he essentially took over Raw, disrupting matches, attacking people in the back, before eventually Triple H would come down to the ring and give Rollins what he wanted. And so that's what got us here. Rock with a sharpshooter applied to Rollins But Rollins, you know he's not going to tap. Now working in the sleeper hold, but Rollins able to get out. Kick to the midsection. Pedigree, I guess maybe a little tip of the cap to the game. Only a 2 count. Curb stop to the Rock. That could do it. Rollins hooking the leg. Oh, only a count of 2. And now we hear Jacob Fatu's music. Rollins now looking at the entranceway. No sign of the Samoan werewolf. That's because he's behind with a steel chair. And the referee did not see it. You would think he would wonder why there's a steel chair in the middle of the ring, but completely blind to what Jacob Fatu just did. And Seth kicking out, probably just out of instinct at this point. And now Rock again with a sharpshooter. I don't even know if Seth freaking Rollins knows where he is right now. Rock sending Rollins down to the floor. Now the final boss clearing off the announce table. Sending Rollins into the barricade, and now backdrop to the floor. Now rolling Rollins' lifeless body on top of the announce table. Rock bottom through the announce table. And The Rock slithers his way back into the ring, as he's going to win this one by countout, thanks to Jacob Fatu. And again, we say it over and over, who the hell is going to finally put an end to The Rock, finally put an end to the Bloodline, because they are completely running things in the WWE right now. And there doesn't look like there's going to be any end in sight anytime soon. It's time for our main event, the Men's Royal Rumble match. But before we get started, want to give a shout out to our guy JR from the New Music Inferno here on YouTube. He was nice enough to leave a comment on a recent video. We appreciate that. We appreciate his support. And if you would like to get shouted out in a future video, just like JR did, leave a comment on a video, let's say like this one, and you may hear your name shouted out in a future video as well. Entrant number 1, maybe the most despised guy in the open mic universe, Logan Paul. Logan's been on a kick lately about feeling disrespected. You gotta think he can't be too happy. Drawing entrant spot number 1. Coming out at number 2, Andrade. Making his open mic universe debut.
Introducing the individual who drew number 2 from Gomez Palacio, Toronto, Mexico.
That's probably something else that Logan Paul probably is not going to be too happy about. We saw some big debuts earlier in the night in the Women's Rumble. It looks like we may be in for more of the same here in the Men's Rumble, as Andrade He will match up with Logan Paul here at the start of this one. Leaving his mask there on the ring steps. Again, we'll have competitors from the WWE, from WCW. We'll have some debuts like we've got here with Andrade. And with the Royal Rumble, you never know. There could be the return of some legends or Hall of Famers. Andrade missing the mark there, I guess, needing to shake off some of that ring rust. Logan Paul now in the driver's seat. We've got another competitor getting ready to come out. Entrant number 3, Stevie Richards, taking a break from the Stevie Richards Show here on YouTube as he makes his return to wrestling here in the open mic universe here at the Royal Rumble. Targeting Logan Paul. I guess we know Logan's track record here on YouTube. Stevie trying to take that spot. Big splash off the top rope to Andrade. Entrant number 4, Oba Femi, now entering the ring. Oba takes out Logan. Great to see Stevie Richards here tonight. Got to think maybe he's not too happy to get up close and personal with Oba Femi. Now having to contend with Logan Paul, some stiff kicks. Entrant number 5, Grayson Waller from WCW. Swing neckbreaker there from Paul to Grayson. Now Stevie with some punches to Oba Femi. Andrade slowly getting back to his feet. Sheamus coming out at 6. Sheamus, a former WWE World Champion, as he eliminates Logan Paul. Logan Paul eliminated. Andrade eliminated by Stevie Richards. So entrant number 1 gone. Entrant number 2 gone. Grayson Waller working on Oba Femi. Oh boy, Omos coming in as entrant number 7. I'll give the advice that I gave in the Women's Rumble when you had somebody in there like Piper Niven. I don't know. I mean, we don't know. We still have a ways to go. But I got to think there's not going to be too many more people, if anybody, bigger than Omos. So if you're in the ring right now, you need to try to work together, at least momentarily, to try to get rid of the big man. Coming in at number 8, the American Nightmare, Cody Rhodes. Cody, most recently the WCW World Champion. That was until Starrcade, where AJ Styles, with some help from Abyss, took that title from Cody. Now Cody trying to find a way back to his WCW World title. The chairman, Shawn Spears, in at number 9. Cody now turning his attention towards Stevie. Stevie The guy that's been in there the longest at this point, he came in at number 3. Cody taking him to the ropes, but then now turns his attention toward Shawn Spears. Abyss! Entrant number 10. Like we said, Abyss. Shawn Spears just eliminated by Obafemi. Abyss, a big reason why Cody Rhodes is no longer WCW World Champion. And Abyss sending Cody up and over the ropes. But luckily, there's a lot of extra traffic there. Cody able to get back into the ring. Omos has been eliminated, I believe, by Sheamus. Kind of watching what we thought was going to be a pretty quick exit for Cody Rhodes, but he's able to get back into the ring. Now Abyss trying to eliminate Obafemi, and he does. Hey guys, Maven here at 11. Coincidentally, the same spot he was in back when he made his debut in the Royal Rumble back in 2002 after winning Tough Enough. He would actually eliminate The Undertaker and then be taught a very painful lesson by the Dead Man as a result. Maven eliminated by Cody Rhodes. Grayson Waller also eliminated. CM Punk in at number 12. And speaking of Maven, just like Stevie Richards, Stevie who's still in there. Hey, I'm going to go out on a limb and assume that if you're watching this video, you're a fan of wrestling content. If you are not already watching Maven and Stevie Richards here on YouTube, you're missing out. In my opinion, they're making the best wrestling-related content here on YouTube or anywhere else right now. So check them out. I promise you, you will not be disappointed. Ethan Page making his Open Mic Universe debut as he comes in as entrant number 13. And right away turning his attention towards Abyss. Cody fighting his way back. Stevie sending Sheamus up and over the ropes, but unable to knock Sheamus down off that apron. Shinsuke Nakamura in at 14. Sheamus, who kind of got bailed out by CM Punk there, and then turns and CM Punk eliminates Sheamus. Cody Rhodes eliminates Abyss. Ethan Page eliminates Stevie Richards. Stevie probably has some work to do for his next episode, so he's out of here. But pretty cool that we got to see Stevie Richards and Maven here tonight. Two legends making their return here at the Royal Rumble. Otis in now as entrant number 15. We are at the halfway point. I'm trying to, I guess Cody, who was entrant number 8, the one who has been in there the longest, CM Punk, eliminating Otis. Now looking to try to do the same to the American Nightmare. Despicable Rey Mysterio in at 16. Right away, Punk hits him with a GTS. And Punk quickly eliminating Rey Mysterio, Shinsuke Nakamura, eliminating All Ego Ethan Page as CM Punk trying to eliminate Shinsuke Nakamura. Gunther on his way down to the ring at 17. We've got Nakamura and Gunther paired off, Punk and Rhodes. Cody drops CM Punk down on that top turnbuckle. Gunther delivering some heavy chops to Nakamura. Big Bronson Reed in at entrant number 18. Bronson may have just saved CM Punk. Gunther with a powerbomb to CM Punk. A lot of history here recently between those two. That culminated in a fight pit match at Starrcade where CM Punk picked up the victory. Gunther eliminated by Nakamura, entrant number 19 from the WWE, Finn Balor. Now Nakamura trying to eliminate CM Punk. But Punk able to hold on. Cody now down on the mat there near the ring apron underneath the rope. Finn Balor trying to toss the American Nightmare. Nakamura eliminates CM Punk. Austin Theory in at number 20. Cody thought he had Finn there, but Balor says, not so fast, my friend. Float over DDT to Nakamura from Austin Theory. And now everybody down but Finn Balor. Out at 21, the WWE United States Champion, Karrion Kross. Bronson Reed now trying to get back to his feet. Theory trying to eliminate Nakamura. Big Bronson Reed trying to eliminate Cody Rhodes. Nakamura eliminated by Theory. Cody Rhodes eliminated by Big Bronson Reed. Drew McIntyre on his way out at 22. Cody not going to get to WrestleMania this way. He's going to have to find another road to try to get back at AJ Styles and try to get back his WCW World title. R-Truth in at 23, Finn Balor eliminating Drew McIntyre. And we know Drew, we heard him this week. He was very confident that he was going to win this Rumble and go on to WrestleMania to become a world champion again. At least this avenue is not going to be how Drew's able to get that done. Damian Priest in at 24. Austin Theory has been eliminated. Bronson Reed now trying to eliminate R-Truth. Truth holding on to that bottom rope. Main event, Jey Uso in at 25. Finn and Priest. You know, the two members of Judgment Day not really been on the same page as of late. They do work together there to eliminate Karrion Kross. And Finn and Priest have kept their distance. They've not laid hands on each other. Maybe they've worked something out to where they're going to try to be the final two in. Dirty Dom in at 26. So that means these final four spots, because of the WWE's win at Survivor Series, these last four individuals, these last four guys will come from the WWE roster. We know Braun Breaker, entrant number 30, thanks to The Rock. Let's see who's coming out at 27. It's the Viper, Randy Orton. Right now in the ring, Damian Priest, a former world champion in our universe. Randy Orton, a former world champion in our universe, as well as Jey Uso. Orton looking to get rid of Balor here. Chad Gable, the WWE European Champion, in at 28. We've got a full ring here. Right now, everybody kind of down except for Gable and Randy Orton. Truth now back to his feet. R-Truth trying to eliminate Bronson Reed, but doesn't even get him to budge. Gonna try again. Bronson Reed able to fight his way out of the corner there. And then sends Truth flying. Jey and Dom with some recent history here. Big clothesline from Big Bronson Reed. Jey Uso trying to toss the Viper, gets him down to the apron. But Orton able to slither back in. Damian Priest eliminates R-Truth. Priest with a choke slam to Dom. Dom, formerly a member of the Judgment Day, now that he's in WCW, obviously with his dad in the new LWO. Orton eliminating Chad Gable. Got two more to go. This will be entrant number 29. Who's it going to be? You know who 30 is. Jacob Fatu coming in at 29. Dirty Dom eliminating Bronson Reed. Finn Balor and Damian Priest locking up. Now Priest. Damian Priest eliminates his Judgment Day partner, Finn Balor. While that was going on, Jacob Fatu eliminating Dominic Mysterio. And Priest eliminating Finn. That's probably not going to do a whole lot to try to fix whatever's going on between those guys. Now Breaker in the ring. He is entrant number 30, so it is down to these 5 guys. Jey Uso, the only one left from WCW. Randy Orton, Jacob Fatu, Damian Priest, and Braun Breaker. And Orton tosses Jey Uso. So we know the winner of this one is going to come from the WWE. And with 2 of these guys, one being in the bloodline and Jacob Fatu, and Braun Breaker kind of being bloodline adjacent. He's kind of proven to be The Rock's favorite non-bloodline member on the WWE roster. Thanks to what he did back at Survivor Series, which is why Rock gifted him this spot number 30. You got to think with Jacob Fatu coming in at 29, I'm assuming the final boss pulled some strings there on that one as well. Out of these 4, like we talked about earlier, Damian Priest, a former champion, world champion in our universe, as well as Randy Orton, both former WWE World Heavyweight Champions. Priest trying his best to try to neutralize the badass, but now Orton trying to zero in on Damian Priest. Priest comes close to eliminating the Viper. Frankensteiner from Braun Breaker. Now Jacob Fatu turning his attention to Braun Breaker. I don't know if he's freestyling there or if that was something maybe directed by The Rock. You never know. Power slam from Randy Orton to the Samoan Werewolf. Breaker with a power slam to Orton. And now Breaker dropping the straps. Damian Priest eliminating Jacob Fatu. Orton almost with an RKO and then gets speared by Braun Breaker. Orton crawling to the corner. Elbow drop from Braun Breaker off the top rope. Now goes over to Randy Orton. Randy Orton has been eliminated. It is down to Braun Breaker and Damian Priest. Block there from Priest. He takes Braun Breaker to the corner. Now trying to lift the Badass using that corner, that turnbuckle there. He can get Breaker's body flipped, but he's not. Breaker able to punch his way out. One of these two men going to WrestleMania. Priest grabs Breaker. Razor's Edge. Braun Breaker eliminated. Damian Priest is your winner. He is this year's Royal Rumble winner. Thank you so much for watching. If you liked this year's Royal Rumble, slam the like button. And if you're not already subscribed to the channel, hit that subscribe button and toss it over the top rope. We are at the halfway point on the road to WrestleMania. Welcome to Elimination Chamber. We are going to kick off the night with a world title match. And it's going to be for the WCW World Heavyweight Championship. The champion AJ Styles defending against this man, LA Knight. If you are new to the universe and if you're wondering why LA Knight is coming out with 2 WCW television titles, while he was out of action for a little while thanks to AJ Styles, The Miz started showing up with the white version of the TV title, trying to pass it off as the real television championship. Those two met at the Royal Rumble in a ladder match. Both versions of the WCW television title hung above the ring, and LA Knight was able to climb the ladder and pull down both belts. And I guess maybe he's still carrying them both around as some sort of badge of accomplishment. Obviously, if he can walk out of here with the big gold belt, the WCW world title here tonight, he will have 3 belts to his name. Now, there is a lot of history between these two. The bad blood has just continuously boiled over since this past summer. LA Knight would get involved in a match that AJ was in, inadvertently got AJ disqualified in that match. And then it just kind of took off from there. The two of them were in a triple threat match at SummerSlam against Drew McIntyre, who at the time was the WCW United States champion. In that one, Knight and Styles seemed to spend a little more time focused on each other than winning the match. McIntyre would retain. Then in the following month at Fall Brawl, Styles and Knight would meet in a Falls Count Anywhere match. AJ would win that one thanks to a little bit of hands-on help from his pals Gallows and Anderson. As a result of that match, Knight was actually on the shelf for a little bit. Styles would head into Halloween Havoc. He would have a match against Cody Rhodes for the WCW World title. And much to the shock of AJ, a returning LA Knight was announced as the special guest referee. At the end of that match, Cody would retain. But LA Knight had a very fast count And after the fact, Cody said, hey, I went back, watched the tape. That doesn't really sit well with me. How can I make this right, AJ? Wanted AJ to join Team WCW, which AJ did, along with getting a rematch at Starrcade. But AJ wasn't done there. On the night that LA Knight would become WCW television champion, AJ would attack him in the parking garage, putting him out of action again. Then at Starrcade, AJ, with some help from the debuting Abyss, defeated Cody Rhodes to become WCW World Champion for a 5th time. Not enough there for Knight. Anderson grabbing the leg of LA Knight. And now Gallows up on the apron. And LA Knight not one to ever stop talking to anyone. These two going back and forth. AJ from behind, using the distraction to his advantage. Eventually, when Knight did make his return, he had 2 matches signed. One, the ladder match at the Rumble. The other, this one, here at Elimination Chamber. And up until that distraction that kind of let AJ back in this match, 360, hooks the leg. But Knight able to get the shoulder up. Styles grabbing Knight. Styles clash, rolls him over. Referee in for the count. And AJ Styles, with some help from his buddies again, is going to walk out of here still WCW World Champion. And here comes Damian Priest, the man that's up next, the Royal Rumble winner, and the man that will challenge AJ at WrestleMania 3. Up next, we've got the Women's Elimination Chamber match. The winner of this one moves on to WrestleMania to take on Raquel Rodriguez for the WCW Women's Championship. An interesting stat of note when it comes to the Women's Chamber winner. There is a 100% success rate that the woman who wins the Elimination Chamber goes on to WrestleMania and successfully walks out a women's champion. Year 1, we saw Tiffany Stratton win the Chamber, go to WrestleMania to take on Sonya Deville, and defeat Sonya to become WCW Women's Champion. Last year, it was Becky Lynch who would win the Chamber and go on to WrestleMania to take on the WWE Women's Champion, Bianca Belair. She would successfully win that championship at WrestleMania 2. And so, if we go on past the past track record, the odds are really high that whoever wins this chamber here tonight will walk out of WrestleMania as champion. And while we've got a 100% success rate on the chamber winner, the Women's Royal Rumble winner, on the other hand, 0-for-2. Bianca unsuccessful in year 1. Asuka unsuccessful last year. The participants in this one do have some former champions in there. Ivy Nile, the most recent former WWE Women's Champion. She lost the championship back at Starrcade to Nia Jax. Nia set to defend the WWE Women's Championship against Becky Lynch at next month's WrestleMania. Jade Cargill in now. Liv Morgan, a former one-time WCW Women's Champion as well as one-time WWE Women's Champion. Rhea Ripley, a former two-time WCW Women's Champion. Jade, who's had some opportunities, but every time has come up short. That track record of failure kind of coming to a head back at Starrcade, her best friend, and the woman who thought of her like a sister, Bianca Belair, had a shot at Raquel and the WCW Women's Championship. Jade would be at ringside in what we thought was her watching Bianca's back. And just as Bianca Belair was about to put Raquel away, Jade would hit the ring and attack, costing Bianca. And while Bianca did win the match by disqualification, titles do not change hands via disqualification. Jade, who would qualify for this chamber by defeating Tiffany Stratton. Then a few days later, Bianca in her qualifying match was taking on the sixth woman in this match, Julia. Julia, who made her Open Mic Universe debut back at the Royal Rumble. Officially signed with WCW. And as sort of a signing bonus, was given a spot in one of the qualifying matches. And that match was against Bianca, and just when Bianca was about to pick up the win, Jade's music would hit. And Bianca, of course, expecting Jade to attack completely, took Bianca's attention off of Julia, took it off of the match. And Julia would be able to capitalize on that distraction. Naomi eliminated thanks to Jade there. So it's down to these final five as the final pod opens. And it is Liv Morgan. And so Jade, who not only cost Bianca the WCW Women's Championship back at Starrcade, she's also the one responsible for Bianca not qualifying for this very Elimination Chamber match. And again, if you're Julia, no offense, you're looking out for yourself. She took advantage when Bianca took her attention off of the match, and that's how she got here. Now Liv and Rhea going back and forth, and Jade sticking her nose in there. Ivy in the ring, focused on Julia. Rhea down, Jade down, and now Ivy down. How huge would it be for somebody like Julia? She's only been in the universe for a short time outside of the Rumble, has only had a handful of matches here. If she could find a way to walk out of here the winner tonight, she would have a WrestleMania ticket punched. And that would be huge. Somebody like Jade, who has been in the universe for years, can't seem to get over the hump. Rhea with only a count of 2 on Liv as Rhea climbing the chamber. Big splash after the climb. Julia now sent to the outside. And now Ivy looking to see if she can get Jade to submit. But Jade hangs in there. Liv tossed in. And now Ivy turning her attention towards her. And really, there she goes back to Jade. You want to not give anybody any time to kind of recover, which wisely Ivy turning her attention back to Jade. Now Julia climbing the chamber. And a big splash from her on Rhea Ripley. Liv now rolls up Julia, but doesn't even register a count there. Ivy down, Jade down, Rhea down. Only a 2 count there for Liv as she went for the cover on Rhea. Ivy trying to get back to her feet. She's kind of hanging out in the corner. Only a 2 count there for Julia on the pinfall on Liv. Rhea now taking it to Ivy Nile. What's Rhea gonna do here? Going in for a spear, but Ivy able to block it. And then gets rewarded with Jade Cargill waiting in the wings. Now Liv off the chamber. Down on a lifeless Julia. And now Julia has been eliminated. We are down to Liv Morgan, Rhea Ripley, Ivy Nile, and Jade Cargill. Rhea goes for the cover on Ivy. And Ivy Nile has now been eliminated. Now we are down to Liv Morgan, Jade Cargill, and Rhea Ripley. Jade with the cover after letting Liv do the dirty work, but Rhea able to kick out at 2. Now Liv back to Rhea. Jade is down. Oblivion hooks the leg. And now Rhea Ripley is out of there. It is down to Jade and Liv. One of these 2 women are headed to WrestleMania to meet Raquel Rodriguez for the WCW Women's Championship. Liv down and Jade talking some trash. Lifts Liv up. Jaded. 1, 2, and 3. Jade Cargill weathers the storm. And now she has punched her WrestleMania ticket. She will meet Raquel Rodriguez for the WCW Women's Championship at WrestleMania 3. Next, we've got a match for the WWE European Championship. Carmelo Hayes, who has 3 back-to-back-to-back wins against the champion Chad Gable. And by winning the last one, even though it was by disqualification, he earned himself this match here tonight at Elimination Chamber. Gable, who told his coach, Kurt Angle, that he didn't want him out at ringside tonight. He's going to do this one on his own. Mello out there on his own, as well as his tag team partner Trick Williams, suffering an injury this week on SmackDown at the hands of Karrion Kross. So no chance for any outside distraction here. But Gable, who felt the first 2 wins for Carmelo were a fluke, and he made an offer. He said, give me a 3rd match, and if you win, I will give you a shot at my European Championship. This past week on Raw, that 3rd match took place. Gable would get a little frustrated in that one, go to the outside, grab a chair, and he thought that the referee wasn't looking. Kurt Angle was talking to the ref. But the ref did see Gable swing the chair. Mello would win by disqualification. But he would still get this match here tonight. Carmelo Hayes still looking for his first title, his first championship here in the open mic universe. Goes for a cover. But Gable able to kick out at 2, and Mello can't believe it. Mello says, Mello don't miss, and he doesn't as he clotheslines Chad Gable down onto the floor. Now with a little bit of ground and pound. Lifts Gable up. Sends him into the barricade. And now Mello going up top. Frog splash off the top. Down onto the floor. Now Mello's got to remember, Gable gets counted out. Title will not change hands. And look at Gable. Able to swing the momentum back in his direction. Maybe Mello was a little bit overconfident, a little bit cocky there. And now Gable dropping the straps. Grabs Mello's ankle lock. And Mello not tapping Gable up top. Hits the moonsault, grabs the leg and hooks. And Chad Gable will retain and remain your WWE European Champion. It was looking good for Mello there for a while, but I think he got a little too cocky, and it came back to bite him. Next, we've got a match for the WCW Cruiserweight Championship. Charlie Dempsey. Dempsey, who showed up at the Royal Rumble after this man, Ilya Dragunov, who after months of trying to regain his Cruiserweight Championship, finally able to get it back from Santos Escobar at the Royal Rumble. And as the referee handed Dragunov the Cruiserweight title, Charlie Dempsey would hit the ring, jump Dragunov from behind, and then lay him out with that newly won Cruiserweight Championship. What's going on here? JD McDonough on his way down to ringside here. One thing that we've noticed, Dempsey's fairly new to the universe. He's only been in the universe for about 2 months now. And it really kind of sent a big shockwave through the Cruiserweight division when the newest guy basically goes after the champion like he did at the Royal Rumble. And since that time, we have seen maybe the rest of the Cruiserweight division, or a good bit of the Cruiserweight division so far, has kind of taken the lead from what Dempsey did at the Rumble. We saw Cruiserweights getting involved in each other's matches. And McDonough coming out here is kind of what we've come to expect over the last month in the Cruiserweight division in WCW. The former champion, Santos Escobar, he called out Dempsey, believing that as the former champion, he deserved a rematch. He deserved the next shot. Didn't appreciate Dempsey kind of jumping the line. But again, you can't really disagree. It's worked out pretty well for Charlie Dempsey so far, as he finds himself in there. Maybe not in the way, the fact that you got to go in there and battle the Mad Dragon, but he does have a title opportunity here. Dempsey with the reversal. Laying in some heavy shots to Dragunov. And the Mad Dragon goes down. Dempsey waiting for Dragunov to get up. Monkey flips him across the ring. And now Dragunov with a kick to the head. These two trading shots. Dragunov clotheslining Dempsey down onto the floor. And now the Mad Dragon with some words for McDonough. Maybe asking him if he's liking the show so far. Dragunov sending Dempsey into McDonough. JD McDonough down. Dragunov tossing his opponent back into the ring. The referee looked a little frustrated there. Not really much you could do. It wasn't like McDonough touched anybody there. H-bomb from Ilya Dragunov. Goes for the cover. And Ilya Dragunov with the win, as he remains the WCW Cruiserweight Champion. It is time for our main event, the Men's Elimination Chamber match. And the winner of this one moves on to WrestleMania to face the WWE World Champion, The Rock, the final boss, and the High Chief of the Bloodline. Obviously, over the last couple of days, the thing that everybody's talking about, the return of Roman Reigns. He was put in this match by WWE official Triple H. Reigns, who made his return this week on SmackDown. And it turned the WWE and the open mic universe as a whole upside down. Guess Roman, not the only return this week. R-Truth bringing back little Jimmy. And there is the man himself, Roman Reigns. A couple of interesting things to note here. We have not seen Roman Reigns in tactical gear in years. And what kind of message is he trying to send with the old Shield video playing on the Titantron? There have been a lot of people in the WWE and WCW in our universe that have been on the wrong side of The Rock and his bloodline over the last 6 months or more. But really, the first victim of The Rock, the first victim of his bloodline, is this man, Roman Reigns. And what's funny, too, is Roman has not got a positive response from the crowd here in the open mic universe since our universe started. He's been the bad guy. He's been the tyrant. And then at SummerSlam, when Rock showed up and he made it seem like he wanted to get rid of Roman, he wanted to get rid of the bloodline for the good of the WWE, for the good of the open mic universe. And so at Fall Brawl, he teamed up with the WWE World Champion at the time, Jimmy Uso, to take on Roman and Jacob Fatu. In the middle of that match, Jacob would abandon Roman and leave him to fend for himself. In the end, Rock and Jimmy would get the win and then really kind of toss Roman from the ring. And we didn't see Roman until this past week on SmackDown. We now know that it was Roman who was that mystery man that was showing up on WWE shows over the last few weeks. We can never see who it was. We can never see their face. It was always some grainy security footage, or we saw somebody from behind wearing a hood. But that mystery was solved. That mystery was revealed on SmackDown, and thanks to Triple H, we had an opening here in this Elimination Chamber. And maybe with the history of Roman, maybe that wasn't Triple H's first choice. But after Rock showed up on Nitro earlier this week, got involved in the qualifying match between Jey Uso and Drew McIntyre, which caused Jey to lose that match. After that happened, I think Triple H figured maybe the devil you know, or maybe the devil you know a little better, is better than the devil that you're dealing with. You can see Roman, he's ready for action over there in his pod. Now, for all you stat nerds out there, let's break this down. Just like the women's Elimination Chamber winners of the past, on the men's side, the winner of the Elimination Chamber in our first 2 years of the universe also hold a 100% success rate when they go on to WrestleMania and challenge for a world championship. Randy Orton's door opens. He is now in the match. In year one, it was what we thought to be Doink the Clown winning the Elimination Chamber. It actually ended up being Cody Rhodes dressed up as Doink the Clown. He had to get creative to find his way into the chamber. He would go on to our first WrestleMania, finish his story, defeat Roman Reigns, and become WWE World Heavyweight Champion. Last year, it was Despicable Rey Mysterio who would go from winning the Elimination Chamber to taking on the WCW World Champion AJ Styles. And he also would walk out of WrestleMania as the World Champion. So we will see if the winner here can keep that streak alive. Funny enough, we're on the women's side. Their 2 Royal Rumble winners are 0 for 2. The men's Royal Rumble winners, 2-0. When it comes from going from the Royal Rumble to WrestleMania. McIntyre able to kick out. Punk sent to the outside. McIntyre, a former one-time WCW World Champion. Randy Orton, a former one-time WWE World Champion. Now here comes R-Truth. Roman Reigns, a former record 5-time WWE World Heavyweight Champion. CM Punk still looking for his first championship in our universe. R-Truth, a one-time WCW Tag Team Champion. Big Bronson Reed, a one-time WCW United States Champion. McIntyre tossing Reed to the outside. And as the clock ticks down, we wait for that final pod to open. Roman Reigns now in the Elimination Chamber, all 6 men in there. Who is going to WrestleMania? CM Punk with an elbow drop to Drew McIntyre. And Punk eliminates the Scottish Psychopath. We are down to 5. Then delivers a GTS to R-Truth. But Truth able to get his shoulder up. Then gets rewarded with Big Bronson Reed tossing him to the outside, which may not be a bad place to be. Let these 4 guys beat the hell out of each other. Take some time to try to recover, especially after that GTS. Roman down, Bronson Reed taking a little rest in the corner. Belly-to-belly suplex from Randy Orton to CM Punk. And now Orton taking the stomp tour all around the body of CM Punk. Orton with the cover. But Punk able to get his shoulder up. Orton sent into the corner by R-Truth, and now Truth turning his attention to Roman Reigns, takes him down. Orton was going for an RKO, but was blocked by Roman Reigns. Orton sent to the outside. Punk down in the corner. Truth in a bad way at the hands of Bronson Reed. Truth fights his way out. Only a 2 count for Roman. Punk now taking a break on the top turnbuckle. Roman with some heavy clotheslines to Randy Orton in the corner. Punk tried for a crossbody, but Bronson Reed able to block it. And R-Truth has been eliminated, thanks to big Bronson Reed. We are down to CM Punk, Randy Orton, Roman Reigns, and Bronson Reed. Orton moves out of the way. Punk from behind takes down Roman. Inverted atomic drop from CM Punk to Bronson Reed. DDT. Where's Punk going here? Now Punk and Reed on the outside, Randy and Roman on the inside. One of these 4 men so close to WrestleMania, so close to the main event. Bronson Reed climbing, and he lands on CM Punk. Punk set into the pod by Bronson, and now Randy with the stomps to Roman Reigns. Randy with the cover. But Roman gets his shoulder up at the count of 2. Now Randy setting up RKO. But the referee was counting Bronson Reed's pin on CM Punk, and that may have bought Roman a little bit of extra time there. Randy was headed for another RKO, but Bronson Reed breaking it up. Randy down, Punk slow to his feet. Now all 4 men in the ring. Punk from behind. RKO to CM Punk. Randy with the cover. And CM Punk has been eliminated. It is down to Bronson Reed, Randy Orton, and Roman Reigns. Reigns with a guillotine to Bronson Reed. And Reed with no choice but to tap. And Reigns with the spear to the referee. I don't know if maybe he thought that was Randy. As he basically releases the guillotine, got up and immediately spears the referee. The referee is down. I don't think it was on purpose. I think it's just the heat of battle. Roman. Again, Roman's been gone for months. And so the emotions are high. The reason that he left, definitely something that has been eating away at him for months. He shows up on SmackDown, gets a huge response from the fans. I thought they were going to blow the roof off of the arena. And then you come in here to the Elimination Chamber, sold out crowd. You're the final two. It's either you or Randy that's going to WrestleMania. And for once in the career of Roman Reigns, the prize at the end of the road isn't the World Championship. It's the man that's holding that championship, The Rock, the man who took everything away from Roman Reigns. Spear! Goes for the cover. But Randy gets his shoulder up. Took everything from Roman. Took his bloodline. And part of that falls on Roman. He essentially kicked out the Usos, replaced them with Tama Tonga and Tonga Loa, brought in Jacob Fatu. Come to find out, those guys were with The Rock all along. And here he finds himself so close to potentially getting his hands on his cousin. And the man that was responsible for all of it. Superman punch. Roman hooking the leg. And that will do it. Roman Reigns comes back, wins the Elimination Chamber, and will get his hands on his cousin, The Rock, at WrestleMania. Thanks for watching, and good night from Elimination Chamber. For the third time in the Open Mic universe, the Open Mic Network is proud to bring you WrestleMania. Welcome in, everybody, to night one. And to kick things off here tonight, we've got the Andre the Giant Memorial Battle Royal. 20 male superstars from WWE, WCW, maybe some returning legends. And there's always a chance for a surprise appearance. Finn Balor out first, and out second we get our first surprise. It's KSI coming out in a Prime bottle. We've got our first product placement of the night, and Finn Balor going right after KSI. I can't imagine KSI lasting too long in this one. Prime bottle and all, and Balor sending KSI over the ropes and down onto the floor. We have our first elimination of the night. Mark Henry in there. He just eliminates Obafemi and Shaquille O'Neal. Shaq in there and does a number on Logan Paul. And Otis thought he would maybe get a little something in there, but found out real quick that wouldn't be the case. CM Punk eliminating Shaq. He's out of there. Mark Henry working on CM Punk in the corner. Punk up and over the top rope. And now Mark Henry trying to eliminate Omos. And he does. Omos out of there. John Cena on his way down to the ring. We haven't seen Cena in a while. Nakamura out of there thanks to R-Truth. Carmelo Hayes eliminating Penta. Penta making his Open Mic Universe debut here. Mark Henry eliminating John Cena. Gunther over the top rope. Mark Henry doing a number here in this Andre the Giant Battle Royal. We are down to 4. make that 3 as Truth eliminates Mark Henry. It is down to R-Truth, Carmelo Hayes, and Bronson Reed. Bronson Reed, the winner of the Andre the Giant Memorial Battle Royal at WrestleMania 1. And he's out of there. Last year's winner, Logan Paul. And it will be either Carmelo Hayes or R-Truth here tonight. Hayes on the top rope. Truth able to catch him midair. Attitude adjustment, but Carmelo Hayes fighting his way out. Hayes sends Truth up and over the top rope. And Carmelo Hayes is your Andre the Giant Memorial Battle Royal winner. Up next, we've got our first of 12 championship matches over the next 2 nights. This one for the WWE European Championship. Out first, the challenger. And he's not coming alone. Trick Williams, and in his corner, Booker T. Now, you may be asking yourself why Booker T. is coming out to accompany Trick Williams. Well, when it comes to WrestleMania, there are always legends in the back here for the big event. And after Carmelo Hayes turned his back on Trick Williams earlier this week on SmackDown, and the fact that he knows that Chad Gable will have his coach, the Hall of Famer and Olympic gold medalist Kurt Angle, in his corner, he decided to reach out to Booker T, who last summer matched up against Trick during the Great American Bash Tour. We were in Dallas. Booker came out and issued an open challenge to anybody in the back that wanted to try to make a name for themselves in the ring with him one-on-one. And Trick Williams answered that challenge. And not only did he answer the challenge, he actually defeated Booker T. And Booker gained a whole lot of respect for Trick for not only stepping up and accepting the challenge, but getting the job done in the ring and defeating him. And so Trick approached Booker and said, hey, would you come out and be in my corner tonight? Just to keep an eye on Kurt Angle or maybe any of the other members of Team Angle that could come out here and get involved in this match, or possibly Carmelo Hayes, who we saw in the opening match where he won the Andre the Giant Memorial Battle Royal. We have not gotten any kind of explanation from Melo. Obviously, we got to assume it is based on jealousy. Melo, who was in a similar position back at Elimination Chamber, he had a shot at Chad Gable and the European Championship, came up short. And that was after 3 consecutive non-title victories against Chad Gable. We would have a battle royal to find a number 1 contender. Both Trick and Melo were in that match. Melo actually tried to eliminate Trick at one point, but he would hold on and eventually go on to win that number 1 contender battle royal. Uranagi hooks the leg. Only gets a 2 count. And now Trick turning his back as Kurt Angle distracting him. And I don't know if this is a wise move to turn your back on Chad Gable. Luckily, Gable's still down, but Gable catches the leg and now rolls Trick over. Trick's close to that rope. He could probably grab it, but able to work his way out. These two going back and forth. Blocked there from Gable. And Trick! Was that the knockout shot? As he goes up top. Splash off the top rope, hooks the leg. And that will do it. Your winner and new WWE European Champion, Trick Williams. It's time for the WCW Cruiserweight Championship Gauntlet match. And there is no champion's advantage in this one for Ilya Dragunov. Santos Escobar, Wes Lee, Javon Evans, Charlie Dempsey, JD McDonough, Dragon Lee, and a mystery cruiserweight that was announced earlier this week from WCW official Eric Bischoff. We don't know who it is. We are going to find out together at some point during this gauntlet match. It's going to be Charlie Dempsey. It's going to be Javon Evans kicking it off with a new cruiserweight entering every 30 seconds. And essentially, this is kind of like a King of the Hill. It's the last man standing. You could get every pinfall or submission, be in the final two, and that other person pins or submits you, and they move on and become the new champion. So really no advantage here. I guess maybe a slight advantage if you're in this early, in the sense that you maybe only have to contend with one or two people. But once the ring fills up, you got to really watch all sides, as your opponents will be coming from everywhere. Javon Evans with a bat to the head of Santos Escobar. No disqualifications here. No disqualifications or countouts. The only way an opponent can be eliminated is by either pinfall or submission. Santos Escobar, the only other competitor in this match besides Ilya Dragunov to hold the Cruiserweight Championship. We have got two more Cruiserweights to go, one of them being the champion Ilya Dragunov, the other the Mystery Cruiserweight. And it is the champion. Here comes Ilya Dragunov. So that means the final entrant will be the Mystery Cruiserweight. And the clock is running. We're about to find out who this is. It's El Grande Americano? Now, we've heard of this guy. There have been some rumors. Obviously, somebody who has competed on the independent circuit, not here in the open mic universe. But he would always be performing either in the same town that we were in or in the same area. And a lot of people said that he had some very similar mannerisms to Chad Gable. Now, this was pre-Team Angle. This was before things started kind of turning around for Chad Gable when he joined Team Angle. They came over in the draft to the WWE. He wins the European Championship. But it's kind of funny that Chad Gable loses the European Championship earlier in the night, and then now El Grande Americano is here in the Cruiserweight Gauntlet. Strange indeed. Santos trying to use the ropes to get a 3 count on Ilya Dragunov, but it doesn't work. Now Dragunov gets out, looks to try to cover Escobar. Not able to get it, and now Dragunov with the cover. And Ilya Dragunov eliminates JD McDonough. We are down to 5 cruiserweights. Big boot from Dragunov. El Grande Americano with the cover. Only gets a 2 on Santos Escobar. Dragunov covering Javon Evans. And Javon Evans eliminated. And headbutt from El Grande Americano to Ilya Dragunov. Oh, the champion eliminated. He is out of there. And El Grande Americano throws a chair at Wesley. With Ilya Dragunov out, one of these 3 men are going to walk out of WrestleMania, the new WCW Cruiserweight Champion. Power slam from Wesley to El Grande Americano. Escobar back to his feet. And now Santos with the cover to Wesley. We are down to 2 men. El Grande Americano, who cracked Santos Escobar in the head with a kendo stick. Flying headbutt off the top rope, hooks the leg. Your winner and the new WCW Cruiserweight Champion in his debut match in the open mic universe, El Grande Americano. It's the WCW Tag Team titles up for grabs coming up next. Out first come the challengers, Despicable Ray and Dirty Dominic Mysterio, representing the LWO. They will be taking on the WCW Tag Team Champions, the Motor City Machine Guns. The Machine Guns making their WrestleMania debut, as they made their Open Mic Universe debut last summer during the Great American Bash Tour. And for the Mysterios, they earned this opportunity, winning a number 1 contender 4-way elimination tag match back at Clash of the Champions. They defeated the Street Profits, the New Day, and Gallows and Anderson. The funny thing about Ray and Dom, they were the only team in that match to have not held tag team gold here in the open mic universe. And Ray has held a ton of titles here. The tag team titles, one that have eluded him. Little interesting side note, when it comes to the Mysterios in WrestleMania, they have been good nights for both Ray and Dom. WrestleMania 1, Ray came in as the WCW Cruiserweight Champion, and he successfully defended against Finn Balor. WrestleMania 2, Dom came in as WCW Cruiserweight Champion, and he successfully defended against Santos Escobar. Last year at WrestleMania 2, Ray would main event night 2 of WrestleMania, coming in as the challenger. He would defeat AJ Styles to become WCW World Champion for the first time. And so for the LWO, and more specifically Despicable Ray and Dirty Dom, WrestleMania usually ends up with a happy result as Alex Shelley blocks the 619, quickly goes for the cover. Motor City Machine Guns on their second run as tag team champions. They won the tag team titles in their debut match, defeating the Street Profits. And then back at Starrcade, they were in a 3-team TLC tag match, along with AOP and the tag team champions at the time, the Dudleys. Ray sent into the corner. Makes the tag. In comes Chris Sabin. Crossbody. Hooks the leg. Here comes Dom. He makes the save. Sabin again. Going up top. Another crossbody. Gets Ray up. Cross leg Michinoku driver. But only gets a 2. He can't believe it. Lifts Ray up again. Cradle shock. Holds the leg. And the Motor City Machine Guns will retain and remain your WCW Tag Team Champions. And for Ray and Dom, they taste defeat on the WrestleMania stage for the first time. This next one, not for the weak of heart. It's a last man standing match for the WWE Intercontinental Championship. While both men would love to walk out of WrestleMania with that Intercontinental Championship, the thing that is probably most important to them in the moment is who can dish out the most damage to their opponent. There is no love lost between these two. Challenger Braun Breaker, champion Jacob Fatu. And the mess between these two has accelerated quickly. Let's go back to Survivor Series. The Rock, who captained the team representing WWE in the Men's War Games match, a match that Jacob was a part of, was victorious. Braun Breaker was on one of the WWE teams in one of the classic Survivor Series elimination tag matches. He was the sole survivor on his team, and he caught the eye of The Rock. The Rock was very impressed with what Braun did in that match and bringing a victory to the WWE, to Team WWE. Based on that respect, The Rock gifted Braun the 30th entrance spot in the Royal Rumble. Now, in that match, he was under the understanding that he and Jacob had an understanding. They would work together, and they would eliminate every other competitor in that match, leaving the two of them as the last two standing, and then, essentially, may the best man win. That was a great plan in theory, but Braun should have known better than to trust the Samoan werewolf. Jacob called an audible and threw that plan out the window and tried to eliminate Braun. Now, Braun did make it to the final two. It was him and Damian Priest. Unfortunately, it was Damian Priest who would eliminate Braun Breaker and punch his ticket to WrestleMania. Now, that didn't sit well with the Badass. And he would confront Jacob and attack him, and the two of them would go back and forth attacking each other. It would ultimately come to a head in an Elimination Chamber qualifying match. they would take 3 attempts to get the match in the ring. The first time, Braun would attack Jacob from behind. Referee would call off the match. On the second attempt, it was Jacob who would attack Braun before the match. Again, referee throwing the match out. Finally, WWE official Triple H said enough was enough. You guys got one more shot to get this match in the ring. And to ensure that happened, he made himself the guest referee. The match would begin and take place before the action would eventually spill out into the crowd, where both men would be counted out. Then in the lead up to WrestleMania, both men would interrupt Triple H as he was tending to other business, demanding this match here at WrestleMania. Eventually, Triple H would give in and give them their match. But not just any match, a last man standing match. And while neither man probably had this type of match in mind, the hatred that they have for each other, no complaints on either side. They're just glad to have this one here at WrestleMania as they trade shots back and forth. One positive of these two facing each other here at WrestleMania, it made life a whole lot easier for the rest of the WWE roster, as neither had to contend with the Samoan Werewolf or the Badass. Breaker miscalculated there, and Jacob Fatu sends him into the corner. Braun slides out the back. Now he takes Jacob to the corner. And sends him into the post. And now Braun Breaker choking out Jacob Fatu. This is a last man standing match. There are no rules. The only way you can win is to incapacitate your opponent for a count of 10. And Braun may have celebrated a little early. Hits Jacob with a spear. And Jacob Fatu not moving. I kind of thought Braun was making an error there by celebrating, but he hits that spear out of nowhere. And that is gonna do it. Braun Breaker doesn't have things play out for him the way he thought at Royal Rumble. But here at WrestleMania, he defeats Jacob Fatu in a last man standing match to become WWE Intercontinental Champion for the second time. Up next, two guys who had much bigger plans for themselves for WrestleMania weekend, yet find themselves in a match against each other. Both Jey Uso and Drew McIntyre had big plans to win the Royal Rumble and go on to main event WrestleMania. Both came up short in the Royal Rumble, but there was still one more opportunity at earning a main event here at WrestleMania 3. That's the Elimination Chamber. The two of them would meet in an Elimination Chamber qualifying match. A match that Jey Uso was on the verge of winning before The Rock showed up and cost Jey the match and helping Drew qualify for Elimination Chamber, leaving Jey out in the cold. Ultimately, Drew would come up short in that Elimination Chamber match. And while both men, no doubt, wanted to be in a main event spot here, at WrestleMania. With Jay, it's just a little bit different. It means a little bit more because it's family. His cousin, The Rock, the bloodline. Everything that The Rock has done to just implode their family. He wanted to be the one to make things right. He wanted to be the one to put The Rock away on the biggest stage. And with Drew knows that. And that's why Drew, he can be the biggest troll on the planet. He knows how to rub salt in the wounds. He knows how to needle guys. And that's exactly what he did. And that's exactly why we are here with this match at WrestleMania. Now, Jay not only missed out on the Elimination Chamber thanks to The Rock, that was also Jay's first singles loss since coming to WCW last summer. And that WCW United States Championship that he's here defending tonight, he took that championship from Drew McIntyre back at Halloween Havoc. And so while Drew would love to walk out of WrestleMania as a world champion, for him, the next best thing would be to walk out of WrestleMania with the belt that he held for nearly a year before losing it to Jay. But again, emotions are high. We know there's so much on the mind of Jey Uso, on the heart of Jey Uso. We've seen in this match, he's not the typical locked-in Jey that we're used to seeing. Hopefully now, things have kind of calmed down, they've settled down. We're starting to see some shades of the Jey that we've known for almost the last year here in WCW. Jay just daring him to hit him in the chin, and now just going back and forth. Jay lifts him up, and Drew able to counter out of it. Kick to the midsection, and this is not good for Jey Uso. Drew with the cover, but Jay able to get his shoulder up. Now Drew goes to the corner. You know what this means. The countdown is on. Claymore hooks the leg. And Drew McIntyre, preying on the emotions of Jey Uso, comes in here to WrestleMania and regains the WCW United States Championship. And for Jey Uso, the hits just keep on coming. And things have now gone from bad to worse. Up next, it's the WWE Women's Championship. And on the night that Becky Lynch would win the Royal Rumble, her husband, Seth freaking Rollins, would take on the WWE World Champion, The Rock. And after a little bit of help from Jacob Fatu, The Rock would ultimately rock bottom Seth through the announce table and putting Rollins on the shelf, on the injured list for this foreseeable future. We have not seen Seth freaking Rollins since the Royal Rumble. And so on the Raw, immediately after the Royal Rumble, Becky wasted little time in calling out the champion that she would be challenging at WrestleMania, the Bloodline's own Nia Jax. And while I'm sure the man would have loved to have gotten The Rock in the ring here at WrestleMania. She's got to take the next best thing. Nia, in her first reign as a champion here in the Open Mic universe. Becky, a former two-time champion in both WWE and WCW, looking here tonight to become a three-time WWE Women's Champion. And so far in this one, it has been all Becky Lynch. She goes for the cover. But Nia able to kick out. Again, the anger in Becky. And someone who is just dead set on payback and revenge here. She sends Nia down to the floor. There is some history between these two. Their paths have crossed in the past. In fact, they had a pretty nasty street fight back in the fall as Becky delivers a drop kick from the top rope. Goes up to the second turnbuckle. Leg drop. Again hooks the leg. And again, Nia Jax able to kick out. What do we have here? Becky, manhandle slam. Hooks the leg one more time. And that will do it. And while this victory may not bring her husband back to the WWE any sooner, the fact that she has taken more gold from the bloodline has got to give her at least a little bit of satisfaction. Here tonight, Becky Lynch, once again, your WWE Women's Champion. It's main event time here at night one of WrestleMania 3. It's going to be for the WCW World Heavyweight Championship. The Men's Royal Rumble winner, Damian Priest, challenging the phenomenal AJ Styles, the 5-time WCW World Champion. Accompanying Priest to the ring, Finn Balor. Now, over the last few months, there has been a little bit of dissension in the Judgment Day. Both Finn and Damian at times have not appeared to be on the same page. But all that changed a few weeks ago when Gallows and Anderson showed up on Raw and attacked Finn Balor back in the backstage area. Priest would show up to Nitro, show up to Thunder, trying to get his hands on Gallows and Anderson. He would have a match against Abyss, and in that match, before the match was even finished, Abyss, not even trying to win the match, would get a chair from AJ and look to do some damage to Damian Priest. But Finn Balor would hit the ring and save his Judgment Day brother. So it's good to see Finn and Priest back on the same page. And AJ, if you notice, no Abyss, no Gallows and Anderson. We found out this week on Thunder that all three men were banned from ringside for this match. And if they defy that order, and any of them show up here tonight and either interfere in the match or just show up at ringside, AJ will be immediately stripped of the WCW World title, and it will be awarded to Damian Priest. And while this is the 5th title reign for AJ Styles. The one thing to note, this 5th and current reign began and has been able to continue because of the interference of Abyss, Luke Gallows, and Carl Anderson. So we will see how AJ Styles reacts and responds here tonight, as he has to go this one alone. And Priest not wasting any time here, and that's what you got to do. Look, the last few months, AJ is shown to be a little bit of a dirtbag, but he has been the foundation, the cornerstone of WCW since day one here in the open mic universe. And he's got the ability and the experience to walk out of here still world champion, with or without the help of his goon squad. So far here in this one, Damian Priest looking good. He is a former one-time WWE World Champion, but he decided that he wanted to go and try to accomplish something, conquer something that he hadn't done before, and that is hold gold here in the WCW. Sends AJ into the corner. Now just driving that shoulder into the midsection of AJ Styles. AJ going for a ride. And Damian Priest not letting up. And again, you got to have that killer instinct to not only win a championship, but to do it in the main event of WrestleMania. It doesn't get much bigger than this. Now sending AJ into the corner. And AJ pulls the referee in. What the hell's Finn Balor doing? He just handed AJ Styles a chair. I don't believe what we just saw. Finn Balor has screwed Damian Priest here. What the hell is going on? We know that there is history between Gallows and Anderson and Finn Balor. And Finn Balor and AJ Styles. But why the hell would Finn Balor do this to Damian Priest here at WrestleMania? AJ disposing of the evidence on the outside. The referee still down. And now AJ going up top. Frog splash off the top rope, but the referee still face down in the ring, and AJ turning to the crowd to give him a little taunt. Turns out AJ Styles might not need his goon squad. He had a snake in the grass in Finn Balor here tonight. And again, AJ just taunting and toying Damian Priest. Referee up. He has no clue what has gone on here. AJ gets Priest up. Styles clash. Rolls him over. But it's only a 2. Damian Priest somehow able to kick out as he sends AJ to the floor. And now Finn on the apron. I don't know why Priest is talking to him. Knock him into the third row. AJ back into the ring from behind. Rolls Priest up in a calf crusher. And there, I think Priest, he's out. AJ Styles again finds a way to hold on to that WCW World title, this time with some help from Damian Priest's own brother, Finn Balor. Unbelievable. This is just sick. And again, more carnage with the chair. And look at Finn. Look at that little bastard. He wants his turn too. AJ hands him the chair. This is absolutely disgusting. If you enjoyed night 1 of WrestleMania, be sure to like and subscribe. We'll see you at night 2 of WrestleMania 3. After an unforgettable night 1, we're just getting started. Welcome to night 2 of WrestleMania 3. Kicking things off tonight, we've got the China Memorial Battle Royal. 20 female superstars from the WWE, WCW, maybe a few debuts. There's always a chance for a surprise appearance. Out first, Chelsea Green. And joining her to kick off the China Memorial Battle Royal, Tiffany Stratton. It's Tiffy time at WrestleMania. Who will join our previous China Memorial Battle Royal winners? Jade Cargill, the winner from back at WrestleMania 1. And last year's winner, Shayna Baszler. Ivy Nile up and over thanks to Tiffany Stratton. And Tiffany eliminating Stephanie Vaquer. Naomi trying to toss Chelsea in the corner. And Chelsea Green is out of there. So is Tiffany Stratton thanks to Charlotte Flair. Out goes Asuka. And Charlotte Flair eliminated by Lyra Valkyria. And Lyra eliminated by Naomi. Alexa Bliss in there now. And Bayley turning her attention towards her. Julia out of there. Jordynne Grace making her Open Mic Universe debut. It didn't last long. As she's out of there, so is Bayley. Rhea Ripley trying to get Naomi up and over the top rope, but Naomi saved by the ring apron. Bayley still on the outside. She can't believe that she has been eliminated. Bianca Belair on her way down. Rhea Ripley tosses Alexa Bliss out of the ring. Bianca getting rid of Piper Niven. Now Liv Morgan trying to eliminate the EST. And here comes, that's Nikki Cross. I have no clue what's up with Nikki's appearance here. Takes out Roxanne Perez. And looking to do the same to Naomi. And she does. Rhea looking to eliminate Roxanne Perez in the upper right-hand corner. Bianca working on Nikki Cross in the upper left-hand corner. Liv Morgan eliminated by Rhea. We are down to 4 ladies as Nikki survives the elimination attempt. Bianca Belair, Rhea Ripley, Nikki Cross, and Naomi. Naomi has been in there longer than anybody out of these 4. Everybody, well, Naomi's up, but really the only one that is still kind of on the attack is Nikki Cross. She gets Rhea Ripley up to her feet, but Rhea able to counter. kick to the midsection. Naomi down. Bianca slow to get back to her feet. Bianca tosses Nikki from the ring. And Rhea eliminated. It's down to Bianca Belair and Naomi. Head scissor. Both women go over. Bianca hits the floor. Naomi lands on the apron. And Naomi is this year's winner of the China Memorial Battle Royal. Up next, we've got a fatal four-way for the WCW television title. And in this one, there is no champion's advantage for the champion LA Knight. He does not have to be involved in the pinfall or the submission to lose the WCW television championship. Out first, a former WCW TV champion, The Miz. He will be joined by Austin Theory, a man still looking for his first championship in the open mic universe. Also in the match here tonight, a guy that is fairly new to the open mic universe. He made his debut back at the Royal Rumble. And then a few weeks later, agreed to terms and joined the WCW, Ethan Page. And then, of course, rounding out the Fatal 4-Way competitors, it's none other than the champion himself, LA Knight. Knight, who just 1 month ago, back at Elimination Chamber, challenged AJ Styles for the WCW World Heavyweight Championship. That match did not go LA Knight's way, as he was actually in great shape. He was kind of in the driver's seat in that one before some of AJ's Goon Squad, Gallows and Anderson, would get into a little bit of a verbal back and forth with LA Knight. We know LA Knight, never one to be shy to share some words. He would turn his back and his attention away from AJ Styles, giving AJ a chance to recover. And then the momentum of the match completely swung in the opposite direction. And AJ was able to walk out of Elimination Chamber, still WCW World Champion. And coming out of that match, there wasn't really a clear-cut opponent for LA Knight here for WrestleMania. So what we had was, started to see a lot of people trying to make the case for themselves that they deserve a shot here at WrestleMania for the television title. First out was the newcomer, Ethan Page. He tried to plead his case, make his case. And then Austin Theory, a veteran who, like we said at the beginning, still looking for his first championship here in the universe. And then the last one to try to politic and get this match was The Miz, the former WCW television champion. So LA Knight just said, the hell with it. I'll take on all three of you bums. And here we have it, the Fatal 4-Way here at WrestleMania 3. Austin Theory with the float over DDT to Ethan Page. Big boot. Now, The Miz. Page on the outside. LA Knight looking to try to put away Austin Theory. Didn't go his way. Now Ethan Page using the ropes to kind of hold himself up, but then comes out with a pretty strong attack on LA Knight. Miz blocking the kendo stick attack by Ethan Page. Fatal 4-Way rules, no disqualification. Any kind of weapon you can find is legal here. Ethan Page down. Austin Theory down as well. Page starts to move here. LA Knight rolling Miz over. Unable to get the 3 count. Miz with the cover, but LA Knight able to come in and stop the count. Now LA Knight looking under the ring, found another kendo stick. Cracks it over Ethan Page, cracks it over Austin Theory, but Miz with the roll-up. Knight able to kick out. Now Miz looking to put on the figure 4, and he gets it on. Knight's going to have to get out of this one himself, and Knight does not tap out. Theory sends LA Knight into the corner, gets lifted up by the Miz. Miz rolls him over, but only gets a 1 count. Miz can't believe it. Ethan Page with the cover to the Miz. Knight makes the save. Austin Theory has been through it in this one as he needs the corner to try to get back to his feet. LA Knight with a sledgehammer covers Ethan Page, but only a 2 count. BFT to Austin Theory, hooks the leg, Miz down, Ethan Page out on the apron, and that will do it. Even with the odds stacked against him, LA Knight, your winner, and still your WCW television champion. It's the WWE United States Championship on the line coming up next. And normally when you have a champion and a challenger situation, it's usually the challenger trying to get the match with the champion, chasing the champion. This one, though, a little different as the roles have been reversed. It was Karrion Kross who issued this challenge to Randy Orton. And he didn't just want Randy Orton. He wanted the Apex Predator, the Legend Killer, the Viper Randy Orton, the old school Randy Orton. The Randy Orton that would stab his own father in the back if that meant getting him one step closer to achieving whatever goal it was that he was going after. And so, the ego of Karrion Kross could potentially be exposed here on the biggest stage at WrestleMania 3. We will see if he gets his wish and which Randy Orton we're going to get here tonight. Kross potentially looking at that United States Championship for the last time. And Randy Orton, who's held a lot of championships over the years, here in the Open Mic universe, the United States Championship, not one that he has held in Randy Orton, with a Lou Thesz press to kick things off. And right away, Scarlett on the outside. She's trying to cheer her man on. And so far, it has been all Orton. And again, I get it from the standpoint of Karrion Kross. He wants to have the biggest match, the biggest WrestleMania moment he can have. There's also that old mentality that sometimes it's better to pick the nastiest guy in the yard and try to pick a fight with him. Maybe that is what Kross is doing here. Orton with a quick cover. Only gets a 1 there. Kross rolls out of the way. And now we are seeing some offense from Karrion Kross as he tosses the Viper across the ring, hooks the leg. Gets a 2 as Orton able to get that right shoulder up. And now Randy Orton in a bad spot here. Kross teeing up here. Orton with a block. And now Kross sent over to the apron. Vintage Randy Orton. But he doesn't go for the cover. And now Orton, Scarlett distracting him, and Orton taking his eye off of his opponent here. This is not typical behavior that we see from Randy Orton. But Kross not able to take advantage of the distraction from Scarlett. Orton now making his way down to the floor. Kross pushes Orton back, gets him back to his feet, and then sends him back into the ring, carrying Kross back in. Gets Orton up. Kick to the midsection. Slams Randy down. Takes his back. And now raining down powerful forearms to the back of Randy Orton's head. This match is definitely taking a turn here. And now Kross just stomping on the hand of Randy Orton. Suplex. And now Kross from behind. Cross jacket applied. And normally this is the beginning of the end, but Orton able to weather the storm here. And that does not happen very often. That usually is more than enough for Karrion Kross to put away his opponent. Goes for the cover. And Karrion Kross, in shocking fashion, defeats Randy Orton here. And he will retain and remain WWE United States Champion. The WWE Tag Team titles on the line in a 3-team tag match. The champions, the Bloodline, Tama Tonga and Tonga Loa, defending against the team of Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn. And a third team that was announced earlier this week by WWE official Triple H. We don't know who this third team is, but we're about to find out. The Bloodline. Oh my God! Jimmy Uso and Solo Sikoa are back. We have not seen either of these guys since the very beginning of The Rock hijacking the Bloodline. First it was Solo Sikoa taken out, and then it was Jimmy, who at the time was the WWE World Champion. And I like it, going by the OG Bloodline. And once The Rock was able to defeat Jimmy and become WWE World Champion, his plan came to fruition. All the members of Roman's Bloodline were done away with and disposed of, with the exception of Jey Uso, who was banished over in WCW. But Jimmy Uso and Solo Sikoa, and I loved how they had the old school Uso entrance. And they are back, and they are here And you got to think that maybe Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn might not be too happy with the inclusion of Jimmy and Solo. Because for months they have been trying to get a fair shot at the titles that they once held, the titles that Tama Tonga and Tonga Loa stole from them. And I think that they were under the impression that they were going to get this shot at WrestleMania, which they are. They are in this match. But you're also adding two other guys who are definitely a threat. And so, while Kevin and Sami are getting their shot here at WrestleMania, it is not a standard tag team match that I'm sure that they were expecting to get. But maybe, in any sense, the object is to do whatever it takes to make sure that Tama Tonga and Tonga Loa don't walk out of here with those WWE Tag Team Championships. Tama Tonga with the kendo stick, but Solo able to cut him off before he gets to him. Jimmy sending KO into the corner. Sami had his pinfall interrupted. Tama Tonga covering Solo Sikoa. And now Jimmy with a chair, and he takes it upside the head of Sami Zayn, and then Tonga Loa goes for the cover on Kevin Owens. And now Solo with the kendo stick. Jimmy with the cover to Tama Tonga. Kevin Owens breaks it up. Samoan spike to Sami Zayn. All hell is breaking loose here in the ring. Tonga Loa with the spear to Sami Zayn. Now Sami with a suplex to Solo Sikoa. And the mayhem continues. Tama Tonga not able to even get a one count there as Solo breaks up that pin attempt and Tonga Loa's pin attempt as well. Stunner from KO, hooks the leg. Tonga Loa makes the save. And now Solo with a baseball bat. Cracks Tama Tonga, cracks Tonga Loa. Goes for the cover. The KO there to make the save. Haluva kick from Sami Zayn to Tama Tonga. Solo breaks it up. Now Jimmy putting in some work with the kendo stick. Jimmy Uso going up top. Uso splash. Solo covering Sami Zayn. And that will do it. The OG Bloodline, the returning Jimmy Uso and Solo Sikoa have come in here and become your new WWE World Tag Team Champions as the Bloodline suffers another huge loss here at WrestleMania 3. Up next, it's a match for the WCW Women's Championship. Challenger Jade Cargill had to earn this opportunity by winning the Women's Elimination Chamber match. And while Jade has had some big moments here in the open mic universe, when it comes to championship matches, she always ends up on the losing end. Is tonight the night that Jade Cargill will finally be able to call herself a champion. She has got her hands full, though. She takes on the WCW Women's Champion, Raquel Rodriguez. And by hook or crook or just pure dominance in the ring, Raquel Rodriguez has been a long-time champion here. No members of the LWO out here in Raquel's corner. I guess maybe Despicable Ray and Dirty Dom still licking their wounds from coming up short in their attempt to become WCW Tag Team Champions on night one. And Jade here, right from the get-go, taking it to the champ. And we have seen a completely different Jade Cargill over the last few months. We saw it back at Starrcade when her best friend, Bianca Belair, was in a similar position, challenging Raquel for the WCW Women's Championship. And as Bianca was about to put Raquel away, Jade, who was in Bianca's corner, would enter the ring, attack Bianca, causing a disqualification. And speaking of the EST, her music hits. Jade looking up the ramp. But Bianca from behind lifts Jade up. KOD. And the referee doesn't see it. Raquel with the cover. And just like Jade Cargill screwed Bianca Belair at Starrcade, Bianca returns the favor here at WrestleMania and then stands on the stage and calls out the champ after helping her pick up the win. Now we've reached the point in the night where it might be best to send the kids to another room. We've got a Monsters Ball match. The American Nightmare Cody Rhodes taking on the Monster Abyss. And while this might be the signature match for Abyss, it was actually Cody Rhodes who challenged Abyss and wanted this type of match here at WrestleMania. Both of these men have been locked in a room here at the arena for the last 24 hours with no light, no food, and no water. Now that they have both been released, they will make their way to the Monsters Ball structure, which sort of looks like a rusted out Hell in a Cell. And for Cody Rhodes, he has wanted to get his hands on Abyss for months. It all started back at Starrcade, where Abyss would show up here in the open mic universe for the first time. It was our main event of Starrcade, Cody Rhodes, the WCW World Champion, taking on AJ Styles in a no disqualification match. Cody was setting up AJ for a crossroads when Abyss would hit the ring and hit Cody with a black hole slam, which allowed AJ to make the cover and become WCW World Champion for the 5th time. Fast forward to the Royal Rumble, these two would mix it up in the Royal Rumble match. And then in our lead up to Elimination Chamber, Cody had an Elimination Chamber qualifying match against Bronson Reed. And as Cody was making his way down to the ring, he would be attacked by Abyss. Cody would go forward with the match, but the damage was already done thanks to Abyss, and Bronson Reed would get the victory. And now here we are at WrestleMania in the Monsters' very own match, the Monsters Ball match. And right now, Abyss having his way with Cody Rhodes. Gets Cody back to his feet. Kick to the midsection. Gets Cody up. But Cody fighting his way out. And now drops Abyss in the corner. Crossroads goes for the cover. Only gets a 2 count. And where's Cody going here? Oh no, that's Janice. That's Abyss's nail-covered 2x4, and it is all legal. There is no disqualification in a Monsters Ball match. Cody may be having second thoughts, but picks it up again anyway. And Cody with Janice to the head of Abyss. Now Cody being very calculated with every strike to Abyss's body. Now Abyss trying to get back to his feet again. And Cody once again to the head of Abyss. There's no way that Abyss has not been busted open with those vicious shots from Janice at the hands of Cody Rhodes. Cody sending the monster back in the ring. Cody Rhodes with a pedigree. Slowly crawling over, hooking the leg. But Abyss kicks out at 2. This man is not human. Cody again with a crossroads. Will this be enough to put the monster away? And it is. And while Cody Rhodes may not be walking out of WrestleMania as a world champion, he will be walking out of WrestleMania finally getting some revenge on the Monster Abyss. It's time for the main event. And this one might be one of the biggest matches in WrestleMania history. One of the biggest matches in the open mic universe history. And maybe one of the biggest matches in wrestling history. In an alternate universe, this is a match that the fans have been begging for. And we're bringing it to you right here, right now, at WrestleMania 3. This is a match that goes all the way back to SummerSlam. Roman Reigns, the WWE World Heavyweight Champion at the time, taking on his cousin, Jimmy Uso, in what would be the final stage of a tribal gauntlet match. Jimmy had to run the gauntlet to earn a shot at Roman and the WWE World title. Jimmy would successfully defeat Roman and become the new champion. After the match, the lights would go out and The Rock would appear in the ring and chokeslam Roman Reigns. We thought that The Rock had come back to help end the tyrannical reign of Roman Reigns and his bloodline. Little did we know that The Rock had bigger plans in mind And getting Roman out of the way was just the first step. He would eventually team with Jimmy to try to eliminate Roman and the Bloodline from the WWE. Come to find out, he just wanted to hijack the Bloodline for himself and make himself the leader of this Bloodline, his Bloodline. Tama Tonga and Tonga Loa would follow suit, as would Jacob Fatu. And once Rock got rid of all of the original members of the Bloodline, he would go on to have an even greater reign of terror than we ever saw from Roman Reigns. And anybody who stepped up to try to stop the final boss would all suffer a fate at the hands of the numbers game of the Bloodline. And in most cases, these guys would be injured and not seen again. They would be banished and run off from the WWE. And then Roman would return ahead of Elimination Chamber, and Triple H would enter him into that Elimination Chamber match, where he would go on to win and punch his ticket for this very match against his cousin, The Rock. It's a tribal rules match. Anything goes. There are no countouts, no disqualifications, and in a sense, no champion's advantage, as anything goes. And Roman, with the first cover of the night, only gets a 1. We should have saw this coming. The guy that for years has been walking around claiming to be the People's Champion. Hell, he walks around with that ridiculous People's Championship belt today. The Rock, Dwayne Johnson, he doesn't care about the people. Hell, he doesn't even care about his own family. He's an egotistical, self-centered prick who only cares about one thing: himself. And when the movie career started kind of waning a little bit, and people weren't rushing out buying tickets to his movies, and then of course there's also his social media presence and all the posts that he puts out trying to portray himself in a certain way and boost up his brand, people started seeing through that. And so when that happened, what did he do? What did The Rock do? What did Dwayne Johnson do? He returned to familiar territory. He saw his cousin maybe taking his eye off the ball a little bit. He saw an opportunity to come in and take over another franchise, just like he's done in Hollywood so many times before. The difference, though, Vin Diesel may not be able to punch you in the face, but Roman Reigns can. Tama Tonga hitting the ring. Roman in the corner. Hits Rock with a spear. And then Tama Tonga attacks. Again, no disqualification in a tribal rules match. Anything goes. The only way to win is to defeat your opponent by pinfall or submission. And the winner of this one not only will walk out WWE World Heavyweight Champion, not only walk out as the true leader of the Bloodline, but will also walk out with the sacred Ulafala, which means that the winner would be the ultimate tribal chief of this Bloodline. Now The Rock's starting to get cocky. Tama Tonga sends Roman down to the floor. Picks up that sledgehammer. And now Rock clearing the announce table. Headbutt from Tama Tonga, and The Rock with the kendo stick breaks it over the body of Roman Reigns, and Rock now clearing the second announce table. And he sends Roman into the steel steps. Roman moves out of the way, and Rock down to the floor. spine buster. This is not looking good for Roman Reigns as he is sent back into the ring. Rock rolls him over. Here comes Seth Rollins with the save. Seth Rollins in that old school Shield gear, which we've also seen Roman wear here as of late since he made his return. Roman with the cover. Rock reverses it over. And Seth with a boot to the face of the final boss. And Seth's got a huge bone to pick with The Rock. Remember, back at the Royal Rumble, Rock put Seth through the announce table and put him on the shelf. Here comes Jey Uso. Jey also with a huge beef with The Rock. He wanted this match against The Rock. He wanted to defend his family here at WrestleMania. And in Jay's Elimination Chamber qualifying match against Drew McIntyre, Rock would show up on Nitro, distract Jay, costing him that match. And so he's out here on the side of Roman Reigns. And here's Tama Tonga now. And look, there's a lot of bad history between Seth Rollins and Roman Reigns, Jey Uso and Roman Reigns. But they know that the biggest threat to the open mic universe is The Rock. And they are all working together to make sure that that threat is neutralized here at WrestleMania 3. Roman into the corner. Heading in for another spear, but Rock gets the knee up. Roman is down, everybody else on the outside, and The Rock tosses his elbow pad into the crowd. We know what that means. People's elbow hooks the leg. And Jay in to make the save at the count of 2. Wait a minute. Holy shit, it's Jon Moxley, the former Dean Ambrose, who's not even signed here in the open mic universe. He is in AEW. He is here at WrestleMania. What in the hell is going on here? DDT off the top rope to The Rock. Roman hooks the leg. In comes Jacob Fatu. But Dean cuts him off. John cuts him off. The Rock has been defeated. Roman Reigns presented with the Ulafala. He is victorious. He is your new WWE World Heavyweight Champion. What a night. I don't even know what we just saw. Leave a comment down below. Let me know what you thought of WrestleMania 3 and be sure to like and subscribe. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you next time. We are at the end of year 3 in the open mic universe, and we are closing things out tonight here at Backlash. And we've got our first of 2 championship matches here tonight to kick things off.